Chapter 1051. The Emperor defeated 5 immortals with a single slash. Meng Sansheng's face darkened at the domineering battle intent. He had long heard of the Emperor's strangeness, but he did not pay much attention to it. Only now did he understand how terrifying the Emperor was. More importantly, the Emperor was on Yan Chuan's side. The Emperor's gaze was cold as he stared at the immortals with his sword in hand. It was as if he could slay gods and demons with a single slash. In the square of the skyward hall, Yan Chuan looked at the Emperor's back and frowned. His expression was complicated. He had a good relationship with the Emperor and had fought side by side many times. However, his ancestor, Yan Zizai, had killed his father. As a result, the two became strangers. He did not expect the Emperor to come and help him. However, the Emperor's back was facing Yan Chuan, and he was unwilling to acknowledge Yan Chuan. For a moment, Yan Chuan's heart was filled with resentment that could not be removed. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan turned to look at the last person, King Gaiyu. Yan Chuan looked at him coldly, then turned to look at the 250,000 candidates in front of him. All candidates of the combat examination, listen up. I have decided that you will all return to the Qi realm and fight each other until the last person is left. I hope that the last person will be able to intimidate everyone and not kill everyone. Those who give up, put your hands together and I will let you out. Yan Chuan said. Yes, sir. The examinees of the martial trial responded. Yan Chuan stretched out his right hand and waved it gently. Suddenly, countless stars appeared in his palm. The stars spun rapidly, forming a galaxy. Universe in the palm. Whoosh! The 250,000 candidates were all sucked into the universe in the palm. It was as if they had landed on a huge star. Around them, the power of a galaxy quickly acted on everyone. My power? Some of the candidates were shocked when they sensed their own power. Their power was restrained, and they were only in the Qi state. Looking at the mountains and rivers on the star, the 250,000 candidates were overwhelmed. Is this the Emperor's palm? Is this a world? The Emperor created the world? Everyone looked at this scene in surprise. While everyone was still in shock at their surroundings, one of them suddenly raised his head. When he raised his head, he suddenly saw a giant that seemed to reach the heavens and the earth. It was Yan Chuan who was outside the universe. All of the examinees were startled. Combat trial begin. Suddenly, Yan Chuan's shout resounded throughout the entire universe. The 250,000 examinees immediately responded. Phew! Sharp weapons were pulled out one after another. The 250,000 examinees immediately started fighting. Of course, there were also many who quickly scattered in all directions and entered the forest. A great battle of the combat trial had officially begun. In the distance, although the expression of the King of Gaia's skull could not be seen, but the eyes of the skull flashed with a dim light, and one could understand the anger of the King of Gaia. He was angry that Yan Chuan still swaggered through the examination under such circumstances. The world examination. The arrival of all the heroes did not affect him in the slightest. The written examination had begun, and so had the combat examination. Yan Chuan stretched out his right palm, and a universe appeared in his palm. Did he set up the universe to select the best talents in the world? Kong Daoqiu stopped Ju, and the Emperor stopped Meng Sansheng? The King of Gaia's face darkened. Break the Jade Emperor's sword array. Cough, cough, cough. The Snake Emperor coughed and nodded. The Snake Emperor took a step forward and slammed his palm towards the Jade Emperor's sword array. Yan Chuan's face was cold, but he was fearless. Without the help of the Emperor and Kong Daoqiu, Yan Chuan dared to fight against all the heroes. Now, there was only one faction left. Without waiting for Yan Chuan to speak, Bai Ditian rushed forward and punched the Snake Emperor's palm. Boom! Bai Ditian's face was ferocious, and the Snake Emperor's face was cold. When the two of them collided, a storm instantly swept out in all directions. However, under the protection of the Jade Emperor's sword array, Yan Jing was safe and sound. After this collision, both sides paused for a moment. King of Gaia? Yan Chuan said coldly. From afar, King of Gaia looked coldly at Yan Chuan. Now, go back to the southern divine continent. Otherwise, Don't blame me for keeping all of you here. Yan Chuan said coldly. Keep all of you here? King of Gaia sneered. Attack together and disrupt the world examination. King of Gaia said coldly. Yes. Behind King of Gaia, 100 elites shouted in unison. King of Gaia didn't attack, but the 100 elites immediately charged forward. One by one, they slashed at the Jade Emperor's sword array with sabers and swords. Yan Chuan snorted at the entrance of the Skyward Palace. Boom! In the south of Yanjing, an endless amount of black gas shot into the sky and enveloped the 100 elites in the blink of an eye. Within the black gas, one could vaguely see a black dragon swimming in it. It moved with a powerful dragon's might. Boom! A loud collision sound came from within the black gas as if it had blocked all the attacks of the 100 elites. Oh no, this isn't black gas. It's miasma. No, it's microorganisms. Tiny poisonous insects. A scream came from within the black gas. Black gas? Did the black gas envelop everyone? Countless people in Yanjin immediately looked over, only to find that it wasn't black smoke at all, but countless tiny microbes. Countless living insects? This is? Someone exclaimed. Within the black gas, the 100 elites felt it even more. Using microorganisms to set up an array? This is... I remember now. Master and Li Kanglin set it up before. This is a feng shui array. The sky-covering poisonous insect array? And Li Kanglin didn't even complete it back then. Oh no, these countless poisonous insects are devouring my protective qi. They're devouring our energy. It's Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang, get out here. Screams came from within the black gas. The black gas covered the south in the blink of an eye, including King of Gaia, the Snake Emperor, and the 100 elites. Boom! Bai Ditian charged into it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Jin Deyu and Hua Guang stepped into the black fog. Apart from the three of them, there were also a few upper void realm cultivators who rushed into the black fog formation. Is this a maze array? Someone in the black gas yelled. Bai Ditian, you ambushed me. Ugh. Oh no, be careful. Screams came from within the black gas. Yan Chuan stood at the entrance of the facing Sky Palace and looked on coldly. On the other side, Kong Daoqiu held the spring and autumn bamboo scroll in his hand and started fighting with Zhu. The deities of the Kong family also joined in. Yao Tianshang Yun Xan and the others also joined in. Whoosh! Whoosh! A group of deities from Yanjing flew into the sky, and the deities of the Julu Academy also charged in. The entire northwest was also in a fierce battle. In the south, Feng Yinyang trapped the elites of the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty with the sky-covering poisonous insect array. In the west, Huang Yidao fought against the elites of the Divine Sex and Sacred Grounds alone. Yan Chuan stood firmly in the Skyward Hall, strategizing and presiding over the examination of the world. Boom! The world outside the Jade Emperor's sword array became dark again. Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, covering the sky. While the battle outside was fierce, Yanjing was safe and sound. The candidates of the theory examination were still writing peacefully. Countless cultivators watching the battle in Yanjing didn't know how to describe this scene. No matter what they were feeling at the moment, everyone knew one thing. The Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty was very powerful. He was so strong that even when surrounded by heroes, His Majesty was still able to remain calm and collected, as if a gentle breeze had blown past. Long live His Majesty! Someone shouted out in reverence. Long live His Majesty! The entire Yanjing was filled with cheers. This inexplicable cheer was everyone's recognition of the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty. An irreplaceable sense of pride was released in everyone's heart. Yi Feng, Meng Wenrua, Lu Gang, Lu Jin, and all the officials were overjoyed. Inside the sky-covering poisonous insect array. Ding! The Divine Emperor bell rang, and many cultivators covered their ears in pain. Jin Deyu's Divine Emperor bell became fiercer. Hua Guang waved his spear. Boom! One of the skeletons was instantly smashed into pieces. Bai Ditian threw a punch, but the Snake Emperor had to retreat. The Snake Emperor was injured and coughed violently. It seemed that it wasn't Bai Ditian's match. In the sky-covering poisonous insect array, Feng Yinyang stood in a secluded corner. His hands moved slowly, making the array more powerful. He kept separating King Gaio's subordinates with the array so that the elites of the Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty could break through. The eyes of King Gaio's skeleton flashed. Boom! Suddenly, a huge bronze coffin appeared in front of King Gaio. Once the coffin appeared, the entire sky-covering poisonous insect array shook. Hua Guang and Jin Deyu immediately knew that something was wrong. The two of them charged towards King Gaio at almost the same time. 10,000 spear technique. Primal chaos opening. Boom. Dang. A spear energy and a huge bell-shaped energy shot towards King Gaio. World suppression. King Gaio shouted coldly. Boom. Hua Guang, Jin Deyu and King of Gai clashed with all their might. The huge impact caused the entire formation to shake violently. The sky-covering coffin was too powerful. It was so powerful that the two war gods of the Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty were pushed back. The ferocious world-suppressing strike smashed through the sky-covering poisonous insect formation, creating a huge hole in it. King Gaio held the sky-covering coffin and charged out of the array. The hole closed in an instant. The faces of the officials in the array turned gloomy. The power of the sky-covering coffin has been prepared by the Emperor. Now, take down all the people and ghosts in the array. Hua Guang shouted loudly. The officials in the array responded immediately. Holding the sky-covering coffin, King Gaio charged out of the array. Just as he stood still, suddenly, King Gaio noticed that his surroundings were dyed in blood. The south of Yanjin was covered in a sea of blood. In the sky, blood clouds covered the sky and covered the sun. They completely covered the area where King Gaio was standing. Yanjin was no longer covered by the Jade Emperor's sword array. Instead, it was covered by the Emperor's sword array. Above the sea of blood, Yanchuan had a head full of blood hair. He stood on top of a blood pillar that shot out from the sea of blood. Yanchuan was surrounded by waves of blood. It enveloped Yanchuan, making him look like a peerless demon god. A vertical red line appeared between Yanchuan's eyebrows. It looked like a blood meridian. Yanchuan held the universe in one hand and the Jade Emperor's sword in the other. A cold smile appeared on his face. Yanchuan, you want to fight me with only one hand? King Gaio said coldly. Yanchuan smiled coldly and said, King Gaio, you only have yourself to blame. However, you are lucky to be able to witness the third form of my super mystique, Blood Sea of Blood God. Blood Sea of Blood God. Yanchuan shouted coldly. Above the sea of blood, human figures slowly appeared. The faces of the human figures all looked exactly like Yanchuan. It was as if 100 Yanchuan had appeared in an instant. Every blood god held a blood sword in their hands. Their eyes were bloodshot as they stared at King Gaio, who was above the sea of blood. Chapter 1052. Yanchuan held the universe in one hand and the Jade Emperor sword in the other as he stared coldly at the bloody battlefield. Hundreds of blood deities that looked exactly like Yanchuan appeared from the bloody sea. Each of them held a long sword and looked at King Gai in the air. King Gai was also shocked by this scene. Kill. On the blood pillar, Yanchuan shouted. Roar, roar. 100 blood divinities suddenly soared into the sky. Each of them swung their blood swords. Suddenly, sword chi burst out from the sea of blood. The 100 blood divinities' sword energy soared into the sky and pierced towards the king of Geu. King Gai held the sky-burying coffin in his left hand and a scepter in his right as he smashed it towards the blood deities. Boom! Under the huge impact, King Gai's body suddenly retreated hundreds of meters away. Hundreds of blood swords even left hundreds of cracks on the scepter. Hundreds of cracks? King Gai's face darkened. These hundreds of blood deities were all at the upper void realm? Roar! The group of blood deities charged towards King Gai again. King Gai did not use the sky-bearing coffin but only the scepter. Boom! 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 King Gai fought against hundreds of blood deities alone and was forced to retreat. Hundreds of blood deities were not as powerful as Yanchuan, but they were still at the upper void realm and were not afraid of death. Yen Chuan stood on the blood pillar and looked coldly at King Gai in the distance. At the same time, he was extremely cautious. This was because Yen Chuan knew how powerful the sky-burying coffin was. Although he did not know why King Gai did not use it, Yen Chuan did not dare to let his guard down. Boom! King Gai took the risk of having his robe torn by a blood sword and smashed a blood deity with his scepter. But soon, another blood deity formed from the bloody sea. Blood deities were not afraid of death. As long as the bloody sea existed, the number of blood deities would never decrease. King Gai's eyes flashed and he instantly understood how terrifying the bloody sea was. Kill! The 100 blood gods slashed at King of Gaia again. King of Gaia's left hand suddenly moved. World suppression! King of Gaia shouted. Boom! A super shockwave suddenly erupted from the sky-burying coffin. Under the shockwave, the 100 blood gods were violently sent flying. At the same time, the sea of blood where King Gai was standing also turned into a monstrous wave of blood. Waves of blood soared into the sky. The 100 blood gods attacked again. World suppression! The heaven-burying coffin violently slammed down. One coffin against 100 blood gods. Roar! The 100 blood deities roared in unison, brandishing their swords to attack. Boom! The impact was even greater than before. With a loud noise, the heaven-burying coffin enlarged 1,000 times and smashed down. Bam! 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 100 blood gods exploded. Hundreds of upper void stage blood gods could not even withstand a single blow from the sky-burying coffin. In the distance, Yen Chuan's expression changed. Shing! The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly swung out. The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly expanded to a length of 10,000 feet and slashed towards King of Gaia. World suppression! Clang! The heaven-burying coffin and the Jade Emperor's sword collided violently. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword was knocked back. The collision between the Jade Emperor's sword and the heaven-burying coffin ended with the Jade Emperor's sword being completely defeated. The heaven-burying coffin did not lose its momentum and smashed towards Yen Chuan again. The Jade Emperor's sword had already been knocked to the side and used up all its strength. It was too late to use new strength. The Jade Emperor's sword left Yen Chuan's hand and he clenched his fist and punched towards the heaven-burying coffin. Boom! There was a violent collision. Kacha! On the other side of the heaven-burying coffin, King of Gaia's arm cracked. It was as if Yen Chuan's punch did not land on the heaven-burying coffin but on King of Gaia's body. Yen Chuan suddenly exclaimed. His fist touched the heaven-burying coffin but Yen Chuan did not feel any impact. It was as if the heaven-burying coffin did not attack him at all. It was as if it was a part of his arm. His strength was instantly transmitted to the other end through the heaven-burying coffin and into King of Gaia's body. Oh no! King of Gaia exclaimed. Before Yen Chuan could react, King of Gaia swept the heaven-burying coffin away. Yen Chuan reached out to grab it but it was too late. The heaven-burying coffin had already left his fist. The heaven-burying coffin returned to King of Gaia's palm but Yen Chuan would never forget the feeling just now. It was too strong. The heaven-burying coffin was unable to attack him? He was immune to the heaven-burying coffin? He even felt as if they were connected by blood? Why did he not feel this before? That heaven-burying coffin should be mine? A thought suddenly flashed across Yen Chuan's mind. It was a very strong thought. It was like an instinct. From afar, King of Gaia seemed to have understood this too. He looked at Yen Chuan with a horrified expression. World suppression, sky crushing. King of Gaia shouted. Boom! The heaven-burying coffin tore a huge hole in the blood cloud. King of Gaia did not linger in the battle. He soared into the sky and rushed out of the Blood Sea realm. The Blood Sea realm retracted and Yen Chuan stood in the air. He frowned as he looked at King of Gaia's departing figure. King of Gaia had left. He did not even call out to his subordinates. In a great fright he fled. King of Gaia was horrified to discover that his greatest trump card, the heaven-burying coffin, was immune to Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan had not used his full strength. Yen Chuan had not activated the great conquering the world's power. Great Zhen was actually that strong? On Yen Chuan's home ground, how could he fight? Once his greatest trump card, the heaven-burying coffin, was taken away by Yan Chuan, he would be stuck here forever. His eyes were filled with hatred. King of Gaia took the heaven-burying coffin and shot away. Long live! Long live! Long live! Long live! The people of Yanjin cheered. Yan Chuan fought King of Gaia. Everyone was filled with worry before this. However, the emperor defeated King of Gaia with only one hand. He only used one hand? He did not even need to borrow the strength of the people? How strong was the emperor? They did not know how strong the emperor was. However, they knew that the great conquering the world was much stronger than the great nightmare world. Hooray! Amidst the cheers of countless people of Yanjin, Yan Chuan returned to the square of the skyward palace. Looking at King of Gaia who left, Yan Chuan's eyes were cold. At the same time, he was looking forward to the heaven-burying coffin. The heaven-burying coffin? Yan Chuan muttered to himself. Determination flashed across his eyes. After King of Gaia retreated, the experts of Great Nightmare World were no longer lucky. They were subdued one by one and kicked out of the formation. Then, the soldiers of Great Conquering quickly captured them. No, the Emperor will not be defeated. How can the Emperor be defeated? The group of captured experts were still shouting loudly, unable to believe what they had just heard. However, they had no choice but to believe the truth. King of Gaia left. He did not even care about the Snake Emperor. In the heaven-burying poisonous insect formation, the Snake Emperor was at a disadvantage against Bai Ditian. After learning that King of Gaia had been defeated, the Snake Emperor revealed a bitter expression. Cough cough cough. Alright Bai Ditian, I'm not as good as you. Cough cough. The Snake Emperor coughed and stopped fighting. Bai Ditian did not chase after him. Instead, he nodded and brought the Snake Emperor out of the formation. Bush, bush. The experts of Southern Divine Continent were subdued and brought to the square of the Skyward Palace. With the Snake Emperor as the leader, everyone's expression was extremely gloomy. They looked unruly and unruly. Looking at this group of people, Yan Chuan smiled and said, Snake Emperor. Yan Chuan, we are the subjects of the Great Nightmare. Even if we die, we are the subjects of the Great Nightmare. Don't even think about subduing us. The Snake Emperor shouted coldly. Don't even think about it. The group of experts shouted. Heh, I'm really envious of King of Gaia. He has a group of people like you who are willing to risk your lives for him. Yan Chuan sighed and smiled. The group of people opposite him raised their heads and looked as though they were ready to die for him. Snake Emperor, I Yan Chuan have never let you down, right? Yan Chuan suddenly asked again. The Snake Emperor raised his eyebrows. He did not speak. Previously, when you and King Gai were trapped in the White Bone Mountain, it was I who saved the both of you. Although I have recruited candidates from the Southern Divine Continent, most of them are talents from outside the Great Nightmare Empire. If the Great Nightmare Empire does not have the ability to win them over, I can't even take them? Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan's amiable expression made the Snake Emperor blush. I know why you are here. Are you worried that my Great Zhen will prosper? If your Great Nightmare Empire has the ability, can't you prosper too? You came to ruin my Great Zhen's prosperity. Should I say that King of Gaia is too narrow-minded, or should I say that he bites the hand that feeds him? And you, Snake Emperor? Yan Chuan smiled and said. The Snake Emperor immediately frowned deeply. Everyone, the Great Zhen accepts all rivers. We do not care about living beings or dead souls. If you are willing to join my Great Zhen, Yan Chuan welcomes you wholeheartedly. Yan Chuan smiled and said. Before the Snake Emperor could say anything, a skeleton behind him said coldly, I knew it. Yan Chuan, don't even think about persuading us to submit. We will live and die as subjects of the Great Nightmare. The Snake Emperor's expression became resolute. Although the Great Zhen cherishes talents, I am not interested if my heart is not with the Great Zhen. Everyone, I respect you as heroes. This time, I will let you go. I hope there won't be a next time. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. What? You want to let me go? You are really willing to let me go? The group of experts from the Great Nightmare Empire was shocked. Hua Guang immediately made his move. Swoosh, swoosh. Several rays of light shot towards the dead souls. The restrictions on the dead souls were broken, and everyone was instantly free. Cough, 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 cough. The Snake Emperor coughed and looked at Yen Chuan with a complicated expression. You are really letting us go? The Snake Emperor asked in a deep voice. Go ahead. Yen Chuan smiled faintly. The Snake Emperor and the expert's expressions changed. Let's go. The Snake Emperor took a step and soared into the sky. The group of experts looked back at Yen Chuan with a complicated expression and followed him into the sky. In the blink of an eye, the group of people shot towards the south and disappeared from everyone's sight. Beside Yen Chuan, Yi Feng suddenly said with a smile, His Majesty is wise. Li Si also smiled slightly and said, Your Majesty is cultivating 100 rebels for the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty in one fell swoop. Once the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty collapses, these rebels will definitely be easily subdued by Your Majesty. This time, not only did King Gaio lose to His Majesty, but he also abandoned his subjects and left. He also lost the loyalty of his subjects. Meng Wenrua said with a smile. His Majesty did not let him go, but King Gaio did not lose his loyalty. His Majesty captured him and then let him go. This is what really planted the seed of doubt in the hearts of this group of experts. Yi Feng said with a smile. The strategists of the Great Jin cheered for Yen Chuan's efficiency. Yen Chuan, on the other hand, turned his gaze to the other two battlefields. Chapter 1053. After retreating, Yen Chuan turned his attention to the other two battlefields. At this moment, a white light suddenly shot towards Yen Chuan. Swoosh! The white light landed on Yen Chuan's shoulder. Meow! It was Meow. Meow landed on Yen Chuan's shoulder and looked at the universe in Yen Chuan's palm. Meow, so powerful. There are so many stars. Meow exclaimed. Meow, why are you here? Yen Chuan frowned. I've been here all along. When you were fighting, I didn't come out. But, Meow, Yen Chuan, I can cure the Snake Emperor's cough. Meow said proudly. Oh, you can cure it? He's damaging his birth charts. Yen Chuan said in surprise. I know. Didn't I tell you before? I have the Tiger Tribe's contract. Meow said proudly. Tiger Tribe's contract? The Snake Emperor is not from the Tiger Tribe. Yen Chuan laughed. Not only do I have the Tiger Tribe's contract, I also have the Snake Tribe's contract. Meow said proudly. Snake Tribe? How do you have the Snake Tribe's contract? Yen Chuan was really surprised. Meow, how would I know? Not only do I have the Snake Tribe's contract in my little felt hat, I also have the 12 Earthly Branches contract, and each of them has a main fate. As long as the Tseech character fuses with the Snake Emperor's fate, he will be fine. Meow said softly. The 12 Earthly Branches fate? Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. 12? Yen Chuan looked at Meow strangely. Meow also knew the importance of this news, so she didn't say much. She only whispered it to Yen Chuan. How is it? Meow said proudly. Yen Chuan stared at Meow for a while, deep in thought. Why are you looking at me like that? Meow? Meow asked curiously. I now suspect that you might really be a cat. Yen Chuan said in a strange tone. Meow. Meow's white fur stood on end. Cat you? Cat your sister. Meow almost screamed, but she restrained herself at the last moment. Although Meow was usually naughty and mischievous, she still knew the severity of the situation and did not embarrass Yen Chuan. However, Meow still glared fiercely at Yen Chuan. Meow. Displeased, Meow hopped away. Yen Chuan ignored him and looked at the two battlefields again. Yen Chuan first looked at the Zhu battlefield. Zhu was indeed the most powerful person in the world 30,000 years ago. Even as a mortal, she was undefeated against Kong Daoqiu. After all, Mohina Dojin, who had been possessed by the Lotus Goddess, was only evenly matched against Kong Daoqiu. The immortals of the Julu Academy and the heroes of the Kong family fought against the heroes of the Yao Imperial Dynasty. Zhu also noticed King Guai's retreat in the midst of the battle. Roar! She controlled the jade pendant to crash against the spring and autumn bamboo scroll. Boom! With a huge impact, the original battle was separated by a huge explosion. Zhu, Yao Tianshang, and Yun Xen led the experts of the Yao imperial dynasty and separated from Kong Daoqiu, Meng Lingtian, and the others. The battle came to an abrupt end. Zhu looked to the south and at the entrance of the skyward palace, then smiled brightly. Great Chen Celestial Empire. Zhu laughed brightly. Yao Tianshang frowned slightly, while Yun Xian's expression darkened. Meng Lingtian and the other members of the Jiulu Academy suddenly laughed. After all, the Jiulu Academy had formed an alliance with De Jin. De Jin had become stronger, so the Jiulu Academy was naturally happy. The Kong family members had complicated expressions on their faces. Kong Daoqiu frowned. Zhu, are you still going to disrupt my examination? Yan Xuan looked at Zhu in the distance. Zhu took a deep breath and said, "The Demon Imperial Dynasty congratulates the Great Perfection Celestial Dynasty on the success of the Great Perfection Celestial Dynasty." Although the outcome of the battle between Zhu and Kong Daoqiu had not been decided yet, at this moment, the examination of the world could no longer be messed up. Since it could not be messed up, there was no need to be entangled in it. He took a deep look at Yan Xuan, then smiled and said, "Goodbye." With a flick of his sleeves, Zhu led the demon race away to the north in a carefree manner. Yao Tianshang's eyes flashed with unwillingness. However, Yun Xian's brows were tightly furrowed. Her expression was mixed for a moment. None of the greater demons objected. They followed Zhu and left. Yan Xuan frowned slightly as he watched the demonic beasts leave. "This Zhu is not someone to be trifled with," Li Si said in a low voice. Yan Xuan nodded. In the blink of an eye, the greater demons of the Imperial Dynasty were nowhere to be seen. The immortals of the Jiulu Academy quickly descended from the battlefield. Only Kong Daoqiu and his group were left behind. Kong Daoqiu? Yan Xuan's expression froze. In terms of bloodline, this person was Yan Xuan's grandfather in this life. However, Kong Daoqiu had not cared about Yan Xuan's parents when they were forced to die. Therefore, Yan Xuan did not like Kong Daoqiu. He had thought that Kong Daoqiu was here to cause trouble, but he had not expected Kong Daoqiu to do him a favor. Kong Daoqiu turned his head and looked at Yan Xuan with a smile. This was different from the last time. Last time, Kong Daoqiu and Yan Xuan had fought. This time, Kong Daoqiu seemed to have seen through many things. He glanced at Yan Xuan, then turned his head and said, "Let's go." "Family head, we're leaving just like that?" A Kong family immortal asked in confusion. "Family head?" The Kong family immortals were all confused. They did not know what Kong Daoqiu was planning. However, Kong Daoqiu ignored them and walked away. The Kong family immortals could only helplessly follow. Kong Daoqiu's departure caused the great Jin strategist to frown. "Your Majesty, is Kong Daoqiu helping us to atone for what happened in the past?" Meng Wenrua asked with a frown. "It doesn't seem like it. If it was for atonement, he would have saved the Empress Dowager." Yifeng shook his head. Yan Xuan frowned in thought, trying to guess Kong Daoqiu's intentions. Lu Gang. "Yes, Your Majesty. Send more guards to infiltrate the Western Empire and find out everything about the Kong family," Yan Xuan said in a low voice. "Yes, Your Majesty." The experts of the North and West Divine Continents retreated, and Yan Xuan looked at the last battlefield. The Emperor was fighting 5 immortals and 1 sacred master alone. Sword energy surged into the sky, and a storm of sword energy billowed in the Western Empire. "You're courting death." The Emperor's voice came from the storm of sword energy. Boom! A head flew out from the storm of sword energy. It was the head of an immortal. The Emperor killed an immortal with 1 slash? And this was under the siege of 4 other immortals and with Meng Sansheng's help. Buzz! The battle in the storm of sword energy suddenly stopped. Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd and looked at the Emperor with an ugly expression. The other 4 immortals did not look at the Emperor as calmly as before. The headless corpse not far away said everything. Zhu, King Gai, and Kong Daoqiu were gone. Meng Sansheng smiled bitterly. Meng Sansheng turned to look at Yin Hentian again. His eyes flashed with unwillingness. "Yan Xuan, De Zhen is not worthy of Yin Hentian. If you accept Yin Hentian as your subject, You will become the enemy of the entire immortal world. Meng Sansheng shouted coldly. Meng Sansheng said. The officials of Dezhen looked at Yin Hentian in shock. Yin Hentian ignored the outside world and focused on writing his beautiful article. He did not care about anything else. Become the enemy of the entire world if he accepted Yin Hentian? Haha, there is no need for sect Master Meng to worry. Since Yin Hentian has entered Dezhen, we will take care of all his grievances. Today, Dezhen does not welcome the arcane sacred grounds. Yan Chuan said coldly. Meng Sansheng looked coldly at Yin Hentian, then at Yan Chuan, and finally at the emperor who was filled with killing intent. Meng Sansheng took a deep breath and said, "Let's go." The four immortals said bitterly. Carrying the corpse of the immortal killed by the emperor, the group headed west. After the arcane sacred grounds left, only the emperor with the bronze saber was left. The emperor still had his back to Yan Chuan. The emperor did not dare to turn around, fearing that he would not be able to stop himself from killing Yan Chuan, or that he was afraid of something else. Emperor. Yan Chuan frowned and called out. The emperor frowned. Below, in a valley, the 12 disciples looked at the emperor with complicated expressions. They did not understand the emperor's thoughts. Among the enemies who came to see Shizuan, who was Shizuan's enemy? Yan Chuan? In the beginning, everyone had guessed that it was Yan Chuan. However, since he was an enemy, why would Master help him? The 12 disciples did not understand. Yan Chuan also had a complicated expression. Emperor. Yan Chuan called out again. The emperor bit his lips and took a deep breath. With his back to Yan Chuan, he said, Yan Chuan, I have repaid you for saving my life in the past. Yan Chuan had saved the emperor's life. In the past, when the emperor was plotted against by a Buddha and was poisoned, Yan Chuan had saved the emperor once. Now, the emperor used this as an excuse to help Yan Chuan. Emperor, what happened in the past was the grudges of their generation. It has nothing to do with you and me. Yan Chuan said. The emperor shouted. Boom. Saber energy surged into the sky. The hatred of killing my father is irreconcilable. Yan Chuan, I will find Yan Zizai first. After I kill Yan Zizai, I will kill you. The emperor said stubbornly. The emperor raised his head and roared. As he roared, the sky changed color and a strong wind blew in all directions. Above the emperor's head, a vast dark cloud suddenly appeared. As soon as the dark cloud appeared, it covered the sky and the sun in the blink of an eye. The terrifying power of the heavens pressed down. Rumble. Lightning flashed in all directions in the dark cloud. An aura that could destroy the heavens and the earth pressed down. The emperor stood on top of a mountain, holding a saber and looking at the dark cloud in the sky with a ferocious face. Boom. Dragon-shaped lightning bolts moved quickly in the dark clouds. The dark cloud was like a dragon pool. Thunder dragons were born and looked at the emperor with destructive eyes. A strong wind blew, darkening the sky around Yanjin. Feng Yinyang quickly protected Yanjin with an array. Meng Lingtian and the other deities next to Yan Chuan looked into the distance with their mouths agape. 79 heavenly tribulations, human deity tribulation? No, it's more powerful than the human deity tribulation. 89 heavenly tribulations? Arcane deity tribulation? No, not arcane deity, it's more powerful than mine. 99 heavenly tribulations? Earth deity tribulation? No, it's not earth deity tribulation. I remember, it's the same as the ancestral masters. Ancestral master Dongfang Bubi? The most powerful person in the world 50,000 years ago? The ancestral master's tribulation was? 19 heavenly tribulations, sky deity tribulation. The deities' jaws dropped when they heard the 19 heavenly tribulations. 19 heavenly tribulations? Are you kidding me? There would only be one powerhouse every 10,000 years. Sometimes, there would only be one every 10,000 years. Emperor, he's at the 12th level of the upper void stage. Once he survives the 19 heavenly tribulations, he will definitely become a sky deity. He will be the most powerful deity in the world. Chapter 1054. The 19 heavenly tribulations appeared. Almost all the powerhouses in Yen capital had their eyes on it. The 19 heavenly tribulations were the most powerful heavenly tribulation for mortals. Yen Chuan stood at the entrance of the skyward palace and looked at the emperor with a frown. Yen Chuan knew that the emperor's talent was superior, but this cultivation speed was too terrifying. The 12th level of the upper void? How long had it been? No wonder the saber demons said the emperor was more talented than the saber demon. The officials and citizens of Great Jin were solemn as well. The sky was gloomy as the lightning dragons swam in the tribulation clouds. After a while, a lightning dragon that was 10 feet thick swung its tail tentatively. Roar! The thunder dragon roared. Everywhere it passed, the surroundings were set ablaze with thunder and fire. It was as if a sea of fire was following the lightning dragon's roar and was heading toward the emperor. The emperor looked up at the sky with a ferocious expression. Roar! The emperor roared, and a ferocious saber chi shot up into the sky. Boom! The sea of fire was torn apart, and the lightning dragon was sliced by the saber chi. Its flesh and bones were crushed, and it disappeared in an instant. At the entrance of the skyward palace, Meng Lingtian and the other immortals were dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? I was almost killed by the lightning dragon heavenly tribulation back then, and she only roared? Just one roar? Meng Lingtian wanted to cry. Meng Lingtian was not the only one. The immortals behind him were also bitter. At this moment, the crowd suddenly realized that they had neglected this emperor too much in the past. The emperor's strength had long surpassed their understanding. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and watched. In the valley in the distance, the emperor's disciples were also excited. Their master's ferocity could no longer be described with words. The emperor's roar had destroyed a lightning dragon? The emperor looked at the sky coldly. There were still hundreds of lightning dragons swimming above the 19 tribulation clouds. After the first lightning dragon was destroyed, the hundreds of lightning dragons were enraged. Roar, 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 roar. The hundreds of lightning dragons roared and opened their mouths as if they were going to pounce. The power of one lightning dragon was limited, but what about 100 lightning dragons? Seeing that the 100 dragons were about to charge down, the huge pressure made countless people in Beijing not dare to breathe. However, the emperor was not afraid. On the contrary, he soared into the sky. Swish! Emperor instantly rushed into the tribulation clouds and entered the interior of the 19th heavenly tribulation. What are you doing? Is she crazy? Meng Lingtian exclaimed. Heavenly tribulation? The inside of the tribulation cloud is the most terrifying part. How did she rush in? Another immortal exclaimed. The immortals cried out in alarm. Yen Chuan's eyes revealed a trace of worry. The 100 dragons were filled with anger as they rushed into the tribulation clouds and attacked the emperor inside. Roar! You're courting death. Following the emperor's roar, the emperor's voice rang out. Within the tribulation cloud, a series of intense rumbling sounds suddenly came out. Boom! Thousands of cyan saber chi burst out of the tribulation clouds. The moment the powerful saber chi rushed out, it quickly shot back inside. The emperor shouted coldly. Boom! A lightning dragon head fell out of the tribulation clouds. Die! Die! One after another, the dragon heads fell out of the tribulation clouds. The cries of the lightning dragons came out of the tribulation clouds, but it was impossible to reverse the situation in front of them. The emperor's saber chi was too domineering. The dragons fell out one after another and were beheaded. In the blink of an eye, 100 dragon heads fell out of the tribulation clouds. The dragon heads fell to the ground, creating a huge canyon where they landed. 100 canyons appeared around Beijing in the blink of an eye. In just a short while, the emperor had killed all the lightning dragons. Meng Lingtian and the other immortals were speechless. It was too shocking. When they went through the immortal tribulation back then, they almost died. But now, they were going through the immortal tribulation, and it was a sky immortal tribulation, and they were slaughtering dragons like pigs. Not only did the group of immortals feel ashamed, but they also felt that they were too ashamed to face anyone. The first round of the 19th heavenly tribulation is the 100 dragons destroying the world. The second round might be even more terrifying. Li Si said, "That's right. The second round of the Sky Immortal Tribulation is several times more powerful than the first round." The immortals at the side finally found a balance and said immediately, "The Emperor should have a hard time with the second round." Meng Lingtian took a deep breath and felt better. However, just as the immortals were praying that the Emperor would have a hard time with the tribulation, the Emperor's roar came from the tribulation clouds again. "Saber demon of the world!" The Emperor's roar reverberated in all directions. At the same time, a huge energy saber that could be seen with the naked eye slashed from one end of the tribulation clouds to the other. Just looking at that energy saber was enough to send chills down one's spine. When the immortals opened their mouths, the energy saber cut the tribulation clouds in half. The 19th heavenly tribulation covered the sky and the sun. However, at this moment, a crack appeared in the middle of the tribulation clouds that covered the sky and the sun. The crack split the tribulation clouds in half, and sunlight shone down from the crack, illuminating the ground. The immortals were petrified. She killed the 19th heavenly tribulation? How is that possible? How is that possible? Boom! The 19th heavenly tribulation exploded. Clearly, the immortals could not wait for the second, third, or even fourth round of the 19th heavenly tribulation. After all, the Emperor had already killed the heavenly tribulation. How could there be a second round? Meng Lingtan. Bai Ditian. The immortals. Yen Chuan. The 19th heavenly tribulation exploded, and endless streams of light shot toward the Emperor who was holding the saber in the sky. Large amounts of light rushed into the Emperor's body as if it was transforming the essence energy in his body into immortal essence. The Emperor's body was instantly filled with multicolored light. At the same time, the Emperor's aura was also cleansed at this moment, and he entered the heaven immortal realm. That's it? Meng Lingtian was petrified. The immortals, Yen Chuan and the others who had not undergone the immortal tribulation only felt that it was amazing. However, in the eyes of the immortals, there was endless bitterness. They were all undergoing the immortal tribulation, but why was there such a huge gap between them? The multicolored light gathered on the Emperor's body for a full 2 hours before he returned to normal. The aura of a heaven immortal made countless experts exclaim in surprise. "Congratulations, Emperor!" Yen Chuan shouted to the sky. The Emperor's back was still facing Yen Chuan. When Yen Chuan congratulated him, the Emperor's body trembled slightly. He tightened his grip on the bronze saber in his hand and did not reply to Yen Chuan. With a wave of his sleeve, the Emperor pulled the 12 disciples in front of him. "Open!" The Emperor slashed at the void with his saber. Crack, crack, crack. The void in front of the Emperor seemed to be torn apart, and a huge hole that was as tall as 3 people suddenly appeared. "Let's go," the Emperor said in a low voice. He pulled the 12 disciples, and the Emperor immediately entered. Rumble! The huge hole slowly recovered, and in the blink of an eye, it was as if it had never been there before. The sky was still blue, and the sun shone brightly. Everything returned to how it was before, as if nothing had happened. Only the countless destruction on the ground described everything that had happened before. The Emperor left. Looking at the place where the Emperor left, Yen Chuan did not know why, but he suddenly felt a sense of loss. Ascended, the Emperor has ascended, and he forcefully broke through the void to ascend. He took the 12 disciples with him? Meng Lingtian said with a complicated expression. Not only Meng Lingtian, but the other immortals also felt a sense of loss. Looking at the Emperor's departure, the immortals only felt bitter. The immortal realm? Yen Chuan sighed softly. Now that the Emperor had left, Yen Chuan quickly hid his emotions. The immortal realm? Since he went to the immortal realm, they would meet sooner or later. Taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan looked at the examination hall again. In the examination hall, some of the candidates in the theory examination had witnessed everything, but some were still immersed in writing. In terms of strategy, unifying the world. After this period of time, some of the candidates had finished writing their essays. Buzz. A candidate's pen landed on the paper. When the last stroke landed, a blood-red aura appeared on the paper, gushing into the sky and forming an illusory image. Kill. Roar. In that scene, countless officers and soldiers were fighting. Their weapons were shining, and their horses were covered in armor. Amidst the cruel slaughter, a region was established as the ruler of the world. The pen landed on the paper. Just as the candidate was feeling satisfied, not far away, another candidate's pen landed on the paper. On the paper, a righteous aura soared into the sky. In the righteous aura, several white-robed paragons were benevolent to the world, assisting the emperor. When the emperor descended, the world came to greet him. Long live, long live, long live. Another image of the world being ruled. 2 strokes were not enough to show the chi image. Following that, more strokes appeared continuously. Out of the 250,000 examinees, 300 examinees had written their names, causing the surrounding winds and clouds to swirl. It was shocking. 30 strokes landed on the paper, forming 30 beautiful images of mountains and rivers. Yen Chuan took a deep breath, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. 300 strokes landed on the paper, and 30 strokes landed on the paper? This was the era of great governance. In the imperial examination in his previous life, there had never been such a magnificent feat. The officials of Great Shan quickly looked over, and they were all very happy. The immortals of the Julu Academy had complicated expressions. The Holy Land of Literature? The Julu Academy had not seen such a flourishing literary style in 10,000 years. The Great Shan Academy had actually recruited so many geniuses in this examination. The 30 images each had their own merits, and no one was willing to submit to the other. At this time, Yen Chuan's gaze gradually turned to Yin Hentian. Yin Henshin's paper was also at the end. Yin Henshin's eyes narrowed as he wrote the last stroke. After he finished, Yin Hentian threw the brush in his hand to the side. Boom! A vast green light suddenly rushed out from Yin Henshin's paper. As soon as the green light appeared, it instantly enveloped the entire Chaotian Palace Square. Landing on the paper? Not only that, but the green light also rushed toward the other 30 images. It invaded the images of the other 30 exam papers. Boom! 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 The 30 loud sounds were like the 30 exam papers. In the blink of an eye, the 30 exam papers were absorbed. The 30 images were like 30 countries. Yin Henshin's aura instantly spread across 30 countries, unifying all 30 of them, encompassing all 30 of them in a single piece of land. As for the wind and rain formed by the brush landing on the paper, they were all included. The world was unified. The world was unified. Yin Henshin's image was very simple. It was a piece of sky. The blue sky overlooked the earth below. Using the sky to unify the world? Li Si frowned slightly, and a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1055. Unify the world with the power of the heavens? Li Si frowned, his eyes flashing with admiration. The officials turned to look at the candidates. A gentle breeze blew through Yin Henshin's long green hair. The group of geniuses also looked at him with admiration. Scholars had the strength of a scholar. Although he had not read the essay, the aura he displayed was enough to explain everything. The candidates who had displayed the power of the 30 strokes were not unconvinced at all. Previously, the 30 of them were still competing with each other. However, Yin Henshin's essay had decided everything. Unifying the world, suppressing the 250,000 candidates. Bring Yin Henshin's essay, Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Lu Jin immediately stepped forward. Yin Henshin's test paper, which was glowing with a green light, also landed in front of Yen Chuan. Innate talent. The one who controls the world, the heavens. The one who controls the heavens, the heavens. Using the heavens to control the hearts of the people, using the heavens to intimidate the world. Rewarding the obedient and punishing the rebellious, thunder and rain are the heavens' grace, the heavens' murderous intent, shifting the stars. The innate talent was read, revealing the unpredictability of the heavens and the ambition to unify the world. How one's mind was determined by the type of essay one could write. From this essay, Yen Chuan saw the signs of great governance, the signs of great prosperity. Lu Jin, recite this innate talent to the candidates. Yen Chuan instructed. Yes. Lu Jin immediately grabbed the essay and read it. An extremely imposing essay, as Lu Jin read it out, instantly entered the ears of all the candidates. The essay was lofty and contained the heavens and the earth. In an instant, a group of candidates looked at it with admiration. They were all intelligent people. Once they read the essay, they immediately understood the brilliance of the essay. Compared to their own essays, the candidates instantly lost their will to compete. Even the 30 examinees who had displayed the power of the heavens and earth revealed looks of admiration. Yin Hentian, on the other hand, was indifferent. He stood among the candidates, his expression unmoved. Yen Chuan was even more satisfied with Yin Hentian's attitude. Is there anyone who claims to be better than this? Yen Chuan asked. At this moment, none of the 250,000 examinees said anything. Clearly, they had all silently acknowledged the champion. Good. From today onwards, I appoint the examinee Yin Hentian as the top scholar of the Great Jin Celestial Empire's first examination. He will be rewarded with 100 celestial stones and will be conferred the title of the Great Jin Celestial Empire's 5th Army Commander. Yen Chuan announced. At this moment, Yin Hentian's expression changed slightly. He bowed to Yen Chuan and said, Minister Yin Hentian thanks your majesty. Rumble. Dezhen's fortune cloud sea churned, and a golden dragon quickly formed into Yin Hentian's appearance. At the same time, a surge of fortune cloud sea rushed down and entered Yin Hentian's body. Congratulations, your majesty. Congratulations, Great Jin. Long live Great Jin. All the officials bowed respectfully and congratulated him on this prosperous era. Long live Dezhen. Long live. The people of Yanjin all cheered. They congratulated him as well. Those who participated in this examination will be conferred the title of Emperor's Disciple. Meng Wenrua and Yin Hentian will decide the rankings. Yen Chuan ordered again. Yes, your majesty. Meng Wenrua and Yin Hentian shouted at the same time. Although the 250,000 examinees on the square were disappointed, they knew that it was impossible for the emperor to personally select all the examinees today. Next, Meng Wenrua and Yin Hentian would compete. All the examinees were convinced by the two of them and had no objections. Your Majesty, the top scholar has been chosen. We might have to wait for a while for the top scholar of martial arts. After all, the martial arts examination is a long process. Yi Feng said with a smile. Yen Chuan shook his head gently. The top scholar of martial arts will be chosen soon. Yen Chuan said solemnly. So soon? Meng Lingtian and the rest were shocked. Suddenly, a blood-red sword ray shot out from the universe in the palm in Yen Chuan's right hand. Yen Chuan waved his hand. Boom! Another 250,000 examinees appeared on the square. These 250,000 examinees were not dressed in flowing robes. On the contrary, most of them were wearing armor or martial arts attires. Each of them held onto their weapons and landed on the square. The person in the lead was dressed in red armor and had a purple gold crown on his head. There were 2 long feathers on the crown. He looked extremely capable and confident. The man had a handsome face and a determined look. He held a bronze sword in his hand and looked extremely valiant. The man suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Yen Chuan. Seeing the man in red armor kneeling down on one knee, the 250,000 examinees behind him followed suit and knelt down. They looked at the man in red armor with admiration. Chi state? Just the Chi state? He managed to recruit 250,000 examinees? Meng Wenrua was shocked. Not only Meng Wenrua, but almost all the officials on the square were shocked. Among the 250,000 examinees in the martial arts examination, the man in red armor had the lowest cultivation level. However, he was able to subdue everyone in such a short period of time. Wang Jian greets your majesty. May your majesty live for 10,000 years. The man in red armor bowed respectfully. With this bow, Yen Chuan sensed something in his mind. The feeling he sensed before the examination came from the man in red armor in front of him? Wang Jian? How old are you? Yan Chuan asked. 46 years old, Your Majesty. Wang Jian replied straightforwardly. Wang Jian? Many of the examinees had never heard of this name. However, everyone knew that after today, Wang Jian's name would be known throughout the world. Do all of you submit to Wang Jian? Yan Chuan looked at the 250,000 examinees. Yes. The 250,000 examinees replied immediately. Among the 250,000 examinees, Yan Chuan saw a man who had just entered the upper emptiness realm. An upper emptiness realm cultivator submitted to a chi state cultivator? Yan Chuan heaved a sigh of relief as a glint flashed across his eyes. Yin Henshin's talent surprised Yan Chuan, but Wang Jian's talent also surprised Yan Chuan. From today onwards, I appoint examinee Wang Jian as the martial scholar of the Dajin Celestial Dynasty. Doesn't he know that the Yin family is no longer tolerated in the celestial realm? It's more than just a disaster. Meng Sansheng sighed. Yan Chuan wants to die. That's his problem. Sect Master, don't worry about it. But what about that martial scholar, Wang Jian? I've never heard of him. Another immortal said blankly. Wang Jian? He's a nobody. Our divine sect's holy land has searched for information on all the heroes in the world, but there's nothing about him. Meng Sansheng shook his head and said, No, he must be extraordinary to be able to become the martial scholar. Send people to collect information on him. A nobody? How is that possible? Meng Sansheng shook his head. Didn't we suffer because of a nameless junior? At the mention of the nameless junior emperor, the immortals all revealed bitter expressions. Emperor? Who would have thought that a nobody would be so strong? Sect Master, Chen Xian's revenge. An immortal said with a frown. Meng Sansheng said in a low voice, There'll be a chance in the future. Wait until my divine power is unsealed. Understood. The immortals could only nod helplessly. Emperor? The immortals did not dare to be angry in front of the emperor. Of course, the immortals did not know that not long ago, the emperor had killed 19 heavenly tribulations and become a heavenly immortal. Chapter 1056. Southern Divine Continent. Nightmare Dynasty, Imperial Palace. King Gai brought a group of experts and flew over. The 100+ experts who had returned from the East Divine Continent were all silent. Until they landed on a plaza in the Imperial Palace. Li Songhai hurried over. Your Majesty, you're back? Li Songhai was overjoyed at first, but when he saw that everyone was silent, he knew that something had happened. Snake Emperor, do you still blame me? King Gai asked. Your Majesty, we were forced by the situation. We naturally understand. No one will blame Your Majesty. Your Majesty, don't worry. Snake Emperor said immediately. Your Majesty, our lives and deaths are all in the hands of Nightmare. Your Majesty, please don't worry. The experts emphasized. King Gai nodded. You've all worked hard. Go and rest. Everyone nodded. Everyone left. Only Li Songhai was left behind King Gai. Seeing that King Gai did not speak, Li Songhai did not disturb him. King Gai watched everyone leave. His skeletal hands clenched tightly. King Gai had not expected that Yan Chuan would be so decisive and release his group of officials at once. That day, King Gai was afraid that his army would be wiped out. He was afraid that Yan Chuan would take the sky-burying coffin, so he left first. King Gai did not plan to return to the Southern Divine Continent. He wanted to hide first and then try to save his officials. But King Gai did not expect Yan Chuan to be so vicious. Release all of his subjects? Although most of them saw through Yan Chuan's intentions, they could not help but fall for Yan Chuan's scheme. Everyone was more or less estranged from themselves. Perhaps because they doubted their own strength, or because they doubted Jun Xian's decision to abandon them. All sorts of doubts grew in their hearts. Bastard, Yan Chuan. King Gai roared. Your Majesty, what happened? Li Songhai asked worriedly. King Gai did not hide anything. He told Li Songhai everything that had happened. Yan Chuan? What a vicious method. We shouldn't have let him go back then. Li Songhai said with an ugly expression. Right now, everything is in vain. With the burying heaven copper coffin in hand, apart from Yan Chuan, No one in the world can do anything to me. As for Yan Chuan? As long as I have the momentum to bring disaster to the heavenly dynasty, Yan Chuan will not be able to do anything to me. Li Honghai, speed up the process. Quickly conquer the southern divine continent for me. I want the entire southern divine continent. Hurry! King Yu of Gai said in a low voice. Yes. West Divine Continent. Confucius Lu Academy. In Kong Lu Palace. Kong Mok and Kong Daoqiu confronted each other. Around him stood a group of Kong family disciples and officials of the great Buddha's celestial dynasty. Kong Daoqiu's eyes glinted, and his aura suppressed Kong Mok. However, Kong Mok did not back down at all. His aura skyrocketed, and in the blink of an eye, he was on par with Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes. Kong Mok's cultivation has skyrocketed? Not far away, a Kong family immortal exclaimed. Kong Daoqiu, I received news that you went to the East Divine Continent. You actually helped Yan Chuan? Kong Mok said coldly. Your cultivation has skyrocketed. It must be because you refined the Buddha's Saraira. Kong Daoqiu said coldly. Let me ask you. Did you help Yan Chuan? Kong Mok asked coldly again. Kong Mok's aggressiveness forced Kong Daoqiu's ferocious nature out. Boom! Kong Daoqiu's aura skyrocketed again, and it suppressed Kong Mok. With a flick of his sleeve, Kong Daoqiu said coldly, I am the Kong family head. What kind of tone is that? Are you talking to me? Although Kong Mok's strength had skyrocketed, he was still much weaker than Kong Daoqiu without using the power of the Lotus God. His face twitched as he was suppressed. No one dared to speak when Kong Daoqiu was angry. Kong Daoqiu, Yan Chuan is my enemy. He is the enemy of the great Buddha's celestial empire. You cannot help him. Kong Mok growled. The officials of the great Buddha's celestial empire nodded. Most of the Kong family disciples nodded as well. The Kong family disciples who had gone to the East Divine Continent still did not understand why their family head would help Yan Chuan. Hadn't Yan Chuan already fallen out with their family head? Moreover, Yan Chuan and Kong Mok had a blood feud that would never end until one of them was dead. Why would he help Yan Chuan? Everyone looked at Kong Daoqiu. Kong Daoqiu's expression did not change. Kong Mok listened carefully. The great Buddha's celestial empire is only the Kong family's tool. It is not the Kong family that is the great Buddha's celestial empire's tool. You must first understand who is the master and who is the subordinate between the Kong family and the great Buddha's celestial empire. Kong Daoqiu said coldly. The faces of the Kong family disciples changed. All their doubts about Kong Daoqiu disappeared. Yes, who was the master and who was the subordinate between the Kong family and the great Buddha's celestial empire? Did the Kong family disciples still need to think? Of course they had to be the master. No matter what Kong Daoqiu's motive was, and whether or not he had any influence on the great Buddha's celestial empire, Kong Daoqiu was still the family head. He had to think for the Kong family and for himself. In an instant, all the Kong family disciples stood firm on Kong Daoqiu's position. I understand now. You're still thinking about your daughter. You're still thinking about your grandson's faction? Kong Mok said with a ferocious expression. Kong Daoqiu narrowed his eyes and said, Kong Mok, know your place. Don't forget who you are. As he spoke, Kong Daoqiu's aura pressed down again, as though he wanted to leave a deep impression on Kong Mok. Boom! Kong Mok was once again suppressed by Kong Daoqiu's powerful aura. You Kong Daoqiu, you will regret this. Kong Mok could not suppress Kong Daoqiu, and he turned around to leave. Who? The great Buddha's celestial empire's officials followed suit. Kong Daoqiu did not force Kong Mok anymore, and he watched coldly as Kong Mok left. Kong Mok, who had walked out of the main hall, gritted his teeth. Old man, you ruined my plans. Sooner or later, I will make you wish you were dead. Kong Mok walked away with bloodshot eyes. Great Zhen's celestial empire. The grand exam had ended. The news of Yan Chuan's victory in the Yan capital battle also quickly spread in all directions along with the world examination. Although it was still a distance away from the East Divine Continent, it was only a matter of time. There was no doubt that more and more experts from all over the world would rush over one after another. In the study room in Beijing, Yen Chuan looked at the group of officials in the study room. Yin Hentian and Wang Jian had joined them. Yin Henan, that day, Meng Sansheng said that you are feared by the celestial world? Yen Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian stepped forward and said with a sad smile, Your Majesty, I don't want to talk about the past now. Meng Sansheng is right. If my family appears in the celestial world, we will become the enemy of all the celestial sects. If your Majesty thinks that I'm a hindrance, I can resign immediately. I will leave Dezhen. Yin family? How does the Yin family compare to the Lotus God? Yen Chuan asked with a smile. Lotus God? Yin Henshin's eyes flashed with hatred. Then Yin Hentian shook his head and said, Of course, the Yin family cannot compare to the Lotus God. All the sects in the celestial world are no match for the Lotus God. Then you don't have to worry. I am not afraid of the Lotus God, let alone the celestial sects. If you do not want to tell me, I will not force you. However, I will be bringing everyone to the celestial world soon. Will you mind? Yen Chuan asked. Celestial world? How will your Majesty bring everyone there? Soon? How long? Yin Hentian was confused. About 10 days. Yen Chuan said. 10 days? Yin Hentian was shocked. After all, Yin Hentian did not know about the dream of heaven's secret art. He thought that Yen Chuan was going to break through the void and go to the celestial world. However, did the current Yen Chuan have the ability to do so? Although Yin Hentian did not understand, he still said, I am fine. As long as you do not mention my family background, no one will know who I am. That's good. Seeing that Yen Chuan did not ask about his family background, Yin Hentian was touched. Your Majesty, this subject has some difficulties that I have to tell you. One day, this subject will tell your Majesty everything. My family suffered a great injustice in the celestial world. My family was almost completely destroyed. I am the only one left in the family. Yin Henshin's eyes were red. Yen Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. I hate those hypocritical sections. They hit us when we are down. I hate this unfair world. I want justice. I want justice for my family. I wandered around until I saw the rise of Dezhen. Yin Hentian took a deep breath. Everyone looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian seemed to have entered a state of mind. I entered Dezhen for my own selfish reasons. Your Majesty, I hope that in the future, I can use Dezhen to seek justice for my family. I came to Dezhen to participate in the imperial examination because I have high hopes for Dezhen. If your Majesty can accept me, a person with great hatred, I will do my best to help Dezhen reach the peak. Yin Hentian said firmly. Since I have appointed you as the army commander of Dezhen, I will naturally accept all your grievances. Hatred? Hatred makes people work hard. If Dezhen reaches the peak one day, I will uphold justice for your family. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Yes, thank you, your Majesty. Yin Hentian said emotionally. Yen Chuan nodded and looked at the others in the study. He looked at everyone in the room. Hua Guang, Meng Wenrua, Lu Gang, Jin Diyu Yin Hentian, Bai Ditian, Wang Jian, Tan Lang, and Feng Yinyang, follow me. This time, Yi Feng, I will have to trouble you to look after Dezhen for a while. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Rest assured, your Majesty. I will not let you down. After the imperial examination, there will be a long period of peace. Yi Feng smiled. Yi Feng was speaking the truth. Who would dare to cause trouble in Yanjin during the imperial examination? Yen Chuan nodded. Wang Jian and Yin Hentian looked at the selected officials in Dezhen. Why were they so happy when they heard that they were going to the immortal world? One had to know that these people were all mortals. In the immortal world, there were many dangers. It was only 10 days later that the new top scholar understood what was going on. Outside Xianyang Palace, Tan Lang had gathered 3,000 terracotta soldiers. Miao, Yen Chuan, you promised to bring me this time. Miao. Miao came to Yen Chuan and said coquettishly, I know. You will follow Zizi. Wherever she goes, you will follow. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Miao. Miao said excitedly. Zizi hugged Miao and smiled. Soul entering the immortal world? In Hentian also understood from his colleague's explanation. At the same time, he looked at Yen Chuan with shock. There is such a secret art in the world? Why is there no record of it in the Yin family? In Hentian frowned. Your Majesty! Tan Lang knelt on one knee. The 3,000 terracotta soldiers also knelt on one knee. Yen Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Bang! The door of Xianyang Palace opened. Feng Yinyang stepped out of Xianyang Palace. Your Majesty, the Heaven's Calamity Point has been dealt with. We are just waiting for your Majesty to enter the palace. Feng Yinyang said respectfully. Yen Chuan nodded and turned to look at Yi Feng. Yi Feng, remember, wake me up if you need anything. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Your Majesty, rest assured. Yi Feng nodded. Wait. In Hentian suddenly shouted. Ha! Everyone looked at In Hentian. In Hentian looked at Zizi and Yen Chuan and said, Your Majesty, the Empress seems to have a cursed body? Cursed body? Yen Chuan frowned. This is a general term. It means that a person with such a physique can practice the Tao of curses. In Hentian said, I was born this way. Zizi nodded. Your Majesty, if the Empress doesn't mind, I have a book of curses that I can give to the Empress. It can fully utilize the Tao of curses. In Hentian said, A book of curses? Yen Chuan was surprised. Yen Chuan had collected books about curses from all over the world, but he had never found a book that was useful. Of course, there were some small curses, but they were far inferior to Zizi's curses. In Hentian had one? This book is called the Book of Life and Death. I hope it will be useful to the Empress. In Hentian handed over a black book. On the book there were 3 words, Book of Life and Death. However, after flipping it open, there was not a single word. Zizi took it gently and raised her eyebrows, as if she had sensed something inside. Zizi looked at Yen Chuan with a hint of desire in her eyes. Yen Chuan immediately understood and turned to In Hentian. Thank you for this Book of Life and Death. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. I can't practice this Book of Life and Death. I still hope that in the future, Your Majesty will bring me back to the immortal world and seek justice for my family. In Hentian smiled bitterly. Yen Chuan nodded and said solemnly, Don't worry. Since you have entered Dezhen will take care of your grievances. No matter what kind of grievances you have, I will seek justice for you in the future. Thank you, Your Majesty. In Hentian nodded. Zizi also refined the Book of Life and Death. Suddenly, countless black runes appeared on the Book of Life and Death and rushed into Zizi's forehead. The Book of Life and Death also turned into countless runes and entered Zizi's forehead. After waiting for 2 hours, Zizi opened her eyes. Yen Chuan looked at her worriedly. I'm fine. The Book of Life and Death is too mysterious. I might need a long time to understand it. Zizi smiled. That's good. Let's enter the hall. Yen Chuan said. Yes. Everyone answered. Yen Chuan and Zizi still did not understand how valuable the life and death book that In Hentian had given them was. In Hentian did not care about it. The justice that the In family had lost was much more important than the Book of Life and Death. In Hentian had chosen Dezhen as a last resort. Everyone entered Xianyang Palace. Yi Feng, Lu Jin, and a few other experts were waiting, until a long shout came from Xianyang Palace. Let the souls go. Yen Chuan led a large number of officials and the Terracotta Army and traveled to the immortal world. Chapter 1057. Book 7, 3 Parts of the World. Chapter 1. Zombie Yen Chuan Dream of Heavenly Secrets. In the Xianyang Palace, Yen Chuan led more than 3,000 officials of the Great Qin Kingdom into the immortal realm. Their souls roamed the immortal realm. In an instant, 200 souls were scattered all over the immortal realm. The immortal realm. In an extremely dark and small space. The small environment was like an enclosed space, and there was a faint light. The light came from some scattered magical treasures in the small space. The magical treasures illuminated the dark space. It was a space that was wide on one end and narrow on the other. In the small space, a pale-faced corpse in a black dragon robe was lying on the ground. The corpse did not have any aura, but the small space seemed to be constantly absorbing endless black gas into the corpse's body. Billowing yin qi seemed to be gathering into the man's body. The man lay there quietly. 2 scarlet fangs were exposed in his mouth. He looked slightly ferocious. The man's appearance was none other than the great Qin Kingdom's emperor, Yan Chuan. He looked almost exactly like Yan Chuan. The corpse that looked like Yan Chuan's body suddenly trembled. It was as if it had been electrocuted. Hum. The corpse trembled again, as if it was about to come back to life. Hum. 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 The corpse kept trembling. A large number of magical treasures in the small space also vibrated with joy. Among them, the one that vibrated the loudest was a yellow longsword. Its shape was exactly the same as Yan Chuan's Jade Emperor Sword and God Sword. Finally, after 2 hours, the corpse changed. The corpse finally changed. The eyes of the corpse suddenly opened. Hum! The corpse's red eyes lit up the small space like 2 red lanterns. The small space was immediately exposed. It was a bronze interior. It was like the interior of a coffin. The corpse woke up. Roar! The corpse seemed to have no self-awareness. It suddenly roared ferociously. The huge roar shook the magical treasures in the surroundings. Roar! The 2 huge fangs indicated the man's identity. A zombie. An awakened zombie. Roar! The zombie suddenly stood up and roared violently again. The resentment on its face seemed to be able to dye the world black. Boom! The zombie punched the coffin wall. Buzz! The coffin suddenly emitted a dazzling green light, and the green light rushed towards the zombie. Boom! The green light pierced the zombies. Roar! The zombie struggled furiously, but the green light was too powerful. Buzz! The zombie couldn't move. Under the green light from the coffin, the zombie's scarlet eyes slowly recovered and the resentment around it was suppressed. Slowly, the zombie seemed to wake up. He retracted his fangs into his mouth. The zombie's face gradually calmed down. Zhen Xiong, return my roe. I, by E, will cut you into 1,000 pieces. The zombie suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Buzz! The zombie trembled again. Then, the zombie seemed to have regained its memory. I'm Bai Yi? No, I'm Yan Chuan. The zombie trembled. The zombie's expression gradually became confused. Bai Yi? Yan Chuan? Bai Yi? Yan Chuan? The zombie roared angrily. Bai Yi is Yan Chuan, and Yan Chuan is Bai Yi. I'm Emperor Dejin, and I'm Yan Chuan. The zombie's expression suddenly calmed down. His memory seemed to have returned in an instant. Buzz! The green light from the coffin that suppressed the zombie slowly disappeared, and a long line of words slowly appeared on the wide end of the coffin. Yan Chuan stretched out his hands, looked at his pale hands, and then looked around. Didn't I enter the celestial world through a dream of heavenly secrets? Where am I? The zombie Yan Chuan said in surprise. After looking around, Yan Chuan's pupils suddenly focused. He reached out and grabbed the yellow treasure sword that looked exactly like the Jade Emperor's sword and the God Sword. Grand Emperor's sword? Grand Emperor's sword? This is the heaven-burying coffin of my previous life. All of these treasures are mine, all mine. Yan Chuan's eyes were brimming with excitement. Then, Yan Chuan looked at his body again. Then what am I now? Didn't I die in my previous life? This is my body from my previous life? This is my corpse from my previous life? I woke up using my previous life's corpse? Yan Chuan's eyes widened. Zombie body? The corpse from your previous life turned into a zombie? Yan Chuan said in surprise. I understand now. Life usurping derivation. Before I died, I used life usurping derivation and reincarnated into Yan Chuan. During life usurping derivation, life and death were separated. I misunderstood back then. Separation of life and death? It's not reincarnation, but my fate was split into 2. Yan Chuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Life usurping derivation caused my fate to be split into 2. A fate is made up of life and death. Life and death are separated. Life usurping derivation is the separation of life and death? The fate of a reincarnated body is all life, but this zombie body is all death. Life usurping derivation? Zombie body? Yen Chuan suddenly understood. This is not an external avatar. This is more real than an external avatar. 2 bodies, both of them are me. I have 2 bodies. Yen Chuan's eyes suddenly congealed with ecstasy. At this moment, Yen Chuan discovered that at this moment, billowing yin qi was constantly flowing into his body. The last time I went back, I caught a cultivator and said that the sky-burying coffin was led by Su Fu into the netherworld of the immortal world and fell into the nether spring. The sky-burying coffin is extracting the purest yin qi for me, nourishing my body? Yen Chuan immediately understood his situation. This is the sky-burying coffin? It's nourishing my zombie body? It seems that the sky-burying coffin is really related to me. Perhaps the sky-burying coffin is really mine. A long time ago in my previous life, maybe it's mine? Yen Chuan immediately guessed. Turning his head, Yen Chuan suddenly saw the wide end of the sky-burying coffin emitting a faint green light. It was as if there was an article. Yen Chuan stepped forward. He began to read. The Lotus God has transcended and achieved immortality. The destruction of the 3 realms is imminent. Transcendence? If I were given another 100,000 years, I might be able to achieve it. However, the Lotus God is not waiting. I am willing to give it my all. If I succeed, I will transcend. If I fail, I will help others to transcend. A gamble of life and death, a gamble of life and death. I want to leave behind a chance to live. I want to see the world at peace. I hope there is a next life. I hope there is a next life. This was a self-narration, full of desolation. Yen Chuan frowned deeply. Immortality? Didn't immortals have immortality? Was it that difficult? What did transcendence mean? This person was the former owner of the sky-burying coffin. Could it be my previous life? If so, then did I belong to this slim chance of survival? Yen Chuan's heart was filled with mixed feelings. Was it really him? But he had no memories of his past at all. Soon, once I transcend the tribulation and become an immortal, I will be able to remember my past life. Even if I have the sky-burying coffin in this life, I will still be able to remember. Immortal as long as I become an immortal. Yen Chuan's eyes were filled with determination. The memories of his past life could only be unsealed after he became an immortal. At the end of this self-narration, there was a cultivation technique. Body of a general and official? This is a cultivation technique specially made for zombies? Yen Chuan looked at it in surprise. Body of a general and official. This cultivation technique was extremely long. Yen Chuan kept looking at it. Yen Chuan took a deep breath as he read the introduction of Body of a General and Official. There is actually such a powerful cultivation technique in this world? Yen Chuan's eyes narrowed as he said in surprise. He silently and quickly memorized the cultivation technique. After a while, the light and shadow on the sky-burying coffin slowly disappeared. However, Yen Chuan had already memorized Body of a General and Official. After sitting in the sky-burying coffin for a while, Yen Chuan slowly digested everything in front of him. He looked around and sensed the yin qi that was constantly being absorbed by the sky-burying coffin. This yin qi can be used to cultivate the body of a general and official. Since the outside world is the secluded spring, I might not be able to withstand it for long if I go out now. Why don't I stay here and cultivate the body of a general and official? My zombie body will cultivate in seclusion here. Yen Chuan analyzed solemnly. After making up his mind, Yen Chuan lay down again. Yen Chuan knew that this was the only way to absorb the yin qi faster. Closing his eyes, Yen Chuan the zombie entered into cultivation. The sky-burying coffin returned to its original calm state. It was as if the zombie had never woken up. Everything returned to normal. Yen Chuan's zombie body went into hiding, unknown to the world. Goddess Ji Chen's sealed realm. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yen capital. Lu Jin often came to Xianyang Palace. Xianyang Palace was guarded by the experts of the Tiger Tribe and the Great Jin Celestial Empire. No one was allowed to disturb them. Today, when Lu Jin came again, she saw Yi Feng passing by. Lord Yi, Uniqlo. The two of them greeted each other. His Majesty has been gone for 180 years. Lu Jin exclaimed. Yes, 180 years. 200 times cultivation is equivalent to 36,000 years. This time, the great Jin Celestial Empire will have many more peerless villains. Yi Feng said with a smile. Lu Jin nodded and smiled. Northern Divine Continent. Demon Race's Celestial Empire. Imperial Palace. Outside a large hall. Zhu did not attend the morning assembly today. Instead, he had been guarding outside the hall. Boom! A loud sound suddenly came from the hall. After a while, Quang! The door of the hall opened and Yao Tianshang walked out with a hint of excitement. You also broke through? 12th level upper void stage? Zhu asked. That's right. You and I are both at the perfected mortal stage now. Yao Tianshang's eyes flashed with excitement. Middle Divine Continent, Divine Sect's Sacred Ground. In the Divine World. Boom! A loud sound came from the Divine World. Then, a series of congratulations came from the Divine World. Congratulations, Sect Master. Your strength has increased tremendously. Congratulations came from the Divine World. Western Divine Continent. Great Buddha Celestial Empire, Thousand Buddhas City. In a secret room. Boom! Lotus God, my strength has increased again. Ha! Kong Imoku shouted excitedly. While the heroes of the world were immersed in cultivation, something big happened in the Southern Divine Continent. At the border of the Great Nightmare Celestial Empire, the sky suddenly turned gloomy. Endless lightning flashed. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! A loud sound came from the sky. A huge hole was blasted in the sky. Hundreds of figures flew in from the hole. Don't worry, Holy King. We will not let you down. We will unify the sealed world as soon as possible. A man in a white robe said respectfully to the huge hole. Don't worry, Holy King. The hundreds of figures said in unison. Chapter 1058. Southern Divine Continent. At the border of the Great Nightmare Heavenly Dynasty. Dark clouds covered the sky as heavenly thunder rumbled. Countless living beings looked up at the sky in horror. In a valley, there was a thatched hut. The sudden change in the sky caused the thatched hut to open. A red-robed cultivator quickly walked out. When he saw the huge change in the sky, his jaw dropped. With a loud bang, a huge hole was blasted in the sky. Hundreds of experts crawled out from the hole. Don't worry, Sacred Ruler. We won't let you down. We'll unify the sealed realm as soon as possible. A white-robed man said respectfully as he faced the huge hole. Don't worry, Holy King. Hundreds of figures bowed at the same time. The red-robed Xiozha below could see clearly that there were 600 Xiozha in total. At this moment, they bowed their heads and looked at the hole that was becoming smaller and smaller. From within the hole, an incomparably dignified voice gradually sounded, N. We shall wait and see. 600 Xiozha bowed respectfully. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the huge hole in the sky slowly closed. Below, the red-clothed cultivator looked at the sky in shock. Immortal? People from the celestial realm had descended to the mortal world? The descent of the immortals? The 600 immortals were surrounded by dazzling lights, and a powerful aura was emitted. The hole in the sky closed, and the dark clouds quickly scattered in all directions with the wave of an immortal's hand. The 6 leaders of the 600 immortals gathered together. The other immortals all looked over. The 6 immortals looked at the sky and closed their eyes to sense it. As expected, the spies we sent to the Great Zhou sent news that they were correct. One of the Dao seals in this world was taken by Wu Jiong. The netherworld collapsed and only the world of the living is left. Moreover, this Yang realm no longer suppresses immortals like in the legends. The leader said, Big brother, although this world doesn't suppress immortals, it still has a suction force. If you don't pay attention, you can easily be squeezed out of this world. Another immortal said, What's this bit of pressure? Us 6 brothers are all heavenly immortals. The Sage King is too cautious. He doesn't even need us to do anything. Just one Earth immortal is enough to dominate this world. No, a Xian immortal can dominate the world. Another immortal laughed. Well, first of all, we need to figure out the current situation of this world. A tall and sturdy man in the lead said. Everyone nodded. Then almost everyone looked down at the ground. Underground, a red-robed cultivator rushed towards the mountain forest in fear. Ha, where are you going? Come on up. One of the immortals laughed loudly. Swish. The red-robed cultivator was instantly sucked in front of the immortals. This lowly one greets the great immortals, the red-robed cultivator said fearfully. You don't have to be afraid. Just tell me what you know. Where is this place? Who are the experts in this world? Who are the experts in the vicinity? The leading immortal smiled. Yes, I will tell you everything I know. After a series of inquiries, the immortals looked at each other. Celestial Empire? Holy Land? Pet. An immortal said disdainfully. Let's go, bring us to the great Nightmare Heaven dynasty. An immortal called out. Yes, yes. The red-clothed cultivator immediately shouted. Under the guidance of the red-clothed cultivator, the 600 immortals headed towards the capital of the great Nightmare Heaven dynasty, Wei City. Wherever the group of immortals passed by, a huge aura pressed down. In the various cities that they passed by, countless immortals were instantly terrified. However, when they looked up, there was nothing. The pressure was also gone. Leaving behind the confused immortals, they headed straight for Wei City. Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty, Wei City, in the imperial court. King Gaio was in the imperial court. Suddenly, a terrifying aura pressed down. Roar! The golden dragon of the great Nightmare Heaven dynasty suddenly roared furiously. Who is it? How dare you? The palace guard immediately shouted angrily. Bang! The palace guard that rushed up to the sky was instantly pushed down by a huge force. Pa! A huge pit was formed on the ground. In the imperial court, King Gaio's skeleton eyes flashed. He stood up and walked out of the imperial court. The civil and military officials of the imperial court followed closely behind and quickly walked out of the imperial courts. Standing at the entrance of the imperial court, everyone followed King Gaio and looked towards the sky. Suddenly, a figure surrounded by multicolored light appeared in front of the officials. Immortal? Before the officials finished shouting, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Rays of multicolored light shot over quickly and stopped above the imperial court in the blink of an eye. There were a total of 600 rays. Within each of the 600 rays of multicolored light was a person. Immortal? The officials of the great Nightmare Heaven dynasty looked at the sky with their mouths agape. Immortals. They had seen many immortals. However, none of them were as exaggerated as this. 600? 600 immortals? 600 immortals looked down from high above, as if they were looking at a group of ants. Nearly half of the officials of the great Nightmare Heaven dynasty panicked. However, nearly half of them looked towards King Gaio. The eyes of King Gaio's skeleton flickered again. 20 years later, Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty. Yanjing. Yi Feng took charge of the country's affairs. He was cautious and conscientious. In the study, he was looking at some memorials that were within his authority. Lu Jin sat next to him. Lu Jin sipped on her tea and said with a smile, "It's been 200 years. I wonder how long it'll take for the emperor and the others to wake up this time." 200 years. When they return, their birth charts will increase by 40,000 years. It's still all right for the others. However, the luckiest ones this time are the terracotta soldiers. This group of children who have just joined Great Nightmare Heaven dynasty for 10 years. Ha! Yi Feng sighed and laughed. Lord Yi, are you envious? Who wouldn't be envious? However, I don't lack this opportunity. I believe I'll have another chance in the future. Yi Feng said with a smile. While the two of them were chatting, a loud shout suddenly sounded from outside the imperial court. Urgent report. Come in. Yi Feng shouted immediately. Urgent report? That was something that would only happen when something big happened. This was the first time in 200 years that something like this had happened. Soon after, a guard ran into the imperial court. He knelt on one knee and handed over a letter. Yi Feng frowned slightly and quickly took the letter. He opened the letter and read it. Lu Jin was drinking tea when she suddenly saw Yi Feng's expression change. "What's wrong?" Lu Jin asked curiously. "Something big is going to happen." Yi Feng handed the letter to Lu Jin. Lu Jin read the letter as well. 600 immortals? Lu Jin exclaimed. How many immortals were there in the world? 600 immortals had appeared in the southern divine continent? Wasn't this too exaggerated? Let's go. We must report this matter to the emperor. Yi Feng said immediately. Lu Jin nodded. 600 immortals. This was a huge number of immortals that had never appeared in this world. 600 immortals? That was a number that could easily destroy a holy land. The two of them did not dare to stay and quickly made their way to Xianying Palace. Guard the surroundings. Don't let anyone disturb us. Yi Feng instructed. Yes. A large number of powerhouses outside the palace responded. The two of them entered Xianying Palace and quickly closed the door. Inside Xianying Palace, it was pitch black and a sinister wind was raging. There were more than 3,000 coffins placed in Xianying Palace, all of them covered. In the lead was a huge black coffin with a huge black banner beside it. Yi Feng grabbed the black banner and waved it violently. Souls, return. With a wave of the black banner, the surrounding Yin Qi seemed to listen to his command and quickly spun, forming more than 3,000 small vortexes that stopped above each coffin. Immortal world. On a battlefield. A general in red armor was holding a bloody long sword and slaughtering his way through an army of tens of thousands. Wherever he passed, the enemy fled in terror. Suddenly, the general in red armor paused as a long voice sounded in his ears. Souls, return. In a valley, a couple with a kitten were enjoying tea and enjoying the scenery. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their ears. Meow? The powerhouses who had gone to the immortal world seemed to have heard Yi Feng's voice. Their bodies trembled as their souls returned to Xianying Palace. The first to return was naturally Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's coffin slowly opened. Yan Chuan's figure was revealed. Swish, swish, swish. Numerous souls seemed to appear out of nowhere and quickly entered Yan Chuan's body. Apart from Yan Chuan's coffin, the other coffins in the main hall opened one after another. Numerous souls quickly gathered and entered the bodies. Inside Xianying Palace, the Yin Qi was abundant. For a moment, the abundant Yin Qi seemed to have broken through Xianying Palace. Outside Xianying Palace, the Yin Qi soared to the sky. The guards outside were all abnormally shocked. Yan Chuan opened his eyes, his expression slightly sluggish, as if he was merging the 200 memories. After 10 breaths, Yan Chuan took a deep breath and focused his eyes. Greetings, Your Majesty. Yi Feng and Lu Jin immediately said respectfully. Yan Chuan let out a long breath and nodded. Yi Feng, something big happened? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Your Majesty needs to make a decision. Yi Feng nodded. Meow. Meow's voice came from a coffin not far away. ZZ and Meow also woke up. Not only the two, but more than 3,000 coffins also sat up one after another. Whoosh! Suddenly, 50 black-robed figures jumped out of 50 coffins. The 50 figures landed in front of Yan Chuan and knelt on one knee. Your Majesty, we will return first, the leader said. Yan Chuan nodded. The 50 people quickly opened the door and turned into 50 black figures, disappearing from Xianying Palace. Yi Feng and Lu Jin were surprised because the two of them did not know who these 50 figures were. Who were they? Did De Zhen have power that they did not know? The 50 people were not bystanders, they were from Butian Pavilion. This time, Yan Chuan let Dugudi lead a group of sword experts to enter Tianji. This time, De Zhen's collective strength increased greatly. Lu Jin, go get someone to prepare a spirit bath. Everyone needs to freshen up. Also, Yi Feng, have you prepared the spirit stones I asked you to prepare? Yan Chuan asked. Yes. Lu Jin replied. Rest assured, Your Majesty. These years, all the accumulated spirit stones and immortal stones have been stored. We are only waiting for Your Majesty and your colleagues to return and absorb the internal vitality. Yi Feng replied. All right. Yan Xuan nodded. Everyone had gained a lot from entering Tianji's dreamland. Their birth charts had increased. Next, it was time to increase their cultivation base. Chapter 1059. The Great Jin Celestial Empire had returned. In an instant, the officials of Yanjin received the news. However, Yan Xuan did not hold a court meeting, and the officials did not dare to disturb him. They could only visit the various officials. However, Lu Gang, Meng Wenruo, Li Si, In Hentian, Wang Jian, Hu Guang and the others had closed their doors. In Wang Jian's residence, Wang Jian summoned a subordinate in purple. He was the only upper void stage expert who had participated in the same exam that day. Sir? The subordinate in purple asked curiously. Wang Jian's back was facing the subordinate. The subordinate could tell that Wang Jian was still at the Qi Jing level, but for some reason, the subordinate could feel a terrifying aura emanating from Wang Jian's body. It was even more terrifying than 200 years ago. He was at the upper void stage. Why was he so terrified? Wang Jian slowly turned his head. His eyes contained a ferocious killing intent as he looked at the purple-clothed emptiness realm expert. The purple-clothed emptiness realm expert suddenly felt a chill in his heart. It was as if his entire spiritual soul had been frozen by Wang Jian's gaze. You are in the upper void realm. Take me to the eastern sea immediately. I want to pass the tribulation. Wang Jian said in a deep voice. Yes, the subordinate replied. Swish. The two of them were extremely fast as they shot towards the east. A month later, on an island in the East Sea, the subordinate in purple stared blankly at the entire island. On the island, Wang Jian had laid out a large number of spirit stones. A mountain? No, more than a dozen mountains of spirit stones piled up on the island. Where had Milord been for the past 200 years? Just as the subordinate in purple was puzzled. Rumble. A huge suction force was emitted from Wang Jian's body, sucking the yuan qi from the spirit stones in front of him. Who? A gentle breeze blew past, and the spirit stone turned into a pile of dust. All of the energy was absorbed into Wang Jian's body. Rumble. Dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. 39 heavenly tribulations? The subordinate in purple looked up at the sky. Wang Jian raised his head and a ferocious look flashed across his eyes. He swung the long sword in his hand. Above the long sword, a beam of blood-red light soared into the sky. Boom! The 39 heavenly tribulations exploded into countless fragments. Cough, cough, cough. The purple-robed subordinate coughed violently. Was this a tribulation? Was this a joke? Wang Jian continued to absorb the yuan qi from the spirit stones. Wang Jian's cultivation soared once again. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the tribulation clouds that had been shattered by the explosion gathered together once again. Why are they gathering again? No, this is not the 3 in 9 heavenly tribulation, but the 4 in 9 heavenly tribulation? Just as the purple-clothed subordinate was astonished. Clang. Boom. Another blood-red light soared into the sky, and the tribulation cloud exploded into pieces again. Cough, 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 cough. The subordinate in purple coughed again. 49 heavenly tribulations? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? However, Wang Jian's actions were not over yet. He continued to repeat the same thing. 59 heavenly tribulations? 6 hours later, when Wang Jian finished his 69 heavenly tribulations and reached the upper virtual stage, the subordinate in purple was speechless. He stared at Wang Jian with his eyes as wide as a goldfish's, quietly watching this strange scene. 200 years? Where did His Excellency and His Majesty go in the past 200 years? How could there be such a monstrous thing? Not only here. Similar things were happening everywhere in the Great Jin Empire. On another island in the East Ocean, behind Lu Gang stood a group of trusted guards. At this moment, the guards were also staring at Wang Jian with their goldfish eyes. Looking at the horrifying scene before them. Upper virtual stage. After Lu Gang finished his tribulation, he sorted out the energy in his body and sighed. Lu Gang understood his own body constitution. After cultivating, he understood that with his body constitution, reaching the God state was already his limit. But now, he had reached the upper virtual stage? And it was an extremely powerful upper virtual stage. In fact, Lu Gang was glad that he had chosen his majesty back then. He looked at his master. At this moment, his master was still in the deity realm. What about him? Lu Gang's determination to follow Yen Chuan grew stronger. On another island, Yin Hentian had just finished his tribulation. He looked at his palms. Dream of heaven's secrets? What a strange skill. Was this created by his majesty? This is too demonic. Yin Hentian exclaimed. At the mouth of a volcano, there was endless lava below. Jin Dayu sank into the depths of the volcano. He could feel the increase in his strength. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Ancestor, perhaps I can really restore the glory of my ancestor. Jin Dayu said excitedly. Meng Wenrua. After Meng Wenrua transcended his tribulation, he went straight to the Julu Academy. He did not disturb anyone and went directly to his father's grave. Facing the grave, Meng Wenrua respectfully kowtowed a few times. After kowtowing, Meng Wenrua clenched his fists. Father, I've become stronger. I'll definitely avenge you. When I return, I'll report to His Majesty and ask him to send troops to kill Li Songhai. Meng Wenrua said with bloodshot eyes. Under the effects of the dream of heaven's secrets, everyone's strength had reached the upper virtual stage. In Beijing, in the palace, Yen Chuan was also absorbing a large number of spirit stones. Yen Chuan's cultivation base was also rapidly increasing. Purng, purng, purng. Yen Chuan continued to compress the life force, causing it to become more condensed and his vitality to become stronger. Boom. In the end, a loud explosion rang in the main hall. Yen Chuan opened his eyes. I've finally suppressed it. I'm at the 11th level of the upper virtual stage. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Yen Chuan's eyes. It was not difficult for Yen Chuan to reach the peak of the upper virtual stage. However, Yen Chuan had suppressed his cultivation base. After learning that he had another zombie body, Yen Chuan understood how great of an advantage he had gained. Yen Chuan wanted to wait until his zombie body had also reached the same cultivation base before making a breakthrough. According to the life-usurping derivation scroll, there would be great changes when one ascended to a celestial realm. The two bodies might have different consciousnesses and become two people, just like Zhu and Yao Tianshang. However, Yen Chuan did not want that. Yen Chuan only wanted one consciousness. Since he had two bodies, he had to have one consciousness. After a long sigh, Yen Chuan stepped out of the main hall. Meow. Meow immediately jumped over. Meow. Yen Chuan, why isn't your cultivation base as high as mine? Ha. Meow said proudly. Yen Chuan was surprised. You've ascended to a celestial realm? Meow. Meow said proudly. It seems like your cultivation base is now the highest in the upper virtual stage? Yen Chuan asked curiously. Of course. Puma. I'm the genius Meow. Moreover, I don't need to undergo tribulation to raise my cultivation base. Isn't that amazing? Meow said proudly. She didn't need to undergo tribulation after ascending to a celestial realm? If others knew about this, they would definitely be shocked. However, Yen Chuan was not that surprised at this moment. Instead, he seemed to be deep in thought. Where's Zizi? Yen Chuan looked at Meow. Sister Zizi? She's still in seclusion. She said that the life and death book is vast and profound. She needs to study it properly. So, don't think about your bad intentions. Meow said with a smile. Yen Chuan knew what Zizi was thinking. Although the two of them were husband and wife in name, they had not done it for hundreds of years. Yen Chuan had always said that it was fine, but Zizi was always worried that it would bring disaster to Yen Chuan. Therefore, Zizi had always rejected him. She wanted to wait until Yen Chuan became a celestial realm master. After the celestial realm master, they would have to consummate their marriage. Yen Chuan smiled bitterly. He knew that Zizi was doing this for his own good. Taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan nodded. Southern Divine Continent, Nightmare Dynasty, Wei City. In a huge hall, King of Gaia, Li Songhai, and the Snake Emperor were accompanying 6 immortals. Li Songhai and the Snake Emperor stood behind King of Gaia. They sat with the 6 immortals, drinking tea. King of Gaia, this time, will use your Way City to conquer the world. The leader of the immortals said. Lord Gaia, you worry too much. It's my honor. King of Gaia nodded. Nightmare Dynasty is a vassal of our Sage Court. In the future, we will report this to the Sage King. The Sage King will reward you handsomely. I, Gaia Dalong, promise you. The leader of the immortals said with a smile. I, Gaia Erlong, also promise you. Don't worry, we 6 brothers mean what we say. In the future, we'll be comrades. Another immortal smiled. Thank you, everyone. King of Gaia said. It's getting late. We'll go back first. Gaia Dalong stood up. Everyone stood up. Then, the 6 immortals stepped out of the hall. Watching the 6 immortals leave, the Snake Emperor and Li Songhai's faces darkened. A vicious light flashed in their eyes. King of Gaia clenched his fists. Gaia Dalong? Gaia Erlong? Gaia Sanlong? Gaia Lulong? What kind of lousy name is that? Li Songhai said with disdain. No, the Gaia family is a big family in the immortal realm. It's just that it's declining now. Even so, these 6 brothers have reached the heavenly immortal realm. It's clear how strong the Gaia family is. The Snake Emperor shook his head. Your Majesty, is our Nightmare Dynasty really going to be a vassal of their Sage Court? Li Songhai frowned. King of Gaia snorted. Vassal? Comrades? Do they really want to accept our Nightmare Dynasty? Didn't you see the disgust in Gaia Wulong's eyes for a dead spirit, like me? They're just using me, King of Gaia said. Indeed. The Snake Emperor nodded. They want to use me. Why wouldn't I want to use them? Next, we'll see who's the knife in whose hand. King of Gaia said. Your Majesty is wise. Have their envoys been sent out? King of Gaia asked. A group of immortals has already spread out. We'll see Yen Chuan, Ju, Meng Sansheng, and the others soon. I wonder what will happen this time. Li Songhai said with a cold smile. This world isn't as easy as they think. They want to unify the world in such a short time? Even Jingting didn't do it when he was still alive. They want to? King of Gaia said with disdain, East Divine Continent. High up in the sky. 3 figures were flying in the sky. 2 of them were glowing, and the last one was a skeleton ghostly cultivator. Great immortals will be arriving in Yanjing soon. We'll be there soon. The skeleton said carefully. One of the immortals nodded with satisfaction. Yen Chuan? I want to see what kind of superhuman he is. The other immortal said with disdain. Chapter 1060. Great Jin Celestial Empire, Yanjing. Skyward Hall. Yen Chuan wore the black dragon imperial robe and sat on the dragon throne, presiding over the imperial court. After dreaming for 200 years, even though Yi Feng was in charge of national affairs, he did not have all the authority. Even if Yen Chuan did not want to give it to him, Yi Feng would not accept it either. At this moment, during the court assembly, Yen Chuan was making decisions on some important matters. Li Si, Huoguang, Jin Deyu, Meng Wenrua, Yin Hentian, and Wang Jian stood respectfully on both sides. Yi Feng stepped forward. Your Majesty, 600 immortals have descended upon the southern divine continent. Chaos is about to descend upon this world. Yi Feng frowned. 600 immortals? Most of the officials in the hall were shocked. After all, Yi Feng couldn't possibly tell everyone about this news. Today, the imperial court was going to discuss the 600 immortals. As for Yen Chuan, he had already understood everything these days. 600 immortals? Yen Chuan raised his eyebrows. Just as Yen Chuan was deep in thought, Yin Hentian suddenly stepped forward. I have something to report, Yin Hentian said. Oh? Yen Chuan asked curiously. The officials looked at Yin Hentian. Reporting to your Majesty, one of the seals in this world has been removed by Jing Ming, so it no longer repels immortals. However, it still repels immortals. It's just that the repelling force has become weaker. Yin Hentian said. Oh, how do I shrink it? Yen Chuan looked at Yin Hentian. Yin Hentian stroked his goatee, thought for a while and said, according to my conjecture, the stronger an immortal is, the greater the repulsive force they will experience. Human immortals will experience the least repulsive force, followed by Xian immortals, earth immortals, and sky immortals. My own cultivation is another matter. If I use the power of a celestial, these celestials won't be as free and easy as they are in the celestial realm. After Yin Hentian finished speaking, Meng Wenruo stepped forward. Your Majesty, what Lord Yin said is true. Not long ago, I went to the Julu Academy and talked to my great-grandfather, Meng Lingtian. From him, I found out that what Lord Yin said is exactly the same. Meng Wenruo said with certainty. Yen Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, it has been 20 years since those 600 immortals descended. Other than going to the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty, there is no other news. Yifeng said. Yen Chuan said solemnly, there will be. However, those who can break through this barrier are not easy to deal with in the immortal world. At that time, there was a cultivator who witnessed the descent of the 600 immortals. He was the one who broke through this realm and was called Saint Kinged by the immortals. He did not enter together with them. Yifeng said, Holy King? Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Perhaps the officials did not know what a sage king was. However, Yen Chuan understood that the King of Saints was the Saint King. The Saint King created the Holy Court. The Holy Court was formed when the Heavenly Dynasty was upgraded. The Saint King was also Yen Chuan's next target. The Saint King is not here yet. This group of immortals is just a test. Yin Hentian said with a smile. Meanwhile, outside Yanjin, two immortals cloaked in multicolored light suddenly appeared with a skeletal ghost immortal. Great immortals, we are here. The skeleton ghost immortal said. The two immortals looked around and smiled. That's all there is to it. One of the immortals laughed. Let's go. The other immortal shouted. Whoosh. The three of them flew toward Yanjin. Boom. Suddenly, a transparent wall appeared in front of the three of them, blocking them from moving forward. A feng shui array? The three of them suddenly stopped. On the square of the Skyward Palace, Feng Yinyang narrowed his eyes and said, Don't you know that this is Yanjin? The limit is 10,000 feet. No one is allowed to fly more than 10,000 feet. The two immortals looked down from the sky. Ha! The two immortals laughed in disdain. Who are you? One of the guards on the square shouted. I am the messenger of the Great Qi Sacred Court. I want to see Yen Chuan. The leading immortal said coldly. Wait here. Feng Yinyang said in a low voice. Then, Feng Yinyang walked into the Skyward Palace. The two immortals in the sky looked at him with disdain, but they did not do anything for the sake of their plan. Both of you, Yen Chuan is very powerful. Don't be too strong. The skeleton ghost cultivator advised. Powerful? Only trash like you think he is powerful. One of the immortals said disdainfully. The skeleton ghost cultivator could only feel helpless. Soon, Feng Yinyang walked out of the Skyward Palace again. His Majesty has ordered the two messengers of Great Qi to enter the palace. Feng Yinyang shouted. The three of them quickly landed on the square of the Skyward Palace. Under Feng Yinyang's lead, they slowly stepped into the Skyward Palace. Feng Yinyang was in the imperial court. In the Skyward Palace, Yen Chuan and the other officials quietly watched the two humans and one ghost walk into the palace. Yen Chuan looked at the two immortals calmly. The two immortals quickly scanned everyone's faces. Two human immortals? Yen Chuan was slightly surprised. The two human immortals were arrogant. They had no sense of danger at all. It was as if the strength of everyone in front of them was unbearable to look at. Yen Chuan's expression changed. He immediately understood everything. King Guai was tricking these immortals and did not tell them his true strength. You are Yen Chuan? My lord, Gong Yangdeng, has a letter for you to attend the Heaven Alliance meeting in 10 years, one of the immortals said. As he spoke, a letter suddenly appeared in his palm. He extended his hand and threw it at Yen Chuan with a gust of immortal power. It was as if he wanted to see Yan Chuan make a fool of himself. The letter flew over and shot at Yan Chuan like a sword chi. It was unusually ferocious. The powerful aura even made some of the officials in the imperial court change their expressions. The two immortals were about to see Yan Chuan make a fool of himself when the letter was halfway through its flight. Suddenly, two fingers appeared in front of the letter and clamped it. Bam! The letter stopped in midair and was caught by Li Si's two fingers. Holding the letter, Li Si turned to look at Yan Chuan. Lu Jin walked down and took the letter. She presented it to Yan Chuan. The two immortals' expressions darkened when they failed to humiliate Yan Chuan. The two immortals didn't come just to deliver the letter. They also wanted to intimidate Yan Chuan so that the Heaven Alliance meeting in 10 years would be easier. However, their first attempt at intimidating Yan Chuan had been easily resolved by an official of Dajin. The two immortals glanced at Li Si coldly. Li Si ignored the two of them. Yan Chuan opened the letter and glanced at it. I already know. Go back and tell Gongyang Delong that I'll be there when the time is right. Yan Chuan said lightly. As he spoke, he squeezed the letter lightly and crushed it into powder. Yan Chuan didn't plan to make things difficult for the two envoys. Crushing the letter was a signal to Gongyang Delong that Dajin would never yield. However, that wasn't the case in front of the two immortals. How dare you destroy His Excellency's letter? One of the immortals shouted. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Are all the envoys of the Daki sacred court so ill-mannered? Yan Chuan was slightly angered. How dare you? Is the Daki sacred court something you can criticize? Yan Chuan, you must repent in front of me today. Otherwise, I'll inform His Excellency of your attitude today and have him destroy Dajin. The immortal shouted. The immortal didn't seem to care about his situation at all. Perhaps to him, he could escape unscathed no matter what. He was an immortal, and they were mere mortals. That was the difference between them. Today, he wanted to give Yan Chuan a show of strength. Intimidate? That depended on the occasion. Intimidate Yan Chuan in Dajin's skyward palace? No matter how magnanimous Yan Chuan was, his eyes turned cold and a cold glint flashed in them. Wang Jian saw the cold glint in his eyes. What do you think? Yan Chuan, you still? The immortal shouted arrogantly. Hiss. Suddenly, there was a sword cry, and a fierce murderous aura exploded in the hall. The murderous aura rushed towards the immortal, and the murderous aura formed a bloody mist that instantly dyed the center of the hall red. Boom! The arrogant immortal was blown to smithereens. Whoosh! The bloody mist suddenly condensed and swept up the immortal's mangled corpse, then flew out of the skyward palace. The hall fell silent. Some of the courtiers were horrified. An immortal, had been killed with a single strike? Was that for real? However, some of the courtiers smiled faintly. Dajin had its own pride. How dare a nobody act so presumptuously here? Of course, the ones most shocked were the remaining immortal and the skeletal ghostly cultivator. How could they have imagined that an immortal, even the lowest human immortal, was still an immortal? How could he have been killed with a single strike? With just a single strike? They looked at the red-armored general in front of them. The general's face was cold. You should be executed for speaking such nonsense in Dajin's imperial court. Executed. The words executed sent a chill down the immortal's spine. Wang Jian's previous arrogance disappeared with the slash of his sword. That human immortal was on par with him. Just a single strike? Even the violent aftershock of that strike made the human immortal's heart palpitate. Your Majesty, the letter has been delivered. We will take our leave. The skeletal ghostly cultivator bowed with fear. The immortal's expression turned ugly, but he no longer dared to speak nonsense. With a fierce look in his eyes, he slowly retreated out of the hall with the skeletal ghostly cultivator. Go back and deliver the message. One person is enough. Yan Chuan said faintly from the dragon throne. Yes. Wang Jian responded, his murderous intent instantly locking onto the other immortal. Bastard. The immortal's expression changed. He rushed out of the skyward palace at a speed more than 10 times faster than when he came. Wang Jian's cold shout came from the hall just as the immortal fled in terror. Is the Skyward Palace a place you can come and go as you please? Wang Jian shouted coldly. With that, a blood-red sword energy shot out of the Skyward Palace. It went straight for the fleeing immortal. No! Boom! Wherever the energy swords passed, the fleeing immortals in midair were blasted into pieces. Blood mist filled the air. He died a gruesome death. At the entrance of the Skyward Palace, Wang Jian bowed respectfully to Yan Chuan as if nothing had happened. He returned to his court. Nearly half of Dazhen's officials looked at Wang Jian in shock. They were not too shocked. After all, Wang Jian was their colleague. The skeletal ghostly cultivator, on the other hand, was scared out of his wits. A human immortal? He didn't even have the right to escape from this general? Who was he? How could Dazhen be so terrifying? After a long while, the skeletal ghostly immortal finally regained his senses. He bowed respectfully to Yan Chuan again. I'll take my leave now. With his back facing the entrance of the hall, he slowly retreated out of the hall. As he retreated, sweat dripped down his forehead. He was afraid that the general in red armor would attack him again. The skeletal ghostly cultivator retreated until he was out of Yanjin. He seemed to be in a daze. The earlier scene was too terrifying. Chapter 1061. North Divine Continent. The Demon's Heavenly Court. At the entrance of the hall, one of the zombies looked horrified. Meanwhile, a ray of light shot into the sky. One of the immortals fled in a hurry. Zhu, Yao Tiansheng, my lord will kill you. Just wait for your deaths. The immortal said with great hatred. Zhu snorted coldly. He extended his hand into the sky. Suddenly, a white energy palm appeared in the sky. Many divine inscriptions appeared around the energy palm. As soon as the divine inscriptions appeared, the energy palm seemed to burst into flames. It was extremely powerful. The energy palm chased after the fleeing immortal. The energy palm formed. Bam! The energy palm suddenly tightened its grip on the fleeing immortal. Ah! The immortal cried out in shock. The immortal struggled with all his might, but it seemed like he could not break free from the energy palm's power. On the square, Zhu's hand gesture was the same as the energy palm's hand gesture in the air. There's a price to pay for your arrogance, Zhu said coldly. As he spoke, he clenched his right hand. Bam! In the sky, the immortal exploded into a bloody mist. The zombies beside him trembled. Go back and tell Gong Yang Daong that I'll be at the Heaven Alliance meeting, Zhu said coldly. Understood. The zombies fled in terror. Yao Tiansheng looked at the fleeing zombies and said with a dark expression, Heavenly Immortal? We're already at the 12th level of the void. After the tribulation, we'll be heavenly immortals as well. Should we? Zhu shook his head and said, There's no need to worry until the end. Great Qi's holy court? Gong Yang Dalong? He's going to make the entire world his enemy. The world isn't as simple as he thinks. Unifying the world? Even Jing Ming didn't touch this forbidden area back then. With just them? Yao Tiansheng nodded. On the other hand, Yun Exin frowned slightly and said, Your Majesty, was that the star-plucking hand earlier? Yun Exin, you know about it? Zhu asked in surprise. Yun Exin nodded and said, It's recorded in the Arcanum Sect's records that before the Great Ancient Tribulation, there was a mighty figure who cultivated the star-plucking hand. It's extremely powerful. Zhu nodded and said, I'm Yang Dan. Yun Exion's face immediately lit up. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Central Divine Continent. Divine Sect Sacred Grounds. A large number of cultivators were stationed in a huge valley. The large number of cultivators were guarding a large hall in the center. The words Divine World were written on the plaque in the main hall. The door was wide open, but the interior was like a black hole. It was pitch black, and it was impossible to see what was inside. At the entrance of the God Realm, a green-faced ghost cultivator was standing respectfully. At this moment, the green-faced ghostly cultivator looked anxious, as if he was waiting for something. Boom! 3 corpses suddenly flew out of the gate of the God Realm and landed in front of the green-faced ghost cultivator. The 3 corpses all had smiles on their faces. It was as if they were smiling before they died. Their deaths were extremely strange. 3 great immortals? The green-faced ghost cultivator exclaimed in shock. Boom! In the realm of the gods, a powerful aura suddenly pressed down, causing the face of the green-faced ghost cultivator to change. Meng Sansheng's voice came from the divinity. Go back and tell Gong Yang Daong that I'll definitely be at the Heaven Alliance meeting. As for those 3 reckless bastards, I've already taught them a lesson for him. Bang! The door slammed shut. The ghost cultivator was extremely shocked. Teach them a lesson? Teach them a lesson by killing them? Moreover, their deaths were too strange. Why were the 3 great immortals smiling before they died? West Divine Continent. Great Buddha Celestial Empire. 1000 Buddha City. Outside the Imperial City. Originally, the Buddha and Zhao Xianji were smiling at a skeleton ghost cultivator. Go back and tell Gong Yang Daong that the Great Buddha Celestial Empire will definitely be at the Heaven Alliance meeting. Zhao Xianji said with a smile. Where are the great immortals? Where are the 2 great immortals? The skeleton ghost cultivator frowned. Those 2 immortals? His Majesty said that those 2 immortals were extremely arrogant. His Majesty has already subdued them and sealed their immortal core power. He's going to reward them as slaves. Zhao Xianji said with a smile. Zhao Xianji's smile petrified the skeleton ghost cultivator. Slaves? 2 immortals were sold as slaves after visiting the 1000 Buddha Celestial Empire? Is there anything else? Zhao Xianji asked with a smile. The skeleton ghost cultivator shuddered and immediately said, No, I'll definitely tell him everything. Zhao Xianji nodded. The world was too big. Without the guidance of an immortal, the group of ghost cultivators took a few years to return to Wei City. Wei City, Gongyang Hall. There was a loud sound, as if a tea table had been smashed. In the hall sat the 6 Gongyang brothers and King Gaiyu. In front of them stood 5 ghost cultivators, and on the ground were 4 corpses. Outrageous! Gongyang Sanlong had just smashed the tea table, and he was still furious. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces were dark. They had sent some immortals to show the 5 major forces their strength. Who would have thought that the immortals would be wiped out along the way? Tell me clearly. Who are they? Gong Yang Erlong said coldly. Great Zhen. It's a general in red armor. According to the information we found, he should be the top martial scholar of the Great Zhen Celestial Empire 200 years ago, Wang Jian. The first ghost cultivator shouted. Wang Jian? Everyone's faces darkened. Demon Imperial Empire. It's you. He reached out and killed the great immortal. A zombie shouted. Ju? The 6 Gong Yang brothers' faces darkened. King Gaiyu interrupted. This Jew was the most powerful person in this world 30,000 years ago. It's natural for him to be powerful. Most powerful person in the world? Everyone snorted. Great Buddha Celestial Empire. 2 great immortals were imprisoned. They said they were going to be slaves and rewarded to their ministers. Another ghost cultivator reported. Another tea table was smashed. Clearly, it had been smashed by these emperors. Divine sect sacred ground. I don't know what happened either. 3 great immortals entered the divine realm and were thrown out as 3 corpses. Another ghost cultivator explained. The Gong Yang brothers suppressed their anger. Then what's going on? Why did Julu Academy have immortals die? King Gaiyu asked in a low voice. Julu Academy. The one who did it was a girl. A skeleton immediately reported. Girl? King Gaiyu asked in surprise. King Gaiyu had thought that Julu Academy would only have a few immortals at most. However, they were all male. Why was there a girl? I don't know. That girl wore a veil and was holding a guqin. She pulled the strings with both hands and suddenly, a sound technique shot out. The sound technique turned into a peerless demon and charged into the great immortal's body with a long saber. With a boom, the great immortal. The skeleton looked at the corpses on the ground in horror. King Gaiyu said. The ghost immortals retreated. For a moment, there was silence in the Gong Yang Palace. Big brother, these mortals have a death wish. Gong Yang Sanlong, who was hot-tempered, said angrily, "That's right, big brother. We can't let them live." Gong Yang Wulong nodded. Everyone looked at Gong Yang Dalong. Gong Yang Dalong's face darkened. "You're right. We can't let them live. Let's kill all of them at the Heaven Alliance meeting." Gong Yang Dalong was truly furious. King Gaiyu stood at the side. His skeleton eyes flashed slightly as if he was very satisfied with the current situation. Who wouldn't want to rule the world? Back then, King Gaiyu also had great ambitions. However, after being defeated by Jing Ming in one move, he understood that this world was not as simple as he had imagined. The waters of this world were too deep. Let's go all out. With 600 immortals, we'll stir up the stagnant waters of this world. It'll be best if we can all perish together. King Gaiyu, send people to each faction and record the people who came to participate in the Heaven Alliance meeting. I want to know the whereabouts of all the powerhouses in this world. Gong Yang Dalong said. Don't worry, everyone. King Gaiyu nodded. After giving some instructions, King Gaiyu stepped out of the Gong Yang palace. After King Gaiyu left, the 6 Gong Yang brothers' faces darkened. King Gaiyu wants to use us? Gong Yang Erlong said with a frown. All his schemes are useless in the face of absolute power. Use him? King Gaiyu won't be able to escape from me. Gong Yang Dalong said in a low voice. Everyone nodded. The death of a human immortal didn't mean much to the 6 brothers. It was just a loss of face. Human immortal? The 6 brothers didn't care about the strength of a human immortal. Great Jin Heavenly Dynasty, Yen Capital, Upper Study Room. Some of the important officials stood respectfully. Meng Wenruo stepped forward. Your Majesty, please allow me to go. I want to avenge my father's death. Meng Wenruo shouted. Yen Chuan frowned slightly. Meng Wenruo's eyes reddened as he said, Your Majesty, I understand the purpose of this trip. The southern divine continent might change drastically because of this. King Gaiyu might even play with fire. I don't know if Li Tsanghai can survive this calamity, but I hope that Li Tsanghai will die in my hands. My sister, Meng Rongrong, has already gone as a representative of the Julu Academy. Your Majesty, please allow me to accompany you to avenge my father's death and protect my sister's safety. Looking at Meng Wenruo, Yen Chuan nodded and said, All right, you can come along. Hand over your duties. Thank you, Your Majesty. Meng Wenruo said excitedly. After looking at the officials, Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said, Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, Meng Wenruo, and Feng Yinyang will accompany you to the Heaven Alliance meeting. Yes, Your Majesty. The 4 replied immediately. However, Huoguang, Li Si, and the others felt a sense of pity. They handed over the matters of the imperial court. Yen Chuan, Feng Yinyang, Jin Diyu, Wang Jian, and Meng Wenruo set off on their journey to the southern divine continent. On a huge flying boat, Yen Chuan and Meng Wenruo stood at the bow of the boat. Meng Wenruo looked at Yen Chuan in confusion. Yen Chuan frowned. He thought for a moment and said, The people from the Julu Academy have already left? Yes, 3 months ago. My sister, Meng Rongrong, brought a few people with her. Meng Wenruo nodded. Yen Chuan hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Meng Rongrong is leading the team? How can Meng Lingtian and the others not worry? Your Majesty, you don't have to worry. Rongrong cultivates the Tao with the Guqin. According to my great-grandfather, even my great-grandfather can't compare to her now. Meng Wenruo explained. Yes. Yen Chuan nodded, but there was still some worry in his eyes. Chapter 1062. Meng Rongrong's Guqin. There were 2 wrong words in the previous chapter. Sorry, please correct them as soon as possible. Southern Divine Continent, Great Hall Gongyang. 40 immortals stood in front of the 6 Gongyang brothers. They looked at the 6 Gongyang brothers with great respect. Gongyang Dalong looked at them and took a deep breath. All 40 of you are Earth immortals. You're the strongest in this world. Everyone looked at Gongyang Dalong. The 5 biggest forces in this world will be here soon. These people must be extraordinary. I wanted to subdue them, but they're too arrogant. They killed all the immortals we sent. Gongyang Dalong said with a gloomy face. My lord, if you have any orders, please tell us. The Earth Immortals said immediately. The natives of this world are too arrogant. If we want to complete the sage ruler's cause as soon as possible, we must punish them as an example to the rest. I'm going to send half of you Earth Immortals and half of you Immortals to their lair. Kill all their subjects, disciples, and relatives. Leave no one alive. Gong Yongdong took a deep breath and said, "Huh." Everyone's face turned serious. I want the world to understand that no one can go against Daki. No one can. They can only submit to us. Gong Yongdong said in a low voice. Yes. You don't have to worry. These indigenous leaders have all come to participate in the Heaven Alliance meeting. None of them will be able to escape with the 6 of us here. Go ahead and kill them to your heart's content. Kill them until they're afraid of us. Kill them until the world is afraid of us. Yes, my lord. The Immortals answered. Big brother, what should we do with King Gaio? Gong Yang Sanlong asked. King Gaio? If he's obedient, we'll use him to conquer the world. If he's not obedient... Gong Yang Dalong's eyes flashed coldly. In King Gaio's study. Cough, cough, cough. Your Majesty, I feel that you're playing with fire this time. The Snake Emperor frowned and coughed. King Gaio's skeletal eyes flickered. Playing with fire? This fire, to my great nightmare heavenly dynasty, has 100 benefits and no harm. If Gong Yang Dalong can wipe out all the heroes of the world in one fell swoop, why can't we join in? Even if the entire army is wiped out, my great nightmare dynasty won't suffer any losses. King Guai said calmly. No, your Majesty, I feel that. The Snake Emperor was still frowning. All right, that's enough. I've made up my mind. King of Gai said solemnly. Snake Emperor could only helplessly reply, Li Songhai. King of Gai looked at Li Songhai and said, Present. Have you prepared the things that I asked you to prepare? King of Gai asked in a low voice. Yes, I have already ordered people to set up the formation to deal with the heroes of the realm. Li Songhai said solemnly. King of Gai nodded. What? Your Majesty, do you think that Gong Yang Dalong and the 600 Immortals will be wiped out? Li Songhai asked in surprise. I do have such a guess. Although it is unrealistic, that is what I think. King of Gai nodded solemnly. The Snake Emperor asked in confusion. Although Gong Yang Dalong and the other Immortals are strong, I can still see through them. However, I can't see through the heroes of the realm and the various forces. What you can't see through is always the most dangerous. King of Gai said in a low voice. Yes, your Majesty is wise. Li Songhai nodded. There were still 3 months until the Heaven Alliance meeting. Yen Chuan and the rest had already arrived at the heart of the Great Nightmare Dynasty. The Heaven Alliance meeting was held near the capital of the Great Nightmare Dynasty. However, Yen Chuan and the rest stopped at a snowfield far away from Wei City. Meng Wenrua took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, before my sister left, she said that she would come here first. This used to be the base of my Feng Shui Southern sect. However, it has changed beyond recognition. That mountain used to be my Yin Yang Palace. After that drastic change, this place is surrounded by Yin Qi all year round. Snow and frost are constant. Feng Yin Yang exclaimed. This is also where my father died. Hatred flashed across Meng Wenrua's face. Ding, 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 ding. Suddenly, the sound of a zither rang out. The sound of the zither drifted in all directions of the snowfield. Some birds that were searching for food were suddenly intoxicated by the sound of the zither and flew around. My sister is playing the zither. Meng Wenrua understood immediately. Let's go. Yen Chuan led the group and flew quickly towards the sound of the zither. They flew to the foot of a mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there was a plum blossom ridge. Snowflakes drifted down, and plum blossoms bloomed. The scenery was very pleasant. There were a few houses at the side. They looked like they were newly built and were very elegant. 10 cultivators immediately flew into the air outside the house. For you, one of them shouted. However, when they got closer, the 10 of them were delighted. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Teacher Meng. The 10 of them immediately bowed. Teacher Meng? Yan Chuan looked at Meng Wenruo curiously. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and said, when I went back to the Julu Academy, I gave a few lessons to some Confucian cultivators. Yan Chuan nodded. Your Majesty, Teacher Meng, it's good that you are here. Some time ago, a group of thieves came and tried to kidnap eldest young lady. Eldest young lady repelled them with her zither. However, when they left, they might come again. A Confucian cultivator immediately shouted. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Who was it? Meng Wenruo's face turned gloomy. I don't know. However, they should be back soon. The Confucian cultivator said. Is Meng Rongrong injured? Meng Wenruo asked worriedly. With eldest young lady's zither skills, how could those thieves get close to her? However, those people's filthy words are too unpleasant. The Confucian cultivator said angrily. Take me to Meng Rongrong. Meng Wenruo said. All right. Teacher Meng, please. The Confucian cultivator said. Yan Chuan nodded and turned to look at Wang Jian. All of you stand guard outside. If there are any blind people, kill them. Yes. Jin Deyu, Feng Yinyang, and Wang Jian replied. Yan Chuan and Meng Wenruo flew to Plum Ridge together. A few houses surrounded a courtyard, and the sound of the zither was coming from the courtyard. Yan Chuan and Meng Wenruo landed outside the door. I will report to eldest young lady. Wait for the song to finish. Yan Chuan shook his head. Meng Wenruo saw that Yan Chuan was insistent and could only accompany Yan Chuan. The zither music was extremely beautiful. Even the birds in the sky were unwilling to leave for a long time. Yan Chuan closed his eyes and enjoyed the music. From the beautiful zither music, Yan Chuan heard a hint of sadness. Sadness? Was Meng Rongrong still sad about what happened back then? Back then, in the Julu Academy's world of light, Yan Chuan was invaded by evil energy and lost control. Under Meng Rongrong's rejection, he took possession of Meng Rongrong. Since then, Yan Chuan had never seen Meng Rongrong again. He did not even have a chance to apologize. He could only leave 3 yellow roses at the entrance of the world of light. At this moment, hearing the sadness in the zither music, Yan Chuan's heart was touched. Chapter 1063. Yan Chuan and Meng Wenruo were quietly waiting outside the house. Yan Chuan's heart was touched by this sorrowful melody. Ding! The last note of the zither ended and the surroundings became silent. The birds circling in the sky were still reluctant to leave and flew away after circling for a while. In the courtyard, a beautiful woman wearing a white veil with a beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a mature charm. Her hands were on the zither strings as she looked up at the sky and sighed. Sigh. A soft sigh fell into Yan Chuan's ears, causing his heart to feel heavy. Young Miss, Teacher Meng Wenruo, Sage de Zhen is here. A Confucian cultivator shouted into the house. The report made Meng Rongrong's expression change. She looked slightly flustered. Young Miss? The Confucian cultivator outside the house called out. Only then did Meng Rongrong come to her senses. Let them in. Meng Rongrong bit her lips and said, Yes. This way, please. The Confucian cultivator led the way. Yan Chuan and Meng Wenruo slowly walked into the hall. Meng Rongrong was already in the hall. Meng Rongrong clenched her fists tightly and avoided looking at Yan Chuan. Instead, she looked at Meng Wenruo. Big brother, why are you here? Meng Rongrong asked. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong and saw that Meng Rongrong's body was tense. He frowned and sighed in his heart. This is the place where father died. I naturally have to pay my respects. Little sister, I heard that someone came to find trouble with you? Meng Wenruo asked. I already sent them away, but I left them alive to lure out the mastermind. Meng Rongrong said. Mastermind? Meng Wenruo's eyes turned cold. From Meng Rongrong's tone, it wasn't difficult for Meng Wenruo to hear that someone was targeting Meng Rongrong. Her father was dead and she only had this little sister left. Who would dare to target her? Little sister, leave this matter to me. I want to see who is so bold to target my little sister. Meng Wenruo's eyes were cold. Meng Rongrong nodded. Although Meng Rongrong felt that she could handle this matter on her own, since her brother had spoken up for her, Meng Rongrong also accepted this sibling relationship. Rongrong, this is the emperor, Meng Wenruo said to Meng Rongrong. Obviously, Meng Rongrong didn't look Yan Chuan in the eye from the beginning, which put Meng Wenruo in a difficult position. She wanted to ease the tension. Meng Rongrong frowned and looked at Yan Chuan. Little sister, Meng Wenruo said anxiously. Big brother, you go and pay respects to father. I have something to talk to Yan Chuan. Meng Rongrong bit her lips. Meng Wenruo was stunned. Obviously, other than Yan Chuan and Meng Rongrong, no one else knew about what happened in the light world. Go. Yan Chuan said to Meng Wenruo. Meng Wenruo looked at Yan Chuan and Meng Rongrong blankly. She suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the tone of their conversation. It seemed that there was something. Your Majesty, little sister is young and ignorant. I hope your Majesty won't take offense if there's anything she doesn't do. Meng Wenruo said respectfully. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Yan Chuan nodded and smiled bitterly. Meng Wenruo nodded blankly. Meng Wenruo stepped out of the hall. Bang. The door of the hall closed with a loud bang. Meng Wenruo looked at the door of the hall in a daze. Even with Meng Wenruo's superior intelligence, she couldn't see through the strange scene in front of her. Shaking her head, Meng Wenruo ignored it and flew to Feng Yinyang. Lord Feng, please point to the place where my father was killed by Li Songhai. Meng Wenruo said solemnly. Feng Yinyang nodded. Soon, the two came to the place where Meng Ziqiu was besieged. It's here, Feng Yinyang said. Not far away, there was a snow valley. In the snow valley, there was an incense table. Meng Ziqiu's memorial tablet was placed on the incense table. In front of the memorial tablet, there was a woman in red. She was in the middle of worshipping. Sanyang? Why are you here? Meng Wenruo flew over in surprise. Feng Yinyang also recognized the woman in red at a glance. Su Sanyang, Meng Wenruo's wife. Seeing the couple together, Feng Yinyang stepped back and didn't go forward. Su Sanyang, Meng Ziqiu's disciple, and Meng Wenruo's childhood sweetheart. On the day of their wedding, she was kidnapped by Taoist Lord Yu from the Dezhou Holy Ground and became his wife in his previous life. Later, under Yan Chuan's arrangement, Meng Wenruo and Su Sanyang reconciled. Su Sanyang's incense was on the table. Meng Wenruo landed beside her. Sanyang, why are you here? Meng Wenruo asked gently. Su Sanyang turned her head, her eyes red. Sanyang, don't cry. What's wrong? Meng Wenruo shouted. Meng Ziqiu is your father, and also my master. I was raised by my master since I was young. I can't live under the same sky as him, but you didn't bring me. Su Sanyang said, feeling wronged. This trip to the southern divine continent is very dangerous, so Meng Wenruo said awkwardly. You didn't bring me, so I asked my sister to bring me. I must see Li Songhai die, I must. Su Sanyang said stubbornly with red eyes. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly and sighed. Okay, it's my fault. When I kill Li Songhai, I will let you be by my side. But Su Sanyang's anger dissipated. Su Sanyang lit another incense stick and handed it to Meng Wenruo. Meng Wenruo nodded and lit an incense stick for her father. The husband and wife hugged each other and looked at the memorial tablet, their faces full of sadness. In the main hall of the Plum Ridge residence, Yan Chuan and Meng Rongrong sat facing each other. A pot of tea was placed on the table. Meng Rongrong looked down at her teacup, her fingers sliding slowly along the rim of the teacup. She frowned, not knowing what to say. What happened in the past was still vivid in her mind. As for Yan Chuan, he looked at Meng Rongrong with guilt and pity in his eyes. The two of them were silent for a while, neither of them speaking. Yan Chuan drank the tea in his cup. Rongrong, have you opened the box that I asked Dongfang Jingpai to give you? Yan Chuan asked. Meng Rongrong bit her lip and did not speak. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. I didn't mean to do what happened in the past. It's been hard on you all these years. Yan Chuan sighed. Meng Rongrong felt a lump in her throat. She looked up at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's heart ached when he saw Meng Rongrong's slightly moist eyes. Things should not have happened like this. Yan Chuan, let me ask you, have you ever liked me? Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with determination. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong's serious eyes and suddenly felt something. Yan Chuan nodded. Back in the Julu Academy, Meng Rongrong secretly ran around for Yan Chuan. Although most people did not know, Yan Chuan was very clear. Although he did not say it, Yan Chuan was still very touched. Originally, everything could have developed slowly, but the matter of the light world going out of control happened. Meng Rongrong heard Yan Chuan's words, but her heart seemed to have calmed down. Meng Rongrong bit her lip, was silent for a while, and said, "I'll be your empress." Empress? Yan Chuan showed a look of surprise. It was not that Yan Chuan did not want to, but Yan Chuan understood Meng Rongrong's character. A woman who was soft on the outside but strong on the inside, such words should not come out of Meng Rongrong's mouth. However, since she said it today, Yan Chuan instantly understood. Only when she loved someone deeply would she put down all her dignity. Good. Yan Chuan was extremely touched. I only have one husband and my husband must only have one wife. I'll be your empress and give birth to your children. I can do any of your requests, but I only ask that you only have one wife me. Meng Rongrong said with red eyes. Yan Chuan immediately looked at Meng Rongrong and frowned deeply. I secretly went to Yan Jing and saw Zizi. She's still a virgin. You two are only together in name. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan expectantly. At this moment, Yan Chuan only had bitterness in his eyes. A woman who was deeply in love with him was confessing to him. He wanted to say yes, but his heart was tormented. At this moment, Yan Chuan suddenly felt extremely guilty. He felt that he was too much of a jerk when it came to relationships. However, to ask Yan Chuan to give up on Zizi? Give up on Mo Yushi? Give up on his 80th wife, Zhao Feng? Yan Chuan looked up and smiled bitterly. His heart was burning. Meng Rongrong saw Yan Chuan's expression and immediately understood Yan Chuan's thoughts. Pain and despair flashed across her eyes. I understand. You don't like me. You only like yourself. Get out. Get out. I don't want to see you anymore. Meng Rongrong suddenly cried. Rongrong. Yan Chuan said gently. Get out. Meng Rongrong said sadly with tears in her eyes. Yan Chuan also felt suffocated. He looked at Meng Rongrong with pity and didn't know what to say. Get out. Meng Rongrong cried. Yan Chuan closed his eyes and walked to the door sadly. At this moment, Yan Chuan really wanted to divide himself into several parts. He opened the door of the hall. Yan Chuan stepped out of the hall with a heavy heart. Bang! The door of the hall slammed shut. Meng Rongrong took out a jade box and hugged it, crying for a long time. The jade box was the one that Yan Chuan asked Dongfang Zhengpai to give to Meng Rongrong. The jade box was intact. The seal on it was undamaged. Obviously, it had never been opened. After crying for a long time, Meng Rongrong looked at the jade box. She grabbed the jade box and wanted to smash it. However, after smashing half of it, she couldn't resist. She gently undid the seal and opened the jade box for the first time. The jade box was opened. There was nothing too luxurious inside. There was only a small piece of paper with some words written on it. As she cried, Meng Rongrong read it. She saw the words written on it. The reeds are green, the white dew is frost. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Tracing the reeds, the road is long and obstructive. Tracing the reeds, I'm in the middle of the water. The reeds are luxuriant, the white dew is not yet clear. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Tracing the reeds, the road is long and obstructive. Tracing the reeds, I'm in the middle of the water. The reeds are green, the white dew is not yet clear. The so-called lover is on the other side of the water. Tracing the reeds, the road is long and obstructive. Tracing the reeds, I'm in the middle of the water. This was a love poem. It was written by Yan Chuan to Meng Rongrong as an apology and longing. After reading and understanding the content of the poem, Meng Rongrong's crying became softer. Wiping her tears, Meng Rongrong's face revealed an unknown smile. However, this smile was quickly drowned in sadness. Chapter 1064. Yan Chuan's punch. While Yan Chuan was talking to Meng Rongrong, Meng Wenrua and her husband were paying respects to Meng Ziqiu. At the same time, Wang Jian was also on a killing spree on another mountain. Hiss! Sword light shot into the sky, and murderous intent filled the air. In the valley, Su Sanyang frowned. Don't worry. It's Wang Jian. Meng Wenrua shook her head. Su Sanyang nodded and ignored her. She started to pay respects to Meng Ziqiu again. The sound of killing suddenly stopped in the distance. The murderous intent disappeared. Meng Wenrua turned her head and looked over. Let's go. Wang Jian must have left someone alive. I want to see who wants to kill my sister. Meng Wenrua said. Su Sanyang nodded. The two of them walked toward the mountain in the distance. On a mountain in the distance, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, and Feng Yinyang looked around coldly. There were about 3,000 corpses on the ground. They were badly mutilated and stained the snow-white ground red. Wang Jian held his sword and looked coldly at a black shadow in the distance. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, another group of people flew toward them. The leader was Zhao Xianji of the Great Buddha Empire. Amateus, is that Wang Jian of the Great Shan Empire? Why did he kill one of our officials? Zhao Xianji asked with a dark expression. So the Great Buddha Empire is behind this? Zhao Xianji, don't you remember what happened 200 years ago? Jin Deyu suddenly interrupted. Zhao Xianji looked at Jin Deyu. His face darkened. 200 years ago, the archaic Arcanum sect's plan to create a god had led all the heroes to the North Divine Continent. In the end, Kong Mok returned empty-handed. He wanted to vent his anger on the Great Shan Empire, so he led a large number of officials to Yanjin. In the end, he was defeated by the officials of the Great Shan Empire. Zhao Xianji was also severely injured by Jin Deyu during that battle. When enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. The Great Buddha Emperor sent an official to invite Meng Rongrong. However, all of you tried to kill him without distinguishing between right and wrong. Today, no matter who it is, all of you must give the Great Buddha Empire an explanation. Zhao Xianji said coldly. Explain? A loser, you want to give an explanation? Jin Deyu said with a cold look in his eyes. Wang Jian retreated at the right time, allowing Jin Deyu to confront Zhao Xianji. After all, the two of them were old enemies. Jin Deyu, do you think it's still 200 years ago? Zhao Xianji said coldly. As he spoke, the aura around Zhao Xianji's body shot up, exploding with several times the strength of 200 years ago. The huge aura even forced the snowflakes below to roll up in all directions. Rumble! A huge aura pressed down on Jin Deyu. Zhao Xianji clearly wanted to take revenge for what happened 200 years ago. The 12th level of the upper void stage? Jin Deyu's pupils constricted. Zhao Xianji's body radiated white light in all directions. Looking from afar, it was incomparably holy. Zhao Xianji extended his hand, and a small white bell appeared in his palm. Jin Deyu smiled when he saw Zhong. Was there anyone in the world who dared to compete with him? The golden divine emperor clock appeared with a bang, and a majestic aura instantly pressed down on Zhao Xianji. Jin Deyu, you didn't expect it, right? In these 200 years, I've already reached the 12th level of the upper void stage. Today, I'll return the humiliation of that day. Zhao Xianji said with a cold look in his eyes. In a short 200 years, Zhao Xianji went from the 6th level of the upper void stage to the 12th level? He had a fortuitous encounter too? He actually reached the perfection of the upper void stage in a short time? Feng Yinyang said with a frown. Jin Deyu was indifferent. A fortuitous encounter in 200 years? How can you compare to me? Just as Jin Deyu was about to step out, Meng Wenrua suddenly grabbed Jin Deyu's shoulder. Lord Jin, show weakness to the enemy and entangle Zhao Xianji to draw the big fish out. Meng Wenrua said. Jin Deyu frowned, and finally nodded. Dang! Jin Deyu's divine emperor clock emitted a loud ring, and was thrown towards the sky. The white bell in Zhao Xianji's hand also emitted a loud ring and was thrown towards the sky. Bang! The two enormous clocks collided with a bang. Buzz! The rolling sound waves collided with each other. The Divine Emperor clock's sound waves were golden in color, while the white bell's sound waves were pure white. Not far away, Meng Wenruo's eyes narrowed. What power is this? Overwhelming righteousness? No, it's even purer and holier than overwhelming righteousness. Why have I never heard of it before? Meng Wenruo said with a frown. Rumble. The Divine Emperor clock was slightly better, and fiercely suppressed the white bell. Zhao Xianji's face changed, and he took a step towards the sky. In his hands, he suddenly waved a large amount of white energy, charging straight into the white bell. As soon as the white energy entered, the white bell's power immediately skyrocketed. Jin Deyu's eyes narrowed slightly, and he also poured in some golden energy again. The two clocks clanged as if no one was giving way. And at this time, Wang Jian's eyes also turned cold, looking at the group of powerhouses that Zhao Xianji brought. The corners of his mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. Shing! The bronze longsword immediately shot out, and under a ray of blood light, a cultivator was immediately chopped into pieces. The group of cultivators cried out in shock. Whoosh! Wang Jian charged out, and the bronze longsword fiercely slashed out. Bastard! Kill him! While the group of cultivators was shouting. Wang Jian's sword did not stop, and he continuously killed one cultivator after another. The group of cultivators emitted the same white light as Zhao Xianji. As soon as the white light appeared, their strength immediately skyrocketed. However, no matter how much their strength skyrocketed, how could they be stronger than Wang Jian? Although there were thousands of people, before Wang Jian, it was like harvesting grass. Bastard Wang Jian, stop! Zhao Xianji immediately cried out in shock. How could Wang Jian listen to him? Amidst the continuous killing. Of course, Wang Jian did not use his full strength. Everyone was fishing, slowly killing, and slowly waiting. Zhao Xianji was extremely anxious. As he activated the white bell in his hand, he also had a shocked expression on his face. 12th level upper void stage. Zhao Xianji's 12th level upper void stage was a little weak, because it was forcefully raised by Kong Emoku. Naturally, it was not the real 12th level upper void stage. But even so, it was still stronger than the 11th level upper void stage. Why did Jin Deyu's strength skyrocket as well? Zhao Xianji, how is it? Jin Deyu asked coldly. Jin Deyu kept pestering Zhao Xianji, causing Zhao Xianji to be unable to escape. Looking at his subordinates dying one after another, Zhao Xianji's expression was extremely unsightly as he said, Stop, His Majesty only loves your talents and wants to use you all for himself. If you kill more, His Majesty will not forgive you. Loves talents? In the distance, Meng Wenruo and Feng Yinyang looked at each other and immediately understood. Meng Rongrong was only a bait. Kong Emoku wanted to use Meng Rongrong to threaten Meng Wenruo and take in Dezhen's officials? Instigate a rebellion within Dezhen? A trace of disdain appeared on Meng Wenruo's face. It was obvious that she disdained Kong Emoku's clumsy scheme. Zhao Xianji anxiously explained everything. At this moment, Yan Chuan just happened to walk out of Plum Ridge's hall. When the door closed, Yan Chuan's heart was filled with panic. The guilt he felt towards Meng Rongrong made it difficult for Yan Chuan to get rid of the pent-up frustration in his heart. Suddenly, he heard a shout in the distance. Stop! His Majesty only loves your talents and wants to use you all for himself. In the distance, Zhao Xianji's words were like a barrel of oil that had been thrown into Yan Chuan's chest. Yan Chuan's face immediately turned ferocious, as if he had found a place to vent his anger. Roar! With a furious roar, Yan Chuan charged forward. Jin Deyu, get out of the way! Yan Chuan roared as he flew. In the distance, Jin Deyu was slightly startled and immediately moved out of the way. Clang! With a loud sound, the two of them separated. Zhao Xianji was slightly startled. At the same time, he suddenly saw Yan Chuan charging over with a fierce expression. Instead of being angry, Zhao Xianji was delighted. Yan Chuan? After leaving Yanjing, he was not as terrifying as before. His strength had increased tremendously. If he could take down Yan Chuan, everything would be easily solved. White Lotus bell ring. Zhao Xianji's hand suddenly moved. Clang! Around the white bell, lotuses suddenly appeared and enveloped Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was furious at the moment, but he did not dodge at all. He stretched out his hand and punched with a fierce expression. Before he reached Zhao Xianji, his murderous aura had already rushed towards Zhao Xianji. The vast fist aura crashed onto the white bell. Zhao Xianji's expression changed. The fist aura's power even caused the surrounding space to overlap. Boom! The white bell exploded. The fist aura's remaining power had not dissipated and crashed onto Zhao Xianji's body. Impossible! Zhao Xianji exclaimed. Boom! Zhao Xianji was like a shooting star as he was sent flying by the fist aura. As he flew out, Zhao Xianji seemed to hear the sound of his bones shattering. Puff! Leaving a trail of blood, Zhao Xianji flew 10 miles away. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white figure appeared and blocked Zhao Xianji's path. He stretched out his hand and grabbed, stabilizing Zhao Xianji whose bones had shattered. Impossible! I'm at the 12th level of the upper void stage. No, impossible! Zhao Xianji spat out blood as he struggled to accept the truth. In the distance, Yan Chuan's fist seemed to have vented most of the anger in his heart. His initial irritation was much better now. Meanwhile, Zhao Xianji's subordinates who were fighting with Wang Jian in the surroundings were stunned. One punch? He was sent flying with one punch? Lord Zhao was at the 12th level of the upper void stage. In the distance, the person who caught Zhao Xianji was Kong Imoku, who had a cold expression on his face. After Kong Imoku saved Zhao Xianji, a group of officials appeared behind him. Kong Imoku handed Zhao Xianji to his subordinates and looked coldly at Yan Chuan in the distance. Zhao Xianji's subordinates immediately cried out, "Your Majesty!" Subsequently, the group of experts around Wang Jian immediately flew toward Kong Imoku. Wang Jian kill? Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Yes, sir. Wang Jian replied. Hiss. Bang. 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 Wherever Wang Jian's sword light passed, it instantly formed a huge meat grinder. The group of experts was instantly minced. The sword chi even trapped the experts in the surroundings, preventing them from escaping. No. Help. The group of experts was Jiaohu. In the distance, Kong Imoku suddenly shouted furiously, "How dare you!" He took a step forward and charged toward Wang Jian. Yan Chuan's figure suddenly moved as well. He instantly stood in front of Wang Jian and stood in front of Kong Imoku. The two hurricanes collided. Kong Imoku's figure came to a halt. The two great emperors faced each other in the air. Both of their eyes were filled with rage. Chapter 1065. On the snowy plains, Wang Jian was slaughtering Kong Moku's subordinates. Yan Chuan and Kong Moku faced off against each other. Two extremely ferocious auras collided violently. The two great emperors seemed to have divided the battlefield into two. As long as the two great emperors gave the order, the officials behind them would immediately attack. But on the other hand, if the two great emperors did not give the order, no one would dare to take a step forward. Yan Chuan's eyes were fierce, and so was Kong Moku's. Neither was backing down in terms of aura. The officials of both sides were in a battle stance. While Yan Chuan and Kong Moku were fighting, in a forest far away, there was another group of people looking at them. They were led by 8 men in white, followed by 100 subordinates. At the same time, there was a man with a cold expression. Li Songhai of the Great Calamity Dynasty. Li Songhai held a folding fan in his hand, his eyes cold and sinister. Li Songhai, good move. One of the 8 men in white said. Li Songhai smiled. Lord, you flatter me. His Majesty asked me to cooperate with you. That's all I could think of. How did you calculate this? A white-robed man in the lead asked curiously. This one has a grudge with the East Divine Continent's Meng family. I naturally couldn't forget it. When I killed Meng Ziqiu, I didn't think much of it, but I didn't expect his children to have such great potential. This is where Meng Ziqiu died, and I knew that his children would come here to pay their respects. Li Songhai said in a low voice. That's why I lured Kong Mok here, hoping to clash with Meng Rongrong. Who would have thought that Yen Chuan would come at this time? This is for the best. Yen Chuan and Kong Mok are old enemies. Once they fight to the death, all of you can take them down. Li Songhai's eyes flashed with venom. How did you lure Kong Mok here? Li Songhai patted his fan and said, this one naturally planted chess pieces among Kong Mok's officials. Kong Mok is obstinate and self-opinionated, so he naturally fell for it. Li Songhai smiled and said, I've already set up a formation around this area. Once the time is right, you can take down this group of people in one fell swoop. Take him down in one go? Huh, Li Songhai, are you using us? You're actually afraid of Meng Rongrong and Meng Wenrua, so you want to use us to capture them? One of the immortals sneered. Li Songhai didn't deny it. Instead, he smiled and said, Sirs, you are wise. This one is afraid, so I thought of killing two birds with one stone. Sirs, isn't this the best time to take down Yen Chuan and Kong Mok? The Heaven Alliance meeting hasn't started yet. It's not the time yet. An immortal said coldly, No, my lords. I'm sure you all know what the Heaven Alliance meeting is about, Li Songhai said, trying to persuade them. Everyone narrowed their eyes. The purpose of the Heaven Alliance meeting is to take down these rascals who refuse to submit to Daki. Now is the time to take them down. What's the difference between sooner or later? Besides, with these people's strength, do we really need to trouble the six of you, sirs? Li Songhai asked again. Of course not. Sirs are sky immortals. The strongest mortal in this world is only as strong as a mystic immortal. Besides, the 8 of us are earth immortals. An immortal said in a deep voice. That's right. Sirs, you're all earth immortals. Earth immortals have already surpassed the strongest power in this world. Isn't it easy to capture them? This is actually a great opportunity. As long as you take down these people, you'll be rewarded greatly in front of sirs, Li Songhai said. Rewarded greatly? The immortal's eyes lit up. What's the greater reward? Taking down these people under Sir's command or taking them down by ourselves? Li Songhai asked with a smile. The immortals narrowed their eyes. The 6 sirs don't care about the reward, but why would you give it up so easily? I know that some other lords have gone to the lairs of the heroes in this world. When they return, they'll be rewarded more than you. Li Songhai tried to persuade them again. The immortals' faces darkened. That's right. The Heaven Alliance meeting was to capture Yen Chuan and Kong Mok. Now we can do the same. Li Songhai, you've done well. An earth immortal laughed. That's what I should do. Li Songhai immediately smiled. There was a hint of a cunning smile on his face. In that case, big brother, let's go. We'll take one each. An earth immortal said. There's no hurry. Since Li Songhai has made preparations, let's wait. We'll capture them when they're both injured. Another earth immortal said in a deep voice. Yes. The others nodded. Li Songhai opened his folding fan and looked into the distance with cold eyes. In the distance, Yen Chuan and Kong Mok's auras were clashing. Yen Chuan immediately noticed the abnormality. Kong Mok's aura had skyrocketed. His strength had skyrocketed. Yen Chuan could even see that Kong Mok's cultivation base was the same as his, the 11th level of the upper void stage. This 11th level was different from Zhao Xianji's 12th level. Kong Mok's 11th level cultivation was real, whereas Zhao Xianji's 12th level cultivation was fake. Zhao Xianji's strength was at most at the 10th level of the void stage, and only his imposing aura was slightly stronger. Kong Mok's strength had skyrocketed in such a short time? Yen Chuan was puzzled. At this moment, Kong Mok made his move. He extended his hand, and a golden imperial seal appeared in his palm. As soon as the imperial seal appeared, a surge of luck surged out. Yen Chuan flipped his hand and took out the great heavenly seal, which was black and gold. Kong Mok tossed his imperial seal into the sky. Yen Chuan also tossed his great heavenly seal into the sky. The two imperial seals enlarged by more than 1,000 times and suddenly collided with each other. Boom! With a loud bang, a large amount of golden luck surged out from the two imperial seals. As soon as the luck appeared, it seemed to form a fog. Roar! Roar! The roars of two huge dragons could be heard in the golden fog. One could vaguely see the two golden dragons of luck colliding with each other. As the two dragons fought, a storm rose in the void as though it was showing the power of the two dragons. Rumble! The two imperial seals were also rapidly clashing against each other. The two emperors stared at each other coldly as the two imperial seals collided. Boom! With a loud bang, the two imperial seals separated. The two golden dragons of luck quickly retreated back into each other's imperial seals. However, Yan Chuan's golden dragon bit off a piece of Kong Mok's luck. Crack! A small crack suddenly appeared on the golden imperial seal. Kong Mok's imperial seal was defeated when the two imperial seals collided. Kong Mok's expression darkened. At the same time, in the West Divine Continent, the great Buddha Celestial Empire's Sea of Luck suddenly shook. 1% of the luck suddenly flowed toward the east. In the East Divine Continent, the great Jin Celestial Empire's Sea of Luck surged. There was a saying in the world that two kings do not meet. It meant that the two emperors did not want to fight. This was because when emperors fought against each other, it was a game of luck. Any slight advantage could steal a portion of the other's luck. Just like now. Kong Mok grabbed his imperial seal and looked at the crack. His expression darkened. He was about to attack again when a voice sounded in his mind. You shouldn't attack now. The Lotus Goddess's voice sounded. But his imperial seal is just made of better material than mine. I won't lose to him. Kong Mok roared in his heart. No, it's not the imperial seal's problem. Your strength has been raised by me. As for Yan Chuan's strength, I feel that he has also had a fortuitous encounter. His strength has also increased. Don't look at his appearance. Hidden under this ordinary appearance is strength that surpasses yours. The Lotus Goddess said, Am I not his match? Didn't you say that with your help, I can fight even a heavenly immortal? Kong Mok said indignantly, Yes, you can fight even a heavenly immortal. But you know, Yang Zigu evolved to his third form with my help. He already had the strength of a heavenly immortal, but he still died at the hands of Yan Chuan and that curse, the Lotus Goddess said calmly. Kong Mok's expression turned ugly. Am I that inferior to Yan Chuan? Kong Mok said indignantly. You are inferior. This Yan Chuan is indeed extraordinary. However, you don't have to worry too much. With my help, you will surpass Yan Chuan sooner or later. The Lotus Goddess said again. Yes. Kong Mok said angrily. He looked coldly at Yan Chuan. Kong Mok's eyes were filled with intense indignation. Yan Chuan, just you wait. One day I will destroy your body and soul. Kong Mok said hatefully. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and stared at Kong Mok. There's a power in your body that doesn't belong to you? Yan Chuan's words gave Kong Mok a fright. He could sense the Lotus Goddess? Let's go. Kong Mok turned his head and shouted. The group of officials were confused, but they still answered, yes. And at this moment, Yan Chuan could indeed feel the Lotus divinity. It was an extremely vast power, and Yan Chuan even felt a sense of familiarity. However, Kong Mok's holy aura made it difficult for Yan Chuan to think of the evil myriad wonders demonic lotus. In the distance, Li Songhai's expression was ugly. He had wanted to see Yan Chuan and Kong Mok fight to the death. But now, it was over after the two of them hit the brick? Depressing. Li Songhai was extremely dejected. Although things weren't going according to his plan, he had no choice but to continue. Li Songhai waved his hands, and a vast power rushed into the ground. Boom! The entire snowfield was suddenly filled with silver light. Countless snowflakes fell to the ground and formed a huge snowstorm that shot into the sky. Rumble! In the blink of an eye, a huge snowfield was enveloped. My lords, we can attack now. They're already trapped. Li Songhai shouted to the immortals behind him. Yes. The immortals answered immediately. Inside the formation, Yan Chuan, Kong Mok, and the others had also discovered the formation. Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, and Meng Wenrua looked indifferently at Feng Yinyang, as if they already knew. Feng Yinyang's eyes turned cold. This is the South Sect's headquarters. You want to hide this from me? Chapter 1066. On the snowy plains. The silver light shone brightly and the storm raged. The frost and snow on the ground suddenly rolled up violently and soared into the sky, blotting out the sun. Who? Amidst the fierce winds, frost and snow wreaked havoc everywhere. For a moment, the world was a vast expanse, making it difficult to distinguish between north, south, east, and west. Yen Chuan and Kong Mok narrowed their eyes. Someone actually wants to be the Oriole behind us? Kong Mok's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness. Let's go. Kong Mok ordered. Yes. His subordinates immediately responded. Following Kong Mok, he quickly flew in a certain direction. Yen Chuan did not pursue him. Instead, he looked coldly at Kong Mok. The aura in Kong Mok's body made Yen Chuan's heart palpitate. At the same time, Yen Chuan also understood that if Kong Mok used that aura to escape, he would not be able to stop him. In the blink of an eye, Kong Mok's group was nowhere to be seen. Yen Chuan landed on the ground, and the surrounding wind and snow were unable to get close to him. Meng Wenrua brought Meng Rongrong to the Miling Valley. Meng Wenrua guarded the house there and protected Meng Rongrong. Feng Yinyang. Yen Chuan frowned and shouted. Feng Yinyang immediately flew over. Your Majesty, please be at ease. When I first arrived, I had already sensed the formation here. In fact, I have already activated 100 dragon veins to seize the formation. Feng Yinyang said solemnly. And, since we're going to seize the formation, then let's seize it thoroughly. No one can even think about leaving. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Feng Yinyang replied. Taking a step, 10 halos appeared under Feng Yinyang's feet. It looked like a huge compass. Feng Yinyang stepped into the celestial lake of the compass. The 10 halos slowly rotated. Huff, puff, huff. Suddenly, a violent gust of wind appeared around Yen Chuan. Then, one figure after another appeared in midair. There were 4 people in the lead, followed by 50 subordinates. 54 people, each of them cloaked in multicolored light. All of their auras soared to the heavens. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Immortal? Yen Chuan stood with his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice. It's good that you know. Yen Chuan, surrender yourself and wait for my lord to deal with you. The leader of the Immortals said coldly. Surrender without a fight? Was the Heaven Alliance meeting only at this level? Looks like Gongyangdong isn't much. Yen Chuan sneered. How dare you? The leading Immortal glared. What, isn't that the case? Yen Chuan's eyes turned cold. My lord isn't someone you can slander. The leading Immortal suddenly stabbed his sword at Yen Chuan. Wherever the sword light passed, a long rainbow-like sword light was brought out. A vast snowstorm swept up in all directions, crushing towards Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan stood quietly in the snow. His eyes were extremely sharp. He didn't even blink as he watched coldly. It was as if it wasn't a powerful sword light that was coming at him at all. How dare you? Wang Jian's angry roar came from behind Yen Chuan. Wang Jian's bronze sword collided with the Immortal, and a sword energy shot up. Boom! Wang Jian and the leading Immortal collided fiercely. A huge snowstorm instantly appeared in the void. The rainbow-like sword light also exploded. Wang Jian took a step forward and stood in front of Yen Chuan. He held his sword and stared coldly at the Immortal. The Immortal was also shocked. How can a mortal like you have such power? The Immortal asked in surprise. Immortal? That's all there is to it, Wang Jian said arrogantly. Wang Jian's innate talent was shocking. Moreover, he had dreamt of the heavens for 200 years, which was equivalent to cultivating for 40,000 years. It was only natural that he had broken through to the 12th level of the upper void stage. Wang Jian was not the only one. Many immortals in Great Jin had also broken through to the 12th level of the upper void stage. However, none of them were too ostentatious. At this point, one's cultivation base was not only about one's strength, but also one's killing intent, hostility, and ferocity. All of these could be transformed into boundless strength. Wang Jian and the others had been killing for 40,000 years. Naturally, their killing intent had seeped into their bones. A killing intent surged out of them as soon as they drew their swords. Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, don't hold back. Kill. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed coldly. Faced with the immortals, Yan Chuan was still extremely domineering. With the support of his powerful strength, Yan Chuan showed no mercy. The two murderous immortals in Great Shen shouted, "Understood." The leading immortal laughed disdainfully. "Ignorant brats." Ha! The immortals also laughed mockingly. "Kill me? Just these two immortals? Moreover, they are mortals?" Mortals were the strongest. Even at the 12th level of the upper void stage, they were only equivalent to mystic immortals. There were 15 mystic immortals and even more powerful earth immortals here. Yet, these two immortals dared to say they would kill them? Of course, sometimes, cultivation base did not represent everything. For example, the two murderous immortals in Great Shen. Clang. The divine emperor bell suddenly rang loudly. This time, Jin Deyu did not hold back. The deafening bell chime instantly sent out a vast golden ripple that surged toward the immortals. How mysterious was the divine emperor bell? It could be seen from the fact that Jin Deyu did not use a Dharma treasure. Back then, Jin Deyu only valued the divine emperor bell. Without the materials, he would rather fight empty-handed. It was clear that the divine emperor bell was so powerful that Jin Deyu despised all Dharma treasures in the world. As soon as the bell rang, the golden ripple spread out. As expected, the effect was great. The four earth immortals were still fine at this moment. They barely managed to block the sound wave. However, the group of low-level immortals behind them suddenly felt dizzy. Perhaps it was only for a short instant, but that instant was extremely fatal. Wang Jian waved his sword and charged into the crowd. Boom! An immortal exploded on the spot. A murderous aura exploded around Wang Jian, forming a bloody mist that surrounded him. Wang Jian's sword Dao might not be as exquisite as Yan Chuan's, but Wang Jian's sword Dao embodied a murderous nature. He walked the Dao of slaughter. On the other hand, Yan Chuan's sword Dao was the Dao of the Emperor. The two different sword principles displayed different styles. Wang Jian's sword was so deadly. Bam, 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 bam. Just as the group of immortals were feeling dizzy, Wang Jian killed his way through. 8 immortals had already died under his sword. Wang Jian did not stop for even a moment as he continued his massacre. By the time the group of immortals came back to their senses, 8 of their comrades had already died. "Ah, bastard! You're courting death. Give me your life." The group of immortals went crazy and charged towards Wang Jian. The 4 earth immortals' eyes were bloodshot as they brandished their swords and sabers to kill Wang Jian. Jin Deyu did not stay idle either. The divine emperor bell rang, causing the group of immortals to stagger like the sun. Jin Deyu transformed into a golden crow. With a flap of his golden wings, golden feather-like blades sliced through the Dharma treasures. The golden crow clawed. Bang, bang, bang. The heads of the 3 immortals instantly exploded from the force of his claw. The 4 earth immortals went crazy. They stabbed their swords towards Jin Deyu. Clang clang. Jin Deyu's golden feathers were like golden armor. The swords could not pierce through Jin Deyu's fur. What? Jin Deyu cawed. A large amount of grand sun primordial fire gushed out. Once the grand sun primordial fire appeared, it instantly enveloped the group of immortals. "Oh no, it's the grand sun primordial fire." The group of immortals cried out frantically. The grand sun primordial fire trapped the group of immortals. Wang Jian and Jin Deyu slaughtered madly. Fight, fight, fight. So what if they were earth immortals? The 2 murderous gods were especially fearless. Their swords and claws were like divine weapons that constantly clashed with the Dharma treasures. Yan Chuan and Feng Yinyang stood on a small mountain not far away. Yan Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, watching coldly. Not a single ripple of emotion could be seen in his eyes. Feng Yinyang, on the other hand, was making hand seals while the compass under his feet kept moving. Clearly, he was manipulating the underground dragon vein. Outside the ice formation, the group of immortals entered. Li Songhai stared coldly at the array formation. Hundreds of people were helping Li Songhai to stabilize the array formation. Suddenly, the formation's power skyrocketed. Wait, what's wrong? Li Songhai's expression changed. Whoosh! A suction force rushed towards Li Songhai, as if trying to suck him into the formation. Oh no! Li Songhai struck with his palm. Boom! Li Songhai retreated 100 feet. Screams could be heard from all directions. The officials who helped Li Songhai set up the formation were all sucked into the formation. The ice formation stirred up an even bigger storm. It was even more violent than before. How is this possible? I set up the formation. How could it be stolen? And it's even fiercer than before? Li Songhai exclaimed. He set up the formation himself. How could he steal it? How ridiculous was that? But it was happening right in front of his eyes. Feng Yinyang? Li Songhai's expression changed. Another snowstorm swept over, as if trying to suck Li Songhai into the formation. Li Songhai's expression changed as he turned around and fled. As he fled, his face was filled with endless bitterness. How could this be? How could this be? Inside the formation, Wang Jian and Jin Dayu were killing crazily. The Earth Immortals couldn't do anything, but the Arcane Immortals and Human Immortals were quickly killed by their swords and claws. Their heads exploded one after another. It was a bloody scene. While the two murderous gods were killing, they could still force the 4 Earth Immortals to retreat. Bastards, stop! The 4 Earth Immortals roared. They couldn't stop them, but if they didn't stop them, their subordinates would die even faster. Even if they tried to stop them, their subordinates would still die, just a little slower. Sir, help! Bang! Just as an arcane immortal was shouting for help, his head was crushed by the golden crow. The 4 Earth Immortals were anxious. 2 Earth Immortals had no choice but to shout, "Capture the leader first." You stop them, we'll take down Yan Chuan. The 2 Earth Immortals shouted Jiaohu and rushed toward Yan Chuan. Kill. The 2 Earth Immortals shot out 2 huge beams of sword qi, heading straight for Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Yan Chuan stretched out his right hand. Suddenly, his right palm shone brightly with countless stars revolving around it. A huge suction force appeared and the 2 sword qi and the 2 Earth Immortals were sucked into Yan Chuan's palm. Universe in the palm. On the other side, Kong Mok was surrounded by the 4 Earth Immortals. After some of his subordinates were killed, Kong Mok was finally angry. Lotus God! Kong Mok shouted. Bang! Beneath Kong Mok's feet, a gigantic white lotus suddenly appeared, enveloping all the immortals within. Above Kong Mok's head, a slowly spinning white lotus also appeared. A vast and holy power pressed down on the immortals. What kind of power is this? The Earth Immortals shouted. The power to kill you all. Kong Mok's face showed a fierce expression. Chapter 1067. Universe in the Palm. The 2 Earth-level deities stood no chance against the universe in the palm. In a blink of an eye, the 2 Earth-level deities were sucked into the universe in the palm. In the center of Yan Chuan's palm, countless stars twinkled and circled around in different trajectories. Gradually, 10 huge galaxies were formed. The 10 galaxies attracted each other and formed a supermassive galaxy. The 2 Earth-level deities were squeezed and pulled by the galaxies. Crack! The 2 Earth-level deities couldn't move. No, it's impossible. He's just a mortal. How can he be so powerful? What kind of Dharma spell is this? One of the Earth-level deities shouted. I don't believe it. No, I'm an Earth-level deity. I don't believe it. The 2 Earth-level deities screamed. However, even Yang Zigu couldn't escape from the universe in the palm, let alone 2 Earth-level deities. Looking at the palm, Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Bang! Bang! The 2 Earth-level deities exploded and their energy was absorbed by the universe in the palm. On the other side, Wang Jian and Jin Deyu's killing spree was getting crazier. Bang! Bang! One by one, the deities were blown to pieces. In a blink of an eye, there were only 6 deities left. No, no! The group of immortals began to flee in all directions in terror. Kill! Wang Jian and Jin Deyu each killed another deity. The remaining 4 deities were shot into the snowstorm. Running? Feng Yinyang sneered. He waved his hands. Bang! Bang! The 4 deities were pulled back by the force of the array. Kill! Jin Deyu and Wang Jian killed another 2 deities. The last 2 Earth-level deities were killed by Wang Jian and Jin Deyu. But so what if they were Earth-level deities? If Wang Jian and Jin Deyu wanted to go through the tribulation, they could become Earth-level deities anytime. The 2 Earth-level deities could only fight back. Clang! Jin Deyu's divine emperor bell rang. Bang! While the Earth-level deity was distracted, his head was hit by the golden crow's claw. Jin Deyu was the first to kill Earth-level deity. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Wang Jian's sword arrived and the Earth Immortal's sword was split into 2 halves. There were countless corpses on the battlefield. Dezhen's monarch and minister had a cold expression on their faces. On the other side, with the help of the Lotus God's power, Kong Mok's strength also skyrocketed. Wherever the lotus passed, the holy flames burned. More than half of the immortals were killed or injured. No! The 4 earthen immortals cried out. However, Kong Mok's current strength was comparable to a heavenly immortal. How could a group of lesser immortals compare to him? It was as if an adult man was slaughtering babies. Die! Kong Mok's face was covered in blood, and his face was covered in blood. Kong Mok became even more excited. Run! One of the earthen immortals cried out. But where could he escape to? A white lotus suddenly appeared beneath each of the immortals, trapping them and allowing Kong Mok to slaughter them as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, the group of immortals had all died. The officials of the great Buddha heavenly dynasty looked at Kong Mok with admiration. After killing the group of immortals, Kong Mok looked around. Suddenly, Kong Moku extended his hand and punched out. Boom! A super loud sound rang out and the entire ice snow array shook violently. A huge exit appeared in front of Kong Mok. Let's go! Kong Mok led everyone into the exit. Then he flew away. While Feng Yinyang was controlling the array, he raised his eyebrows. Your Majesty, Kong Mok and the others have escaped. The foundation of this array is too weak. I couldn't stop them. Feng Yinyang sighed softly. You couldn't stop them? Then forget it. Kong Mok is in his current state. Even I can't stop him. Yen Chuan shook his head. However, the other people who set up the array, as long as they were in the array, were killed by my array. I didn't expect there to be a traitor of the South faction. Feng Yinyang said bitterly. No need to blame yourself. There are always traitors in any large faction. Yen Chuan advised. Yes. With a wave of his sleeve, Feng Yinyang removed the array. Far away from Wei City, above another sea, 2 groups of people stood on both sides of the sea. On one side were the disciples of the divine sect's sacred land, and on the other side were the demons of the demon imperial dynasty. Above the sea, Meng Sansheng and Zhu were fighting. Treasure, please take it, Meng Sansheng shouted. A strong suction force rushed toward Zhu, and the huge suction force pulled the sea from below. Rumble! The huge suction force caused Zhu's body to sway. The primordial gourd? It's become stronger again? Zhu's eyes flashed with surprise. It's unsealed again. Zhu, you were the strongest person in the world 30,000 years ago, but so what? Absorb. Meng Sansheng's eyes flashed coldly. Zhu was at the 12th level upper void stage. Moreover, he had a strong will and a vicious aura. Even so, he could not resist the suction force. A large number of divine inscriptions appeared on his right hand, and he grabbed at the primordial gourd. Boom! A huge energy palm slammed into the primordial gourd's mouth with a loud bang. The huge collision caused the suction force to stop. Star-plucking hand? Meng Sansheng's expression changed. Boom! The star-plucking hand and the primordial gourd separated upon contact. The battle between the two powerhouses stopped abruptly. The two of them looked at each other coldly. Ju, you've learned the ancient divine ability, the star-plucking hand? The primordial gourd can't do anything to you, but you can't do anything to me. If you want an upper heaven karmic rank, don't even think about the divine sex holy land. You won't get it. Meng Sansheng said in a deep voice. Ju smiled bitterly. The divine sex holy land? The divine world? I didn't expect you to be a descendant of the primordial god clan. The primordial god clan should have gone extinct, but they still have descendants? Ha! Ju shook his head bitterly. The two powerhouses looked at each other and nodded. It was as though they had acknowledged each other's strength after the collision. In the distance, a group of streaks of light flew toward the half-sunken sea. There were about 100 streaks of light, and each of them was covered in a multicolored glow. 100 immortals? Ha, Ju, do you want them? Meng Sansheng said with a smile. Take them all. Ju shook his head. Aha, Meng Sansheng? Ju, if we catch them, Lord will reward us handsomely. An earth immortal laughed. Meng Sansheng sneered. The primordial gourd suddenly faced the group of immortals. Treasure, please. Meng Sansheng said coldly. Whoosh! A strong suction force suddenly swept toward the group of immortals. How can this be? Such a strong suction force. I can't resist it. Lord, save me. Lord, save me. Human immortals, Xian immortals, and even earth immortals couldn't resist the suction force. Under Meng Sansheng's fierce gaze, the suction force swept across the group of immortals. Whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the group of immortals was sucked into the primordial gourd. But Meng Sansheng closed the gourd lid. The other two forces were at a loss. Immortals, they were immortals. Meng Sansheng shook the primordial gourd and opened the lid again. A wisp of dense primordial purple qi entered Meng Sansheng's nose and was completely absorbed by him. Ju shook his head and smiled bitterly. Ju wasn't afraid of Meng Sansheng, but he couldn't do anything to Meng Sansheng. The two of them were equal in strength, and it was almost impossible for Ju to snatch the upper karmic rank from Meng Sansheng. Let's go. Ju left with a group of people. Above the sea, Meng Sansheng looked at Ju in the distance and sighed. Chapter 1068. Wei City, Gongyang Palace. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces were ashen. There were more than 100 immortals in the palace, all of them gnashing their teeth. King Gaio sat beside the 6 Gongyang brothers, with Snake Emperor behind him. In the center of the palace stood Li Songhai and another immortal. The immortals seemed to be interrogating Li Songhai. Li Songhai's face was filled with regret. You must avenge them. I, Li Songhai, have a weak constitution and have never been able to cultivate properly. But the 8 Earth Immortals did not despise me and even gave me pointers. I have always been grateful to them. However, Yen Chuan and Kong Mok's temperament is too ruthless. At that time, the 8 lords said that they wanted to capture Yen Chuan and Kong Mok for Lord Gongyang. They said that Lord Gongyang's mood was not good during this period of time, and they wanted to repay Lord Gongyang's kindness in recognizing their worth. They wanted to capture these 2 bastards and hand them over to Lord Gongyang to vent the hatred in his heart. I wanted to stop them, but my words carried little weight. I could not stop the 8 Earth Immortals. The 8 Earth Immortals fell for Yen Chuan and Kong Mok's evil scheme because of their filial piety. Li Songhai said with tears streaming down his face. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces darkened. Then why didn't any of them escape? Gongyang Dalong asked in a low voice. Yen Chuan and Kong Mok were too cruel. They set up the array long ago and the Earth Immortals fell for their evil scheme. Lord Gongyang, Songhai begs you to avenge them. It was Songhai who harmed them. If Songhai had the ability, he would not have failed to stop the Earth Immortals. Li Songhai blamed himself deeply. Bam! Sanlong Gongyang smashed a tea table with his palm. The faces of the Gongyang brothers were extremely ugly. King Gaio and Snake Emperor did not say anything. They just watched. Li Songhai saw that the 6 Gongyang brothers had turned their attention away from him and knew that he had succeeded. He had successfully extricated himself from this incident. And you, what happened to you? Gong Yang Dalong asked an immortal next to Li Songhai. My lord, that day I was delayed for a while because of some personal matters, and then, wait, what's the matter? Gong Yang Dalong asked coldly. Say it. Gong Yang Dalong roared. Yes, your subordinate has taken a fancy to a mortal girl. That day with the immortal stammered. Bastard. Gong Yang Dalong immediately understood. That day, when this immortal was flirting with the mortal girl, the other immortals went out. Sir, I quickly chased after him, but it was too late. That person should be Meng Sansheng. He had a gourd, and when he opened it, he sucked all of our comrades into the gourd. This subordinate didn't dare to stay behind. The immortal said submissively. Pa. Gong Yang Silong also smashed a tea table. The hall instantly fell into an extremely deathly silent atmosphere. After a moment of silence, Erlong said, Big brother, it seems that we have indeed underestimated the people of this world. Gong Yang Dong narrowed his eyes and turned to look at King of Gai. My lords, I, King of Gai, have not been in this world for long. I have not hidden anything from you. King of Gai said in a low voice. Great Nightmare Emperor, you are overthinking. Why would I blame you? Gong Yang Dalong shook his head. My lord is wise. Yen Chuan, Kong Mok, and Meng Sansheng's strength exceeded my expectations. I am preparing to set up a formation in Wei City in case of any accidents. Gong Yang Dong looked at King of Gai. Gong Yang Dalong's eyes did not ask for permission. It was as if he was giving an order. Since Great Nightmare Emperor is a vassal of Great Qi, there is no problem. King of Gai nodded. That's good. Gong Yang Dalong nodded. My lords, then I shall go back first? King of Gai said. Go ahead. Gong Yang Dalong smiled. King of Gai stood up and slowly left the hall with Snake Emperor and Li Songhai. Looking at the backs of King of Gai and the other two, Gong Yang Dalong's eyes suddenly turned cold. Big brother, this King of Gai is also not a good person, Gong Yang Sanlong said in a low voice. Gong Yang Dalong's face darkened. Of course I can see that. How could he not know about these people? Since he has dug a hole for us, we will let him die when the time comes. The group of brothers nodded. Western Divine Continent, Kong Lu Academy. Kong Daoqiu frowned as he looked at a disciple of the Kong family in front of him. Kong Mok did not ask for help from the Kong family. He just brought a group of officials to the Southern Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu frowned. Yes. The disciple of the Kong family nodded. During this period of time, Kong Mok's strength has increased tremendously. Those two immortals had their cultivations sealed and were rewarded to two of his officials. The disciple of the Kong family added. Kong Daoqiu frowned. That can't be. In a short 200 years, Kong Mok's strength has increased to such an extent? Kong Daoqiu's eyes flashed with disbelief. Family head, perhaps Kong Mok is a late bloomer. The disciple of the Kong family laughed. Kong Daoqiu's eyes flashed with disbelief. Isn't it a good thing that Kong Mok's strength has increased? Kong Daoqiu shook his head and said, You don't understand. The stronger he is, the more danger he will pose to the Kong family. You may leave. I will think about it. Kong Daoqiu paced around the hall alone. He had a bitter expression on his face. It should have been an easy matter to solve, but the patriarch was on Kong Mok's side. This made it difficult for Kong Daoqiu to deal with. There must be a reason for Kong Mok's sudden increase in strength. I must find out. Kong Daoqiu's eyes turned cold. In the blink of an eye, the Heaven Alliance meeting was approaching. During this time, Meng Rongrong had ignored Yen Chuan, which made Yen Chuan sigh. However, during this time, Yen Chuan had a new guest. The Snake Emperor. In a large hall, Yen Chuan and the Snake Emperor sat together with tea on the table. Cough, cough, cough. The Snake Emperor covered his mouth with a handkerchief and coughed. King Gai, how have you been? Yen Chuan smiled. Thank you for your concern, Emperor Yen. I'm fine. The Snake Emperor coughed. The Heaven Alliance meeting is the day after tomorrow. Why did you come here today, Snake Emperor? Yen Chuan took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. His Majesty asked me to inform Emperor Yen that the 6 brothers have set up a formation in Wei City. Emperor Yen should be careful. The Snake Emperor smiled. Be careful? Ha, is King Gai that kind? Yen Chuan smiled faintly. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly. Even the Snake Emperor himself did not believe this lousy excuse. However, he had no choice but to come today. This was because King Gai had already sensed King Gai's murderous intent. King Gai had only pledged allegiance to Daki for his own benefit. After all, the Immortals had descended. If he did not submit, his dynasty would be destroyed. Destroyed? This was extremely difficult for King Gai to accept. Hence, he chose to submit. However, King Gai was equally unwilling. Hence, he planned to use all the heroes in the world to kill the Immortals. Once it succeeded, King Gai would be able to reap the benefits. At the very least, he would be able to preserve Daki and not submit to it. However, as the Snake Emperor had said, he was playing with fire. This fire was gradually getting out of control and was about to burn him. King Gai had no choice but to find another plan. He sent out his confidants to the camps of the heroes. The Snake Emperor saw that Yen Chuan had seen through his plan. He smiled bitterly and said, Emperor Yen, you have sharp eyes. Tell me, what is King Gai's plan? Yen Chuan smiled and asked, His Majesty wants to form an alliance with all of you to destroy the Immortals. Daki will withdraw from this world and not talk about hegemony in this world. The Snake Emperor said solemnly. Yen Chuan narrowed his eyes. Yen Chuan could hear the helplessness in the Snake Emperor's tone. After this battle, His Majesty will announce that half of the southern divine continent will belong to Dajin. The Snake Emperor said. Yen Chuan shook his head gently and said, You can give the territory to anyone. I only want one thing, something that belongs to me. The Snake Emperor frowned. King Gai should know that that thing belongs to me. My purpose for this trip to the south is the sky-burying coffin. Just tell him what I said. Return my sky-burying coffin after this, and I will help you destroy Daki. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The Snake Emperor thought for a while and finally nodded. There is also a private matter. Yen Chuan smiled and said, Snake Emperor, what do you think of Dajin? Yen Chuan asked with a smile. Kiki, Emperor Yen, don't tell me you want to recruit me? The Snake Emperor smiled. That's right. Yen Chuan nodded affirmatively. The Snake Emperor smiled and shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, Yen Di. However, I am used to being free and do not like to be restrained. I am only staying in the Great Nightmare Dynasty to repay the kindness of the past. Yen Di does not need to pay too much attention to me. After leaving the Great Nightmare Dynasty, I will not enter any court. Yen Chuan nodded and did not say anything else. However, Yen Chuan's eyes showed that he had not given up. The Snake Emperor formed an alliance with Yen Chuan, and Li Songhai also formed an alliance with Zhu. Daki is in danger, Zhu said with a smile. Li Songhai smiled bitterly. Tell King Gai that this time I agree, Zhu said with a smile. Thank you, Emperor of the Demon Race. Li Songhai smiled. Li Songhai, Daki is in great danger this time. If you are not careful, you may be destroyed. If that day comes, Li Songhai, the Demon Race Imperial Court welcomes you, Zhu said with a smile. Emperor Yen is too kind, Li Songhai said humbly. Although he did not say it explicitly, his tone did not reject. At Kong Mok's side, a ghost cultivator also came to form an alliance. Kong Mok's eyes were cold. Great Buddha, His Majesty is deeply regretful about what happened back then. Although he cannot make up for what he did to your father, but His Majesty promises that after this, half of Daki will be handed over to you. The ghost cultivator said bitterly. After all, King Gai had killed Kong Mok's father. This negotiation was the most difficult. Good, I agree. Kong Mok strangely agreed. Meng Sansheng was also facing a ghost cultivator. Meng Sansheng said indifferently, the divine sect Holy Land has no grudges with Daki. Since you all want to leave, then forget it. Tell King Gai that I agree. Chapter 1069. The Heaven Alliance meeting had begun in Wei City. Yen Chuan and Meng Rongrong's group headed toward Wei City. Meng Rongrong and Yen Chuan remained silent along the way. Meng Wenruo smiled bitterly. Although she didn't know what had happened between Yen Chuan and Meng Rongrong, she could sense the strangeness in the atmosphere. There was a formation in Wei City. The Snake Emperor explained the process of setting up the formation to Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan also asked Feng Yinyang to analyze the situation. Your Majesty, this formation is very strange. I have never seen it before, but I can feel the immense killing intent within it. Feng Yinyang explained. Immense killing intent? Yen Chuan nodded. Although there was killing intent, Yen Chuan flew toward Wei City resolutely. Not long after, the group arrived outside Wei City. Providence churned in the sky. Under the golden light, there was a huge city below. At this moment, a large number of soldiers were guarding the city. They seemed to be maintaining the order of the Heaven Alliance meeting. Yen Chuan and his group flew in the sky and stopped outside Wei City. They looked coldly at the huge city before them. Bam! A gust of wind blew past. Not far away, another group of figures appeared. Ju led a group of great demons and stopped in the sky. They were also looking at Wei City. The two emperors looked at each other for a while before exchanging glances. They didn't say anything. They just nodded at each other. Another gust of wind blew. Kong Mok stopped not far away from the two emperors. Wei City. Kong Mok looked arrogant. He turned to look at Yen Chuan and Ju. His eyes were cold. Bam! Meng Sansheng carried a huge gourd on his back and appeared with a group of experts from the Archaean sect. The experts looked at each other. Then, they looked toward Wei City. The group of experts stopped outside Wei City. Suddenly, a loud shout came from within Wei City. A gathering of the world's heroes? Haha, since you're here, why don't you enter the city? Gong Yang Dalong's voice boomed. Yen Chuan, Ju, Meng Sansheng, and Kong Mok narrowed their eyes. The group of people walked towards Wei City. Leaving behind a few streaks of light, the group arrived at the square in front of the Great Nightmare Dynasty's imperial court. Great Nightmare Palace Square. Bam! As the group landed, the square was covered in a cloud of dust. There were 12 thrones on the square. King and the 6 brothers each stood in front of the thrones. When Yen Chuan and his group landed, Gong Yang Dalong's eyes narrowed. Yen Chuan? Ju? Meng? Kong Mok? And Meng? I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. Gong Yang Dalong smiled faintly. The 5 smiled Ju. Everyone please. Gong Yang Dalong said lightly. Yen Chuan and the others nodded. Yen Chuan, Meng Rongrong, Kong Mok, Ju, and Meng Sansheng all came to one of the thrones. Wenruo, go to Meng Rongrong's side. Yen Chuan instructed Meng Wenruo. Yes. Meng Wenruo replied. She understood that Yen Chuan wanted her to protect Meng Rongrong. Meng Wenruo naturally had no objections. With a flick of their robes, the group of ambitious and ruthless people slowly sat down. Their subordinates stood behind them. The 12 thrones formed a circle, forming a huge empty space in the middle. The Heaven Alliance meeting officially began. At the same time, in the East Divine Continent, Great Nightmare Dynasty, Yen Capital. 60 figures suddenly appeared at the peak of a mountain outside Yen Capital. They were all dressed in white and their eyes were cold. The 5 people in the lead exuded a powerful aura. Sir, this is Yen Capital. It's about time. Shall we attack? One of the men in white asked. Lord Gongyang said that we'll attack at noon. There's still 30 minutes left. Let's wait a little longer. The leader said coldly. This group of people was the 300 immortals sent by Gong Yang Dalong. Only 60 of them were sent to Yen Capital. The group of immortals waited patiently. At this moment, Yen Capital was also hiding a powerful killing intent. At the entrance of a palace. Huaguang by Ditian Yifeng, Li Si in Hentian, Lu Gang, Tan Lang, and the others were standing there. His Majesty was right. There are indeed powerful enemies coming. Yifeng sneered. Prepare to activate the Yen Capital formation. Li Si said. Yifeng nodded. Everyone else, don't move. Bai Ditian and I will kill them. Guang said. Bai Ditian nodded. Just like Wang Jian and Jin Deyu, the two of them were not afraid of the immortals. They had been in the deity realm for 40,000 years and had killed countless people. What about me? Tan Lang asked. You? The Terracotta Army is His Majesty's trump card. We can't expose it now. Guang shook his head. Huh. Tan Lang was speechless. Everyone knows that His Majesty has a secret force guarding around Yen capital. Li Si smiled. At this point, everyone's expression changed. They suddenly remembered that when they entered the dream of Tianji, there was a group of black-robed people who followed them. Yen Chuan didn't say who they were, but everyone knew that it was Yen Chuan's secret force. They were from the Bu Tian Pavilion. There are 60 immortals here. I wonder if the two of you can kill them all? I'm sure they'll die, but I wonder if they'll all die in the hands of us? Li Si smiled. Everyone frowned when they heard Li Si's words. Although His Majesty has a secret force, we can't let them look down on us. We can't leave any of them alive. Lu Gang immediately shouted. Everyone nodded. Lord Bai and I will kill them. You guys keep an eye on them and don't let them escape. Guang said solemnly. Just as the officials nodded, a woman's voice came from behind. Don't worry. I'll curse them during the battle. No one will be able to escape. ZZ walked out slowly with Miao in her arms. Greetings, Empress. Everyone bowed. ZZ nodded. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Don't leave a single one alive. An immortal shouted coldly. The immortals charged towards Yen capital. Kill. Guang's roar came from Yen Jin. A blood-red energy spear shot into the sky. Boom. The immortal at the front exploded into a mist of blood. The charging immortals stopped abruptly as they looked at the ferocious spear aura in bewilderment. How could this be? Buzz. A large array enveloped Yen capital. Two silhouettes rushed up. Guang and Bai Ditian instantly charged into the immortals. Boom. A great battle was about to break out. East Divine Continent. South of Julu Academy. In a remote valley. 60 glowing immortals were currently trapped in the valley. There were black-robed people standing on top of a mountain in the valley. A gentle breeze blew past, adding to the eeriness of the place. The group of black-robed people stared at the immortals. Who are you? How dare you stop us? The leader of the immortals said coldly. The leader of the group of black-robed people held a white sword. You're going to destroy Julu Academy, right? The leader of the black-robed people said calmly. How do you know? Who are you? The leader of the immortals said coldly. Members of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, listen up, the leader of the black-robed people said in a low voice. Yes. Leave no one alive. Kill. The leader of the black-robed people said coldly. What? The group of immortals exclaimed. However, the group of black-robed figures paid no attention to him at all, and their swords instantly transformed into numerous graceful W's that pounced towards him. Boom. North Divine Continent. Yao Imperial Dynasty. Yao Tianshang looked at the group of immortals and sneered. Middle Divine Continent. Archaean Sect Sacred Ground. Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm seemed to produce a huge suction force that crazily sucked in the immortals outside the Heavenly Realm. Ah, what a strong suction force. The immortals exclaimed as they were sucked in. West Divine Continent. Kong Daoqiu and the disciples of the Kong family looked coldly at the immortals in front of them. Chapter 1070. Yen Xuan vs. King Gaiyue City, Great Nightmare Hall Square. On the 12 thrones, the six brothers led King Gaiyue and looked at Yen Xuan and the other heroes with half-smiles. Yen Xuan, Meng Sansheng, Kong Imoku, and Zhu looked indifferent. As for Meng Rongrong, her face was still covered by a veil. Yen Xuan? Zhu? Kong Imoku? Meng Sansheng? Meng Rongrong? Gongyang Dalong called them one by one. How dare you? Gongyang Dalong glared at them. The six brothers of the Gongyang clan all exuded a piercing aura as they charged toward the crowd. Meng Wenrua was worried that her sister would be at a disadvantage, so she stepped forward and blocked the aura of the six immortals. However, Yan Chuan, Meng Sansheng, Kong Imoku, and Zhu didn't care. They all sneered. How dare you? Why do you say that? Yan Chuan said indifferently. Why do you say that? How many of Daki's officials have you killed? Do you still want to deny it? Gongyang Sanlong shouted. Mr. Gongyang, you must have remembered wrongly. Zhu said indifferently. Kong Imoku sneered and said, You didn't ask us to attend the Heaven Alliance meeting just to discuss such trivial matters, did you? Meng Sansheng sneered. A trivial matter? Anger flashed in the eyes of the six brothers. However, they didn't fly into a rage as if they had planned this beforehand. Instead, they just stared at the crowd. The Heaven Alliance meeting is naturally about world affairs. Gongyang Dalong said again. The crowd looked at Gongyang Dalong. This world is in chaos, and calamities are everywhere. Daki wants to stop the chaos and return peace to the world. Gongyang Dalong said. Return peace to the world? The Qi has such high moral integrity. Kong Mok sneered. Do you think it's inappropriate? Gongyang Dalong said coldly. Haha, I don't think it's inappropriate. It's just that our world isn't in chaos. What does Great Qi want? Kong Mok sneered. That's right. Each of us has a divine continent. How can there be chaos in the world? Zhu also smiled faintly. East divine continent, Great Jin, Julu, will always be on the same side. Peace and prosperity. Great Qi, you are overthinking things. Yan Chuan also said indifferently. The six Gongyang brothers. Seeing that their excuse didn't work, the six brothers felt depressed. King of Gai, you speak? Gongyang Dalong said in a low voice. King of Gai nodded. Yan Chuan, Zhu, and the others all looked at King Gaiyu. King Gai stood up and said, The holy court of De Qi dominates the universe. Although this world is big, it is not even 1/10 of De Qi. The six Lord Gongs are the angels of De Qi. They are in charge of recruiting all the forces in this world and want to unify the world. The Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty has officially signed an alliance agreement to become Daki's vassal. Everyone, the purpose of today's Heaven Alliance meeting is for you to make the right decision. If you become Daki's vassal, the sacred King of De Qi will definitely reward you handsomely. After King of Gaiyu finished speaking, the six brothers smiled faintly. However, Yan Chuan, Meng Sansheng, and the others all sneered. Vassal to Daki? You are overthinking things. Meng Sansheng said coldly. Gongyang Dalong narrowed his eyes. Meng Sansheng? Even the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty can't resist my dynasty. You are much more powerful than the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty? I will not pursue the crime of slaughtering my subjects. This is already a great favor to you. Gongyang Dalong said coldly. Favor? How can the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty represent our strength? Kong Mok also sneered. That's right. We are all native spirits of this world. But you, King of Gaiyu, are from the so-called immortal world? It's completely different. Zhu said coldly. Oh, in your eyes, the Great Nightmare Heaven Dynasty is inferior to you? King of Gaiyu said angrily. Everyone sneered. Gongyang Dalong sneered. A wise man submits to circumstances. However, I have considered your ignorance. I will let King of Gaiyu fight with any one of you. If you win, we, the Gongyang six brothers, will no longer speak of conquering the world. How about it? Everyone looked at Gongyang Dalong strangely. My lord. King of Gaiyu turned his head and said unwillingly, King of Gaiyu, this is a good opportunity to contribute to Daki. You can only win, not lose. Gongyang Dalong said coldly. King of Gaiyu's skeletal eyes flashed violently. In the end, he could only nod his head helplessly. Turning his head, King of Gaiyu looked at everyone. The group of ambitious people also frowned. King of Gaiyu, please advise me. King of Gaiyu's voice was solemn. King of Gaiyu could see that the immortals were against him. However, he did not expect them to be so vicious. They directly pushed him into the battlefield and forced him to become the enemy of the world. Who do you want to advise? Kong Mok sneered. Ally with King of Gaiyu? Others might be worried that the Gongyang six brothers would become powerful. However, Kong Mok was not worried. Powerful? More powerful than the Lotus God? Moreover, the Kong family had an elder ancestor. What was this group of immortals? Kong Mok hoped that everyone here would perish together. As long as everyone perished together, the great Buddha Empire could quickly rule the world. Meng Sanxing Ju and Yen Chuan also frowned slightly. They could also see King of Gai Yu's helplessness. Although everyone wanted to protect the alliance 2 days ago, they did not know where it would lead. After all, no one would sacrifice their own interests to help others. King of Gai Yu looked at Yen Chuan, Ju, Meng Sanxing, Kong Mok, and Meng Rongrong. He was silent for a while. Behind him, the Snake Emperor and Li Canghai's expressions were extremely ugly. Gong Yang Dalong smiled coldly. As a heavenly immortal, Gong Yang Dalong was no fool. The loss of the immortals was because he had underestimated this world. Now, he no longer underestimated this world. He instantly saw through many things. King of Gai Yu wanted to use him to deal with the heroes of the world? Gong Yang Dalong quickly analyzed this kind of play with fire. Playing with fire will get you killed. Gong Yang Dalong felt a chill in his heart. In his helplessness, King of Gai Yu looked at everyone. Finally, he sighed slightly. His gaze suddenly locked onto Yen Chuan. Indeed, King of Gai Yu took a deep breath. King of Gai Yu chose Yen Chuan. When Yen Chuan was chosen, a trace of worry flashed across Meng Rongrong's eyes. Kong Moku, on the other hand, was gloating. Ju and Meng Sanxing, on the other hand, narrowed their eyes. The two of them looked further and could not understand why King Gai Yu would choose Yen Chuan. You chose me? Yen Chuan asked in a low voice. Whoosh! King of Gai Yu flipped his hand. A huge bronze coffin suddenly appeared. The sky-burying coffin. I know you are strong, but I have to choose you. Because if I wait any longer, this coffin will no longer belong to me. You said it is yours. If you want it, I can fulfill your wish. But you must defeat me. Defeat me fair and square. My things will not be given to others easily. King of Gai Yu said in a low voice. Yen Chuan looked at the sky-burying coffin and then at King of Gai Yu's bright skeletal eyes. He instantly saw the helplessness and unwillingness of an emperor. Taking a deep breath, Yen Chuan nodded. Slowly, Yen Chuan stepped down from his throne. Ah, King of Gai, you can use all your strength. I will open up a battlefield for you. Gong Yang Dalong shouted. King of Gai Yu looked at Gong Yang Dalong and did not say anything. Instead, he turned to look at Yen Chuan. Then, he looked up at the sea of destiny clouds in the sky. Citizens of the great Calamity Sky Empire, listen up. I need your strength. Stretch out your right hand and lend me your strength. King of Gai Yu roared. Roar. The sea of destiny clouds in the great Calamity Sky Empire suddenly let out a deafening dragon roar. King of Gai Yu's voice followed this dragon roar and quickly spread to all the major cities in the great Calamity Sky Empire. At this moment, the great Calamity Sky Empire occupied more than half of the southern divine continent. Countless citizens suddenly looked up at the sky in confusion. Very quickly, the citizens of the great Calamity Sky Empire reacted. Although many did not raise their hands, even more people kept raising their right hands. Wave after wave of energy was extracted and rushed towards Wei City. Rumble! The sea of destiny clouds churned violently. Rays of golden light rushed over from all directions. The statue of King of Gai Yu transformed into an 18-clawed golden dragon. The golden dragon absorbed an endless amount of energy and swooped down towards King of Gai Yu. Boom! The golden dragon and King of Gai Yu merged into one. Instantly, King of Gai Yu's body expanded and became taller and taller. Small. King of Gai Yu roared. Rumble! King of Gai Yu's body expanded. King of Gai Yu forcefully shrunk his body and became smaller and smaller. Slowly, he returned to normal. However, his strength suddenly skyrocketed. Boom! The entire square of the great Calamity Sky Empire was swept up by King of Gai Yu's aura. The powers from all over the world were still gathering, and King Guai's powers were getting stronger and stronger. Everyone turned solemn, including the 6 Gong Yang brothers. At this moment, all of them narrowed their eyes as they stared at King Guai, who was getting stronger and stronger. Rumble. After a while, King of Gai's power finally stopped growing. However, at that moment, King of Gai was much stronger than before. Yan Chuan's eyes narrowed. Gong Yang Dalong suddenly stood up. I have already set up a large array in Wei City. I will open up a space for you all. Gong Yang Dalong said in a deep voice. Suddenly, Gong Yang Dalong waved his hand. Fog suddenly rose from all directions. The rolling fog engulfed the entire Wei City. The Great Nightmare Hall Square was surrounded by thick fog, making it difficult for people to see outside the square. Who? In the sky above the square, the fog slowly formed a Tai Chi yin-yang fish diagram. It rotated slowly, as if it was the main hub of the entire formation. One realm open? Gong Yang Dalong shouted. Who? The square of the Great Nightmare Hall seemed to have expanded by 100,000 times in an instant. It was boundless as far as the eye could see. The square had inexplicably expanded. This is a small world similar to the realm of the gods? However, it does not have a long lifespan. At most, it can last for 10 days. Meng Sansheng looked around. The square of the Great Nightmare Hall expanded by 100,000 times in an instant. It formed a huge open space. The distance between the 12 thrones also increased in an instant. Feng Yinyang frowned slightly as he calculated the formation that would open up a realm. Alright, here, you all can fight it out. Gong Yang Dalong laughed as he sat down again. In the center of the huge space, Yan Chuan and King of Gai looked at each other. A battle was about to break out. Yan Chuan, take my fist first. King of Gai took a step forward and punched towards Yan Chuan. With a punch, the surrounding void shook. It carried a huge force and rushed towards Yan Chuan, outside the square of the Great Nightmare Hall. 4 Earth Immortals led close to 100 Immortals and looked up at the formation in the sky. One of the Earth Immortals took a deep breath and said coldly, "The formation has been opened. Master's plan has also begun. Now, everyone, follow me to kill all the living beings in Wei City. Blood sacrifice formation. Leave no one alive. Kill them all." 100 Immortals immediately surrounded Wei City. One by one, they took out their magic treasures to kill all the living beings in Wei City. Chapter 1071. Tragic Heavenly Dynasty, Wei City. On a square. At this moment, there were hundreds of cultivators lying on the ground. They had just raised their right hands and transferred all their strength to King Guai. Now, they were exhausted and sat down on the ground. Looking at the dense fog around them, many Xiozhi revealed curious expressions. Who is His Majesty going to deal with this time? Everyone guessed. Who? Suddenly, a white figure landed on the square. The white figure held a long sword in his hand and looked around at the crowd. An immortal? Immediately, a cultivator recognized him. Senior Immortal, please accept me as your disciple. Greetings, Immortal. The Xiozhi on the square instantly became excited. But the Immortal's eyes were extremely cold. A cold smile appeared on his face as he swung his sword. Xing. Tens of thousands of sword lights rushed towards this group of Xiozhi who no longer had any resistance. Many Xiozhi were killed on the spot. However, there were some quick-witted Xiozhi who dodged. Ah, save me, save me. Those Xiozhi were fleeing. You think you can escape from me? Bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, a large number of practitioners fell to the ground. The moment they fell to the ground, the blood of this group of practitioners was suddenly sucked into the sky by a suction force. Not only was his blood sucked out, but his soul was also sucked out, rushing into the Taiji yin-yang fish at the center of the formation. A wisp of blood mist rushed up, and the Tai Chi yin-yang fish seemed to be dyed red. The square of the Great Nightmare Hall had already been expanded by a realm. It was isolated from the outside world, but one could still see the huge Tai Chi yin-yang fish in the sky. It was like a huge jade wall suspended in the sky. Below, Yan Chuan and King of Gai were in the midst of their battle. Yan Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword and Emperor's sword circled around them, forming a huge sword chi storm. Boo! King of Gaia punched out, causing the sword chi tempest to scatter. Yen Chuan was surrounded by a large number of stars. Without using the universe in the palm, Yen Chuan fought King of Gaia with punch after punch. Boom! Boom! The two fists collided, creating a huge impact. The powerful vibrations caused the surrounding people to be shocked. He was shocked by Yen Chuan's strength. King of Gaia had mobilized the power of a dynasty, and yet Yen Chuan was still able to fight evenly with him? World suppression. The sky-bearing coffin came crashing down. The Emperor's sword and the Jade Emperor's sword were instantly defeated. Yen Chuan struck out with his palm. Boom! Yen Chuan's palm struck the other side of the sky-bearing coffin, causing it to stop abruptly. After all, Yen Chuan was immune to the sky-bearing coffin. Yen Chuan and King Gaiyu each grabbed one end of the sky-bearing coffin. They poured in a huge amount of energy and collided with each other. The two of them stood still, and a large number of cracks appeared on the square under their feet. Rumble! For a moment, Yen Chuan's face was filled with rage, while King Guai's ferocious nature was also unleashed. Around the two of them, the storm formed by their auras seemed to form a tornado, wrapping the two of them within. This coffin can't do anything to you, but you haven't formed a blood bond with it. I don't believe that in a short 200 years, your strength has increased to a level comparable to mine. I don't believe it. Hell of all evils. King Guai roared. From King Guai's sleeves, billowing black gas followed the sky-bearing coffin and rushed towards Yen Chuan. Stellar cycle. Yen Chuan exerted force in his palm. Countless stars surrounded the sky-bearing coffin and rushed towards the black gas. Boom! In the middle of the sky-bearing coffin, the black gas and the stars did not give way to each other, clashing with each other. The two emperors were fighting with their own endurance. Around them, the subordinates of the two dynasties looked anxious. Meng Rongrong looked worried. She stretched out her hands, and a Guqin appeared on her knees. A glint flashed in the eyes of the 6 Ram brothers. At this moment, the black and white Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish suddenly showed traces of blood. More and more traces of blood appeared. Gradually, the Tai Chi Yin-Yang fish turned redder and redder. Gradually, it turned blood red. A blood red Tai Chi. More and more experts looked up at the sky, their brows furrowed. From the blood red Tai Chi, the stench of blood could be smelled. This is? Zhu narrowed his eyes. What a heavy stench of blood, Meng Sansheng said with a frown. At this moment, the battle between Yen Chuan and King Guai changed. The black gas and the stars enveloping the sky-bearing coffin finally had a winner. The stars slowly eroded the black gas, and the black gas was continuously expelled from the sky-bearing coffin. Crack, crack, crack. Bit by bit, Yen Chuan gained the upper hand, and King Guai's strength was slowly being suppressed. Bit by bit, the black gas was expelled until it was completely expelled from the sky-bearing coffin. Smith. Yen Chuan's palm energy grabbed the sky-bearing coffin tightly. The sky-bearing coffin is mine, Yen Chuan said solemnly. No, it's mine, King Guai Jiaohu cried out. His grip tightened. It's no use, King Guai. You've lost, Yen Chuan said loudly. Boom. Yen Chuan jerked his hand, and the sky-bearing coffin suddenly flew out of King Guai's hand. Yen Chuan had won. He had used his strength to take the sky-bearing coffin. The moment the sky-bearing coffin left his hand, King Guai seemed to have felt the determination of the sky-bearing coffin. At the same time, he understood that Yen Chuan had won this battle. No! King Guai was filled with resentment, and he wanted to grab the sky-bearing coffin again. At this moment, the 6 brothers of the Gongyang clan suddenly moved. Both of Dalong's hands glowed red, and he pressed down on the ground. The crimson Tai Chi shook, and a huge crimson light pillar shot down. The light pillar rushed into the battlefield and enveloped Yen Chuan and King Guai. It was as though everything within the light pillar had been imprisoned. Yen Chuan and King Guai, who had been exerting their strength, suddenly froze. It was as though they were frozen in place. Not good. Your Majesty! The Snake Emperor, Wang Jian, Jin Deyu, and the others all stood up in Jiaohu. Once Gongyang Dalong controlled the array formation, The 5 Gongyang brothers immediately began to move. Bam! Dalong struck his palm in the direction of the Snake Emperor, stopping King Guai's officials from coming to help. Wulong struck his palm in the direction of Wang Jian and Jin Deyu, stopping Yan Chuan's officials from coming to help. Silong struck his palm in the direction of Meng Wenrua, stopping Meng Wenrua from coming to help. Sanlong and Erlong, on the other hand, struck at the imprisoned Yan Chuan and King Guai. The 2 emperors were currently imprisoned by the array and could not move at all. The 2 heavenly immortals each struck with their full strength, trying to kill the 2 in one fell swoop. The situation suddenly changed. Zhu and Meng Sansheng could not react in time. Or perhaps, the 2 of them had already reacted, but they did not make a move. If it did not concern them, there was no need to fight to the death. As for Kong Mok, he immediately seized this opportunity. Viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he also struck at the 2 in the light pillar. Kong Mok's target was Yan Chuan. As long as Yan Chuan did not die, Kong Mok's heart would never be at peace. Now that he was restrained, how could he not hit him when he was down? Killing intent instantly swept through the square of Great Nightmare Hall. Dalong controlled the array with a face full of excitement. Dalong did not underestimate the people of the world anymore. Therefore, he set up this killing array. He wanted to kill everyone in one fell swoop. As long as Yan Chuan and King Guai died, the remaining people would have no chance of turning the tables. Bastard, stop! Snake Emperor shouted with a group of Great Nightmare Hall officials. But Dalong was a heavenly immortal after all. Not to mention killing everyone, it was too easy for him to stop them. Boom! Dalong beat back the Great Nightmare Hall officials. Wang Jian and Jin Deyu both attacked Dalong down. Although the 2 of them were strong, they could not defeat Dalong with their mortal bodies. After all, it took some time to deal with an earth immortal back then, let alone a heavenly immortal now. Meng Wenrua against Dalong was even more so. 1 punch was aimed at King Guai, while 2 punches were aimed at Yan Chuan. The power of the 3 punches caused the void to ripple. Yan Chuan and King Guai were about to be severely injured. The heavenly immortals and Kong Mok all looked ferocious. Ghost Valley's dragon vein, break. Feng Yinyang suddenly roared from afar. Boom! In the sky, a crack appeared on the blood-colored Tai Chi. And the moment it cracked, the 2 emperors could move again. But it was already too late, especially for King Guai. He had just used up his power and had not recovered yet. In a hurry, he rushed towards Dalong down. In a hurry, Yan Chuan could only block Dalong down. Facing Kong Mok's sneak attack, he could not do anything. Haha, Yan Chuan die? Kong Mok laughed excitedly. Boom! The 2 emperors and the 2 heavenly immortals clashed. Yan Chuan's palm formed a universe in the palm and crashed towards them. Boom! The hasty universe in the palm was too weak, and many stars were shattered. But these were not the most dangerous. The most dangerous one was Kong Mok, who was aiming at Yan Chuan's back. He was about to reach Yan Chuan's back. Suddenly, a white figure appeared behind Yan Chuan's back. Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong suddenly appeared behind Yan Chuan's back. She loosened the strings of her zither. Dong 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 dong. The sound of the zither was ferocious. Along with the sound waves, 7 or 8 black demons appeared and rushed towards Kong Mok. You're courting death. Kong Mok looked anxious and increased the strength of his fists. Boom! 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 The gigantic demons formed by the sound waves exploded one after another. Kong Mok's fist continued to charge toward Meng Rongrong with an indomitable will. He broke through all the sound barriers. The fists were reduced by 80%, and the remaining 20% hit Meng Rongrong's stomach. The huge impact sent Meng Rongrong flying. She crashed into Yan Chuan's back. At this moment, the heavenly immortal crisis Yan Chuan was facing was resolved by the universe in the palm. Bam! Meng Rongrong crashed into Yan Chuan's back. Yan Chuan's expression changed. He flipped his hand and hugged Meng Rongrong. Little sister! Meng Wenrua shouted from afar. On the other side, King of Gai wasn't as lucky as Yan Chuan. He was ambushed by Gong Yang Sanlong, and one of his arms exploded. King of Gai screamed. Haha. King Gaio, you've played with fire. This punch of mine has already shattered your soul fire. Today is the day you die. Gongyang Sanlong laughed loudly. Cough cough cough. Playing with fire? Ha. King of Gai was extremely bitter. In the skeleton's eyes, a dim light flickered. Clearly, his foundation had been damaged. Yen Chuan carried Meng Rongrong and looked at the severely injured King of Gai. His expression was ugly as he tossed the sky-burying coffin in his hand. King of Gai, catch! Yen Chuan shouted. Bam! King of Gai's single arm caught the sky-burying coffin. The dim light in King of Gai's skeleton's eyes suddenly exploded. Shameless immortal. I, King of Gai, will only die standing. How can I submit to a bunch of rascals like you? King of Gai roared. He waved the sky-burying coffin in his hand and smashed it towards Gongyang Sanlong. World suppression. King of Gai roared. On the other side, Yen Chuan carried Meng Rongrong, who was vomiting blood, and retreated to the side. Kong Mok's face was filled with hatred. Cough cough. Let me go. I'm fine. I don't need you to care. Meng Rongrong pushed Yen Chuan. Seeing that Meng Rongrong's injuries weren't serious, Yen Chuan heaved a sigh of relief. Meng Wenrua, protect Rongrong. Yen Chuan shouted. Yes. Meng Wenrua quickly went forward. Only then did Yen Chuan let go of Meng Rongrong. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the immortals and Kong Mok. Chapter 1072. Meng Wenrua, protect Rongrong. Yen Chuan called out. Yes. Meng Wenrua quickly stepped forward. Yen Chuan finally let go of Meng Rongrong, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the immortals and Kong Mok. Although Yen Chuan had left the battlefield, he was still the center of attention in the Great Nightmare Hall. Because just now, Yen Chuan had blocked the full power attack of a heavenly immortal. A full power attack, and King of Gai had been injured, but Yen Chuan was unscathed? Zhu and Meng Sansheng looked at him with surprise. The immortals were even more confused. They had already overestimated Yen Chuan's strength, but he was unscathed? This Yen Chuan was too good at hiding. Kong Mok also understood now why Lotus Goddess had told him that he was still no match for Yen Chuan. At the very least, he would not have been as casual as Yen Chuan just now. Gongyang Erlong's face darkened. He immediately understood how terrifying Yen Chuan was. When Gongyang Dalong had devised this plan, the Gongyang brothers had thought it was unnecessary. Now, it seemed that they had underestimated the people of this world. Gongyang. Yen Chuan's face darkened. A faint blood mist slowly floated around him. Yen Chuan's eyes gradually turned red. His hair suddenly grew to his waist. A thin line of blood appeared between his eyebrows. Boom! The Great Nightmare Hall square suddenly shook. As it shook, nearly half of the ground suddenly turned into a sea of blood. Waves of blood surged, rolling. In the sky, rolling blood clouds covered Yen Chuan. Waves of blood surged around Yen Chuan, making him look like a peerless demon god. The 6 Gongyang brothers' faces twitched. Sea of blood? Sword demon? Yen Zizai. Gongyang Dalong's face changed. How is this possible? For you, who is Yen Zizai to you? Gongyang Erlong exclaimed. The 6 brothers of Gongyang suddenly looked terrified. Humph! Yen Chuan coldly snorted, and the blood sea rolled up a monstrous wave of blood and swept towards Gongyang Erlong. The waves of blood soared into the sky and transformed into a peerless demon god. It held a blood-red jade emperor sword and stabbed towards Gongyang Erlong. Bastard! You're not Yen Zizai, so why should I be afraid of you? Rongyang Erlong's ferocious nature was aroused, and he immediately rushed in with his sword. Second brother, don't? Gongyang Dalong exclaimed. However, Gongyang Erlong had already charged in. Boom! Gongyang Erlong slashed the blood wave with his sword. But in the blink of an eye, hundreds of waves of blood suddenly appeared from all directions and swept towards Gongyang Erlong. Boom! 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 The waves of blood were as dense as a rainstorm as they violently battered Gongyang Erlong. Above the sea of blood, Yen Chuan walked step by step towards Gongyang Erlong. Every step he took was accompanied by a strong aura of death. On the other side, King Gai only had one arm left, and his foundation was injured. When Yan Chuan threw the sky-burying coffin over, King Gai turned his head and his eyes flashed. He said something that no one could hear, "Thank you." The sky-burying coffin was not given to King Gai, but was loaned to him. Although King Gai had lost, Yan Chuan still felt sorry for this ambitious and ruthless person. Borrowing the sky-burying coffin gave him a final demonstration of his determination. World suppression. The sky-burying coffin in King Gai's hands slammed down. Gongyang Sanlong punched towards the sky-burying coffin. Boom! Gongyang Sanlong's body was suddenly smashed into the ground. Great immortal weapon? Gongyang Sanlong exclaimed. Great immortal weapon was a magic treasure that was a level higher than heaven immortal weapon. This was a great immortal weapon? How could there be a great immortal weapon in the mortal world? World suppression. King Gai roared with a hoarse voice. Boom! In the distance, the Snake Emperor and the other officials had an ugly expression on their faces. This was because they had seen King Gai's final despair. As his officials, they could not intervene in this battle. Roar! The Snake Emperor roared furiously, venting the anger in his heart. Meng Sansheng looked around and turned to look at Zhu. It seems like everything has returned to its original path. Meng Sansheng smiled faintly. Their original path. Originally, they had formed an alliance to fight against the group of immortals. Unfortunately, Yan Chuan and King Gai's battle had disrupted the alliance. Now, it had returned to normal. Zhu nodded and said, "Yes, since I have returned, I will naturally not break my promise." As he spoke, Zhu's body flashed and suddenly blocked in front of Gongyang Sanlong. "Zhu, you want to stop me?" Gongyang Sanlong stared at him. "No, I want to kill you." Zhu's eyes flashed with ferocity. "You are courting death." Gongyang Sanlong roared. Boom! The two of them clashed palm to palm with a loud bang. Meng Sansheng tossed out the Hong Meng gourd. "Treasure, please accept." A huge suction force was directed towards Gongyang Sanlong. "Rumble! Bastard, Meng Sansheng!" Gongyang Wulong roared. The Hong Meng gourd's suction force was too strong. It was so strong that Gongyang Wulong could not fight back. He could only resist the terrifying suction force. Meng Sansheng's eyes were cold as he continued to activate the Hong Meng gourd. At that moment, for some unknown reason, Gongyang Lulong suddenly rushed toward Kong Mok. "Kong Mok!" Gongyang Lulong struck out with his palm. "Bastard, are you out of your mind? I'm not with them." Kong Mok roared gloomily. "I don't care if you're in cahoots or not. Today, all of you will die." Gongyang Lulong shouted angrily. "Bastard!" Kong Mok's expression changed, and he gloomily countered with a palm. Kong Mok's body glowed with white light. With the power of the Lotus God in his body, his strength skyrocketed. Boom! Two powerful forces suddenly collided. In the square of the Great Nightmare Hall, a storm was brewing. The aftermath of the battle was intense. The entire square was in chaos. Boom! 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 The battle continued. Wang Jian and Jin Deyu looked at Feng Yinyang. Feng Yinyang stood on the heavenly lake. Rings of light slowly revolved around him. Feng Yinyang stared fixedly at the distant Gongyang De Long. Feng Yinyang was in the middle of seizing control of the array formation. Dragon roars could be heard from all directions. The dragon vein that had been summoned by Feng Yin and Yang was crazily attacking the formation. In the distance, Gongyang Daong also looked at Feng Yinyang in surprise. Just now, it was Feng Yinyang who broke his grand array. Now, he still wanted to seize the array. Once the great array was seized, it would be no small matter. How could a mortal have such strong attainments in array formations? Heaven, earth, man, god, ghost, god, man, earth, heaven, 1,000 dragon pillars, seize the formation. Feng Yinyang shouted. Buzz. Suddenly, a beam of light shot down from the scarlet Taiji high in the sky. Bang! Gongyang Dalong was enveloped by it. Gongyang Dalong's body suddenly stopped. It was as if he had been imprisoned. Gongyang Dalong's eyes widened in disbelief. I have already imprisoned Gongyang Dalong. Kill him quickly. Feng Yinyang's tone was anxious. Obviously, he could not maintain this state for long. Sure enough, Gongyang Dalong's body trembled slightly as if he was about to break free. All right. Wang Jian and Jin Diyu were about to charge over. Don't. The sound of a zither suddenly rang out. Ha! In the sound waves, a peerless giant demon appeared. It held a long saber in its hand and charged over. Bang! The saber slashed across Gongyang Dalong's neck. His head was separated from his body. Gongyang Dalong is dead? Countless cultivators in the surroundings immediately looked over in surprise. It was Meng Rongrong playing the zither with difficulty. In the distance, Kong Mok's expression changed. This zither music was too terrifying. Gongyang Dalong's head flew in the air. At the same time, he saw the fate of his brothers. The first to see it was Gongyang Erlong. In the sea of blood, Yen Chuan grabbed Gongyang Erlong and lifted him up. Gongyang Erlong showed a ferocious expression. Rip. Gongyang Erlong's death was even more miserable. He was torn in half on the spot. Yen Chuan's ferocious aura raged. At Gongyang Sanlong's place, great world suppression. No. When the sky-burying coffin fell, Gongyang Sanlong was smashed into meat paste. At Gongyang Silong's place, a large hand pressed down on Gongyang Silong's head. Star-picking hand? How is this possible? Gongyang Silong exclaimed. Bang! Gongyang Silong's head exploded. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Gongyang Wulong screamed again and again. Big brother, save me! Gongyang Wulong screamed as he was sucked into the primordial gourd. As for Kong Mok, a pure white lotus appeared above his head. As soon as the lotus appeared, Kong Mok's strength skyrocketed. He thrust his palm into Gongyang Liulong's chest and grabbed Gongyang Liulong's heart. While Gongyang Lulong was still in disbelief, Kong Mok sneered and made a grabbing motion. Bang! Gongyang Liulong's heart exploded. Plop! Gongyang Dalong's head fell to the ground. After seeing his brothers being killed in an extremely tragic manner, he died with his eyes wide open. After tearing Gongyang Erlong apart, Yen Chuan turned his head and looked at Kong Mok. Kong Mok's face changed. The old enmity was endless, and now there was a new one? Let's go! Kong Mok stretched out his hand and waved the great Buddhist official. Bang! All of a sudden, a hole appeared in the formation, and Kong Mok fled with the great Buddhist official. Lotus God? Yen Chuan suddenly showed a look of surprise. Kong Mok had a white lotus above his head? Back then, Yang Zigu had a black lotus above his head. It was too similar. Yen Chuan said. Zhu and Meng Sansheng also showed a look of surprise. Lotus God? Back again? Meng Sansheng's face was extremely ugly. Wang Jian, Jin Diyu, come out of the array and kill all the immortals outside. Yen Chuan ordered. The two answered. They immediately stepped out of the square. Yen Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong with concern in his eyes. Meng Rongrong turned her head away, not daring to look at Yen Chuan's concerned eyes. Your Majesty, Your Majesty! Snake Emperor, Li Zonghai, and the other great nightmare officials immediately surrounded King of Gai. The last attack seemed to have used up all of King of Gai's strength. After the attack, King of Gai's entire body bent over. The officials rushed forward in Jiaohu. King of Gai's eyes flashed, and he forced himself to stand up straight. It was as if he had to stand even if he died. Many of the officials showed a look of sadness. Ha ha! King of Gai laughed tragically. In the end, it's still the end. Ha! King of Gai's voice was filled with helplessness and desolation. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.